Ageas Bowl, where we are 10 minutes away from getting underway. Day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. For day 1, Warwickshire in their first innings, in the end, were bowled out for 217. There was 5 wickets for Kyle Abbott, and there was an innings of 63 from Nathan McAndrew down the order, and opening the batting, Dom Sibley made 56. And this morning, Hampshire will resume their first innings on 42 for 3. It's been a slow innings because 23 overs have already been bowled. Your commentary team for day 2 a little later. You'll hear from Melissa Story. But right now, to take you up to the start of play and beyond, will be myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Commentary in Warwickshire and BBC West Midlands, it is Clive Eakin. Clive, very good morning.
Yes, good morning. Another hot, sultry day. Interesting day yesterday. Mark Robertson, the coach, described it as attritional. There's a feeling that there's a bit there in the pitch. Nathan McAndrew, first time I chatted to Nathan McAndrew, jolly decent chap he is. He used a phrase I really liked. I've not heard it before. He said it was doing a lot of a little bit, which I quite like that. I think that's probably a fair description. A lot of a little bit.
Which is probably about right.
Yeah. He would say this, I know, wouldn't he? But he reckoned it would be quite a difficult 4-day pitch. So if they can keep Hampshire at least on par, then it could be quite a difficult run chase at the end, he reckons. But yeah, that's it. Game moved on quite nicely.
It certainly did. It's a very dry pitch, apparently. I don't know if they mentioned that to you last night as well. Yeah.
What was it? 259 for 13 yesterday across the 93 overs. And in terms of run scoring, it sort of went in spells. Warwickshire started pretty briskly with Dom Sibley in particular, then got tied down as they lost wickets. Towards the end, they picked it up a little bit, and Hampshire, I thought it was a really good, possibly from a bowling point of view, the best session that Warwickshire have had this season, just from the consistency of the bowling. 3 bowlers used, including George Garrett on his first appearance of the season. I thought all of them bowled with impressive discipline. And got their rewards.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they made it very hard for Hampshire last night, that's for sure. Big wicket of James Vince already out, included in that 3. Organ 5 and Nick Gubbins for 2, the other 2 batters out, and a couple of wickets for Oliver Hannon-Dolby. I saw him actually going up in the lift last night when I just said, oh, there's a nice couple of deliveries that were going away. He said, yeah, enjoyed those. Nathan McAndrew, I thought, he's a very sort of competitive player, isn't he? Both with the bat and the ball. He's kind of the all-rounder you want in your side. Somebody that really sort of, a bit of steel about them when they're out there in the middle and when they're bowling. It's often the way, isn't it, that he's actually just really beginning, I think, to find his way in County Championship. Unfortunately, he's only got, I think he's got 2 games left after this one. Because he's leaving when the 100 starts, so I think there's 2 more championship games between now and then. But yeah, I thought that was a good ball, and his batting now, he's also batting with some confidence as well. Yeah, sometimes it takes overseas players a little while. It does, yeah, absolutely. He's talking about trying to get used to the schedule, and he did find it difficult. Yeah, but on yesterday's showing, you know, he is the sort of all-rounder that every team, it's a must-have in every team. Somebody that's just going to just show some real fight, no matter what the situation. And he looks as though he's got that in abundance. One thing I spotted in my notes when I was just updating my notes this morning, and it surprised me a bit, so I am checking it, but I think I'm right in saying that Kyle Abbott's fifer is actually the first fifer by a bowler against Warwickshire this season. Is that right? Well, I can say with authority it's the first that I've noted, but I'm just going to go through all the scorecards and make sure that I'm right. But I think that's the case. I might have missed one, so I need to just double check that. How weird, isn't it? Because we are over halfway in the campaign. It's not like we've had 2 or 3 games. That's really weird, though. That's a good stat. We like that one. the weather set fair again. It's hardly surprising. I'm not sure that's going to be headline news. But what we have got, which we didn't have yesterday, is we've got some hazy cloud to start the day. It was basically lovely clear blue sky, if you could say that, clear blue skies yesterday for most of the day, and then as the afternoon sort of wore on, we got this hazy cloud come over, which, whilst the temperature was still high, did take the harshness of the sun. Well, actually, we're going to have what we had yesterday afternoon very much at the start of play today, so that'll be welcome. It's still warm, and it will get warmer, of course, but the harsh sun, which actually again will probably help Warwickshire in the field. Won't have that hot sun beating down on them quite so much. So just to repeat, 42 for 3 Hampshire will resume this morning. 23 overs already bowled in their first innings. Ian Holland, the opener, will resume on 20 not out, and he's faced 63 balls. That'll give you an idea of just how accurate those 3 Warwickshire seamers were last night, and really putting the pressure on Hampshire even when they weren't taking a wicket. And Kyle Abbott, the night watchman, who's faced 17 balls, will resume his innings on 1 not out. Hampshire trailing by 175. This is a used wicket. It was used for the T20 International here last Thursday night. It was same time as the quarter-finals of the T20 up at Edgbaston. So this wicket had a lot of sun on it, and it is very dry. It is very dry, apparently. Yeah, a bit more turn perhaps as we go through today and tomorrow. Whether we'll be back for day 4, I don't know. I think a lot will happen today, Clive, as we're back here for day 4, or how much we play of day 4. But I don't think we'll be going through right until the end. I don't know, even though the wicket isn't doing loads.
It can change. And the one thing that Warwickshire failed to get was a really big partnership. They had 3 decent sort of 50 partnerships. That could be the difference if Hampshire could get a really decent partnership digging in there. That could put them well ahead.
Yeah, I have to say, if Warwickshire bowled like they did last night, plus a bit of Danny Briggs, who's well, I only ever see him when he's been very accurate. I think Hampshire will find this quite hard work today. I really do.
Well, we shall see. Certainly getting James Vince, I think, was a big boost.
Yeah.
For Warwickshire at the close. Nick Gubbins as well. I mean, he's been scoring a few runs this season, hasn't he? So to get him out. But they'll have to be patient. They were having to be patient last night. I think they did well to make Hampshire struggle for runs.
Yeah, I spoke to one of the umpires last night actually, and talking about the wicket, and he said, yeah, it's very, very dry out there, and he sort of feels that it really does sort of have to be a half volley to sort of get the ball away. He said it's a pretty good wicket, no problem there, but it's not quite sort of a flat wicket, in that it's got to be right up there to get it away.
Yeah. I have confirmed, I have double checked, it was the first fifer that Warwickshire have conceded this season.
That's really weird.
Yeah, so even against Somerset, when they bowled out twice and lost, Jack Brooks's 4-wicket haul was the highest. So there we are. Umpires walking out to the middle. Should we have a book on how many balls we get through today?
I don't think I want another post 7 o'clock night, do you?
I would just appeal to the umpires to check the ball at the start of the tea interval and not walk out after tea and then decide to change the ball.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
And it's coming home, I see.
Oh, what's that?
England. Was it 8-0 last night?
Ooh.
England's women against Norway. Peaking too early, though, that's my fear.
You should never do that in a tournament. Save your best till the end. So the 2 umpires, Steve O'Shaughnessy and who was the other one? I forgot the other ones actually. Russell Warren, that's right.
Second, well done to England's women as well, winning yesterday.
Did they?
Brilliant not out by Amy Jones.
Central
Saw them
Sparks.
home, and she took a catch, so, you know.
Yeah. Conveniently forgetting Emma Land's 100 there.
Oh, there was that, yeah. No, good win for England.
Wasn't it? Yeah. I think there's another one later in the week, isn't it? Bristol, which Mel's going to be at. Mrs. Story commentating for TMS. Emily Windsor back there again, and she was there yesterday commentating.
Of course, it's the men's ODI, isn't it, today?
The Oval, I think.
It is the Oval, yes. Ireland being held up by rain in Dublin against New Zealand at the moment, and of course England Lions. So, Hampshire got anyone of the England Lions?
No, no, we don't ever have.
No, that's right. Yeah, so that you got all your players available.
I know.
We've had Sam Hain, Adam Hose, and Jake Lintott. Admittedly, Lintott and Hose haven't played the red ball this season, although Hose might have done if only Hain had been called up. It's quite possible he might have ended up playing in this game. But anyway, good luck to all them.
That's for sure. You've got to disappear, haven't you? For a few minutes.
Is that the time? Oh, goodness me, yes, I better.
Quick. 42 for 3 then, and Oliver Hannon-Dalby is just about to get day 2 underway. Superb stuff from him last night. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 22. Just got the ball to just shape away at times, but bowled a good line and a good length, and picked up that big wicket of James Vince, caught at first slip. Really good line of attack that Hannon-Dalby was bowling at Vince. So here we go then, day 2 underway as Hannon-Dalby bowls to Ian Holland. It's a straight delivery. Holland well forward and plays it back to the bowler, and we are underway. Again, you wouldn't expect too big a crowd for championship days, but one or two people wandering around the ground. The extra seating that was put in for the T20 International last Thursday is sticking around because we're not too far away from the 100. Southern Brave, this is their home ground. So there'll be games here, good crowds, as there will be of course at Edgbaston, Birmingham, Phoenix. Here comes Hannon-Dalby, again it's a good line. Forward is Holland, and there is no run. So the 3 batters out last night, just to remind you. Felix Organ, LBW to Hannon-Dalby for 5. That was when Hannon-Dalby was bowling from the pavilion end. Gubbins caught in the slips by Dan Mosley off Nathan McAndrew for 2. James Vince caught it first slip. Dom Sibley off the man bowling there for 8. Hannon-Dalby turns. Right arm over, he's running away from us. The northern end of the ground and bowls just outside the off stump, and Holland's playing it out square on the offside. Good diving stop. Just a little bit more width there, just a modicum of width. And Danny Briggs fielding at backward a point. Yeah, Danny Briggs, formerly of Hampshire, of course, then went on to Sussex and then has made his way to Warwickshire. Bowled particularly well in the championship game at Edgbaston last year. But it'll be interesting to see on this dry pitch what turn he may find. We'll have to wait and see. Generally here, it doesn't turn big. Doesn't matter how dry the pitches are, but we'll see. Here comes Hannon-Dalby. Bowls full, driven up to mid-on. Fielded by Will Rhodes. And there's no run there. So the hazy cloud is mainly congregated to our right, actually. It's more dense to our right. Just slightly to our left, there's a lot more blue sky, but still some hazy cloud dotting around there. So to our right is the New Forest and west. And to our left is the eastern Portsmouth in the distance. Here comes Hannon-Dalby. Bowles always playing and missing outside the off stump there. He's trying to play that square, bit of extra bounce. And there is no run. Ian Holland just prodding down the wicket there, but there was definitely a bit of extra bounce there. Apologies again if you're trying to listen on the BBC Sport websites and you're looking on the live picture feed, but again there are some problems. I'll be honest with you, we've been on it for ages this morning and nobody seems to know why. So apologies, that's not actually great news, is it? Here comes Hannon-Dalby. Leg ball, oh, it's nipped back, and oh, my word, that must have almost clipped the off stump. That darted back quickly off a length. And keeper Michael Burgess taking that to his left. What a delivery that was to end that main over from Hannon Dolby. Wow, Clive, where did that one come from? And to be fair, Hannon Dolby does produce the odd one like that, doesn't he?
Yeah. That was a feeling that the old one is testing the batters. But he said, Warwickshire will have to use a little bit more bowling resources today, you'd think. They just used the three bowlers yesterday, long spell for Nathan McAndrew. Told me afterwards he was only supposed to bowl 6 overs, but Vince was dismissed by Hannon Dolby. And so Will Rose decided to ask Nathan to bowl a couple more, but George Garrett just bowled the 4 overs, but bowled 5 overs rather yesterday, but bowled them really well. He's coming back into the attack now, and he'll be bowling to Kyle Abbott, the night watcher, with 2 slips in place and a shortish mid-wicket. Accurate delivery, played out to the offside. There's no run. Just 4 runs from his 5 overs yesterday, Garrett.
So McAndrew was saying to you what, that he thinks the 4th innings here might be quite tricky.
Yeah, he did. Well, the 4th day, if they can get Hampshire in on the 4th day. But in comes Garrett, and it's driven but straight to a fielder. And he was confirming what we're saying. It's difficult to score on the pitch. He says it's not a. It's not a green top, obviously. It's not a terror track, but it's a testing one. The odd one, he reckons, sort of keeping low or deviating a bit. So Hampshire will have to bat patiently because the night watcher Kyle Abbott's got an opportunity, and that's a fairly wild delivery that time from Garrett, well down the leg side, taken by Burgess. I might even have thought about that one, but he lets that go.
This could be a slow day, couldn't it?
Yeah.
Actually.
Yeah.
Could be difficult to score. You get the ball in the right areas. Don't think they're going to be racing along.
No. Well, Warwickshire actually were pretty slow in the afternoon yesterday. We sort of didn't notice it really because wickets were falling, but the actual scoring rate was pretty slow as well. That's into the block hole. It's played out to mid-on by Abbott, and it'll be cut off. There's no run.
Yeah, we could get a situation as well where when the ball starts getting softer, very little could be happening. Again, if the bowling's accurate, difficult then to sort of get some pace on the ball to hit it through the infield.
That's fine. It's an obvious thing to say, but Warwickshire would love a couple of early wickets while the ball is still reasonably hard. Garrett in, Abbott drives that. Nice looking shot, but again it's cut off at mid-off by Alex Davis.
I think one thing we can safely say, Clive, is that if there's no wickets in the first 45 minutes or so, that the players are going to have a look at the ball and say to the umpire, surely this is out of shape. Kyle Abbott's starting to come into a little bit of form. He started horrendously this season with 4 innings of naught.
Okay. He gets behind that, plays it to mid-off. Well, he can play. Of course, he's got plenty of time now to try and build an innings.
Well, he has, but yeah, it was a bit weird this morning. So the only innings against Somerset here, first game of the season, he got naught. Got a pair against Surrey, the second game up at the Oval. Didn't bat in the 3rd at Kent, and then first innings against Lancashire here, got naught.
Okay.
A horrible start.
2 maidens. Warwickshire have started with here.
Yes, I think it's going to reflect the importance of the first hour, the first session today, because I think whoever wins this session, I mean, if Hampshire, they probably have to win a session or 2 really to get themselves into a foothold in the game. But for Warwickshire, if they win this session, I think they can consider themselves to be in a really good position. So, important first hour, important first 2 hours, and then at lunch, we'll see where we are. 42 for 3. Here's Hannon Dolby. Bowls to Holland, pushing forward. This goes out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Looks like everyone's getting a game in the Lions game, in that they haven't named 11s. So
It's a squad fix.
Squad, yeah, looks that way.
So that's today?
That's today at Taunton. South Africa are batting first.
Okay.
50 over game.
Should be a few runs there then.
You would think, yeah.
What if they're playing on the same pitch as Saturday night? I bet they are.
Probably.
Yeah. Here comes Hannon Dolby. Runs away from us and bowls on the line of middle and leg, and Holland's able to work that away down to fine leg. And that is the first runs of the morning. The crowd enjoying that. We only had 10 minutes of play. Mind you, yesterday I think we'd had... was it yesterday morning where we'd only had about an over and a bit? Was it yesterday morning, or am I confusing now with so many games sort of rolling into one now? It wasn't that one, was it? No, it was... I'll tell you what, it was... Certainly, no, I'll tell a lie. That's because I am getting confused with all the games that I've been doing. It was the Southern Vipers at the weekend, so apologies. I think first 15 minutes we had an over and half. I forget what the problem was, but anyway. So you think, oh gosh, right, here we go. That was down at Hove. Hannon Dolby to Kyle Abbott this time. 2 slips, although slip is quite wide at first. That's a leave, that's come back a bit. It's a good delivery. Good leave as well, I think. Again, Hannon Dolby just getting the odd one just to nip off the seam. He's a good bowler now, isn't he, Hannon Dolby?
He is, yeah.
Really
very
good
reliable red ball bowler.
Really improved, doesn't he? I mean, what is he, 33 now?
Yeah, I mentioned yesterday, sort of the last sort of 5 or 6 years, really. His red ball cricket has blossomed.
It has, hasn't it? Much better bowler. I remember him when he was a lot younger, and yeah, he's improved immensely. Comes through now much more consistent. That's a nice drive, but only as far as Rhodes at mid-on. All you want is consistency, don't you? Especially as you become a main bowler. I mean, you're under pressure to be consistent, spell after spell.
And he does a heavy workload as well. He's had his injury problems, but as bowlers go, he's been pretty good at being available, and when he does play, he tends to bowl a lot of overs.
Yes, I know. But, yeah, I must admit, the last few times I've seen him, he's always put in some good spells.
Ooh.
Again, that's nipped back a little bit, but just outside the off stump, allowing Abbott to leave it. That'd have been interesting if that had been about another inch closer to the off stump. I'm not sure whether Abbott would have left that, but again, that's just nipped back a fraction, and again, the batters are looking at where the ball's pitching.
Little Roche just asked the umpire something, or what? I don't think it was about the ball. It was 9.5 overs into the Warwickshire innings. The ball first got changed yesterday.
Here comes Hannon Dolby in again then. Bowls to Abbott outside the off stump, and Abbott cracks it away off the back foot, square on the offside. That's going for 4. A rare bad ball there from Hannon Dolby, and Kyle Abbott had all the time in the world to hit that away. 47 for 3 at the end of the over.
Yeah, good over up to then. Just got that one a little bit wrong. We are starting pretty much everywhere else. Somerset 304 for 5 against Lancashire. Essex 139 for 1, already 3 ahead of Gloucestershire. Kent 7 without loss, replying to Northants 303. With not starting on time at Scarborough. It's raining at Scarborough.
Oh, here we go, yeah.
Yorkshire 364 for 5 against Surrey.
Fully expecting that in a couple of weeks when Hampshire are there. Make the most of this hot weather right now.
Worcestershire 107 for 5. Northwood replying to Middlesex's 188. Durham have lost 1. They're 10 for 1, replying to Derbyshire's 283 at Chester Street. At Hove, Sussex 422 for 4 against Leicestershire. You'd love to be in the field for that one. Oh, we're changing the ball again. Oh, good grief.
I thought we might be 45 minutes. I didn't think we'd be 15 minutes. Here we go. Look, it's going to get changed. Look.
Notts just to finish it off, 36 without loss, replying to Gwilga 318. Unbelievable. So maybe that was what Will Rose was asking. Can you check the ball at the end of the over, please? And they have, and they're looking at it, and they're calling for another one on. Dear me. Well.
Yeah, the umpires are walking off to get some more. Now, I did actually have a brief chat yesterday about the situation with balls here, because, I mean, it's just getting ridiculous, and it's not just here, it's everywhere. And I'm sure you guys have been just as affected as Hampshire have, wherever, home or away. I'm told, actually, that for this game, that a batch of balls only arrived on Friday for this game. So they've had little time to sort of do anything with any of the balls. Now, of course, they've got to have enough new balls. They've then got to somehow get some balls into a state where, depending on when you're changing them, you know, there is a relevant ball corresponding to that number of overs. So I think there's going to be some real difficulties if balls keep continually getting changed over the next day or two. I think there's going to be some real problems.
Gosh, that'd be something, wouldn't it? Quick nip over to the sports shop so you can get a cricket ball.
Where's the nearest local cricket club? But of course they'll probably be using some different balls. But my worry is that actually there'll only be new balls left, actually, Clive. So about every 10 overs when the ball
comes in. Well,
new ball every 10 overs.
Maybe that's the answer.
Well, I mean, it's it's probably the most exciting bit of cricket, isn't it, when the ball's at its newest? A little bit of nip, fraction bit of swing, but only a fraction. Ball comes on nicely, so the batters can actually play some shots. It's only as the ball gets softer and it doesn't come through so well that the batters then find it difficult. It looks as though we've got a ball change. Something's been thrown to Will Rhodes and Garrett at the far end. Or we can only assume that it's a different ball.
I've just noticed in the ground, I quite like the passive-aggressive members banners.
Where's that?
Down the sides of the stand, there's a banner saying members.
Oh, so yes.
Plebs this side, members this side.
Yes, that's quite bold banners, aren't they? They are. Funny enough, I've only just noticed.
Some members of the public are defiantly sitting right beside the banners. Well, I might not be a member, but I'm going to sit as far across as I can.
Yes. Well, of course, it was just the pavilion and below that was exclusive to members, but that seems to have widened to a bit of the Shane Warne stand to our right and a bit of the Colin Ingleby stand to our left.
Yeah, a decent number of people, and I think that's where you'd want to sit. A nice umbrella to keep you shaded.
Ooh, bit of swing.
Is it me or you?
It's you.
Okay, well, that was Garrett bowling and beat Holland. Well, I'd say beat Holland. I think Holland played at it, but it went whistling past him, taken with the wicket keeper. Holland on 21. Garrett, I'd love to get a wicket, deserves it. Change of ends for him today. The Brownsgrove Pavilion behind him. 2 slips and he's got a mid-wicket about 3 pitches away. His attacking fielders as he comes in now. It's just on middle and leg, and it's turned around to square leg by Holland, but he couldn't quite get enough on it to get it away. Nathan McAndrew fields the latest ball, polished vigorously by Danny Briggs on the back of his trousers. You almost wonder whether it's worth the effort, because it's probably going to be replaced again in a few overs' time. Has any ball gone through the whole 80 overs this season, I wonder? In comes Garrett, and accurate delivery, which Holland gets bat behind and plays it to mid-on.
Is it me, or is it getting worse, the problem with the balls?
I think it may be getting worse, yeah. Yeah.
I did read an article with the guy that does the balls. Is it Dilip, somebody or other that works on the balls, and he said that the new batch a few weeks ago would be better. It's obviously not the case.
Dear. And this one, Holland pushes out to point. Again, good line and length from Garrett. No run. 5 runs added so far this morning. We're in the 4th over. And Garrett turns. Comes in to bowl the Holland. Oh, that's short, and it's cut away for 4. Just short, a little bit too much width on it. And Holland plays a good shot to get it away for 4. Second boundary of the day. And Hampshire bring up their 50. And that's 161 balls. Oh, we're on the stream. Excellent news. 161 balls for Hampshire's first 50. Warwickshire actually got their first 50 pretty briskly in 64 balls, but it slowed down after that.
What relief we're on the sport website all of a sudden.
Hello everybody. Sorry, it's been a while.
Ooh.
That one's left, and end of the over. 51 for 3. Just that one. So it's been just 2 loose deliveries really bowled by Warwickshire today, which Hampshire have taken advantage of and hit a couple of boundaries. So they've added 9 to their overnight total in 4 overs. So 51 for 3.
Kevin James and Clive Eakin with you. If you have just caught us on the BBC Sport website and app, probably got a blast suddenly through your phone or your computer waiting for it to start working. I think yesterday it was now 20 minutes. Today it's 20 minutes. So we're improving all the time. Maybe tomorrow it'll just be 5 minutes. Hopefully, but things are all good. But we are on the live picture feed, which is going through the Hampshire Cricket website back to the Warwickshire Cricket website, and it's also on the Hampshire Cricket App, which is free to download. So you can get that on your tablet and your phone. That's outside the off stump and left alone. There's definitely a little bit of shape with this change of ball, because Alan Dalby just got the ball just to shape away from Abbott, even though it's wide of the off stump. 51 for 3. Hampshire have added 9 this morning in just over 20 minutes.
Yeah, Hampshire can frustrate Warwickshire because it has been a pattern this season that sometimes they have got early wickets and then just, I know they're not alone in this, but then being held up for long periods after and not being able to take advantage of those early wickets.
Yeah, the trouble is, if you keep getting there's a forward delivery which is pushed out to backward a point and there's no run. Sorry, because I've had all my computers on,
coming out of all devices,
just
now,
waiting for things to come on, and they are suddenly all blaring out. So just turn that down.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy for me to say, but if Hampshire, I feel if they can just bat the first hour or so without losing wickets, then they might just frustrate Warwickshire a little bit. And bearing in mind the modest total that Warwickshire are defending.
But I always think now, with the amount of change of balls that there is, that if the ball goes a bit quiet and you don't take any wickets, and you think, oh, here we go, we're set for another 20 or 30 overs of a hard slog, you just change the ball and all of a sudden it does a little bit. There's a bit of shape as Abbott pushes forward. It catches the outside half of the bat, so it goes out towards square. Abbott will pick up 2. 53 for 3. But again, there's a bit of shape.
Yeah, that hasn't worked for Warwickshire this season, I'm afraid. That has been a recurring theme. Essex, the only team they managed to get out twice.
That was a good result, wasn't it?
It was a good result, yeah.
Essex, always dangerous side.
Lancashire, in the game they lost, the pitch did flatten out a bit, but they actually got 4 fairly early wickets and looked to have a great chance of winning that game before Luke Wells frustrated them.
Alan Dalby comes in again, bowling to Kyle Abbott, and Abbott's forward. Pushes out towards mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, I mean, I think the pitches have varied a lot this year, haven't they, really? I mean, I think early season pitches, I don't know how you found them, but I think we found them to be quite good. And I think it's only as you get into the season, for various reasons, that you then start coming up against pitches that maybe, well, certainly I don't think Hampshire at the start of the season were playing on.
Yeah, I mean, there's not been a lot for the bowlers this season for Warwickshire, I have to say.
No, I think we've only got to look at some of your draws, and they've not been that interesting, have they? Good lead from Abbott. Again, good shape from Hannah Dalby. He bowls a nice line, doesn't he, really? A line that, as a batter, you're always thinking, I've got to play, I've got to play.
I'm just looking at Warwickshire conceded 11 century partnerships so far this season.
Gosh. Who's writing all your stats?
It's me.
Is it? Good stuff. Love that. You must be burning the midnight oil, all those stats.
I'll try and do it as I go along. There have been 11 century partnerships actually by Warwickshire, so at least that's even, but none in this game so far.
Hannah Dalby again. And comes in and bowls. Abbott drives. Again, it just straightens a fraction as it's pushed out into the covers. Again, not off the middle of the bat because the ball's just straightening on Abbott. 53 for 3. Abbott has 7, having started the day on 1. And Ian Holland has 25, having started the day on 20.
Looking to carry his bat, perhaps. It's 3 wickets yesterday for Warwickshire. I'm very pleased with that, but they know they're going to keep them coming. And if they can't get wickets, they've got to stop runs, which they're doing reasonably well today. A couple of good attacking shots. So it's a sort of sparring start to the day. And George Garrett to continue. Tried to pitch one in short last ball and went for 4. That was a good delivery, which is edge along the ground by Holland. And a good ball, and again, good piece of fielding. Warwickshire are protecting their ball as well. And the field, that's a good second good stop of the day from Danny Briggs.
He's always good round there, isn't he?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the pace of day 2, I think, has pretty much been how we thought it might be. 25 minutes of play and
a ball change and a few runs.
Waiting for the drinks break at 12 o'clock, and then another ball change after that.
Garrett comes in the ball. He's pitched that one in short, and again it's not worked. Again, just too much width, and Holland takes full advantage. That's what he's trying to do. He needs to get it closer to the body, I think, and Holland hits his second 4 of the morning. He's on to 29, 57 for 3.
Yeah, if you're going to do that, it's got to be really straight. It's got to be a good height around sort of chest, neck area to give yourself a chance. No real pace in this pitch. It's just standing up.
Well, I've got to say he wants to vary it. On the other hand, just bowling line and length has worked pretty well for him. So maybe he just needs to keep nagging at that. Got an edge, a previous ball, albeit along the ground. He'll come in again to bowl. And it's just on middle and leg, and it's turned round down to back of square leg. It will be 1. Ollie Hannon-Dolby onto it. And 1 more run onto the total. Still only conceded 13 runs in 7.5 overs. Oh, the ice water's arrived. Excellent.
Yeah. Robert Forder has tweeted at Solent Sports, says, how come the umpires are able to draw on a supply of balls of various ages when none seem to last? I think that's a really good question, actually.
I don't know. Yeah. Presumably they're not all from this year necessarily. I don't know.
No, I don't.
Anyway. Garrett with this ball just straight down the leg side, and a good take again by Michael Burgess. A bit of movement on that one, but it started going down the leg side. Is he just trying a little bit too hard here? George Garrett's bowled really well. Well, it's a really good 5-over spell yesterday. Maybe he's just getting slightly frustrated that it hasn't turned into a wicket for him. As I mentioned yesterday, he's ahead of some senior bowlers in this team. Henry Brooks playing for the second 11. Ahead of Craig Miles as well.
Wow.
Comes in now to bowl, and that's an accurate delivery, which Abbott tries to run down to third, but can't get it fine enough, and it's cut off by Briggs. And therefore there is no run.
So yeah, just going back to that about the balls, I must admit, I'm sort of thinking about that. I don't know, because how would you be able to get to 50 overs and know that there is a ball in the box that's around that time? I mean, how has that lasted and stayed in shape, whereas most of them don't seem to? So I have to say I've absolutely no idea, really.
This next one is, oh, that was edge past the vacant third slip area. He flashed it hard, Abbott, but that would have been a catchable height had there been a third slip in place. It's gone down to the boundary for 4, so a relatively expensive over from George Garrett, but the last ball was we'll feel that he might have deserved a bit better from, but 62 for 3 Hampshire at the end of the 29th over.
20 runs scored then this morning, but it's been slow coming. In fact, they've been balls that generally been short. But the batters have been able to throw the bat at on the whole. Otherwise, line and length here. It looks quite difficult to pierce the field. So Abbott 11, Holland, who's been there since the start, is on 30. And Hannon-Dolby will continue from our commentary end. He's bowled 3 overs this morning. 3 overs for 7. Still just those 2 wickets from last night. Here he comes again then and bowls to Holland. Oh, bit of shape there. Holland does well to keep it down because there's a little bit of bounce as well. Hits the top of the bat, goes down towards third man. They'll pick up 2. I think they'll stay with that 2. But again, just a bit of bounce. Again, just a bit of shape from Hannon-Dolby. Just enough. A bit like what McAndrew said to you last night.
Yeah.
Was it a little and often? Was it, he said? Something like that,
a lot of a little bit.
That's right, yes.
A lot of a little bit.
That's the one. We love that. And Dalby just having a quick word with Alex Davis as he walks back to his mark. Alex Davis at mid-off. 64 for 3 then. Hampshire trailing by 153 on the first innings. Hannon Dalby bowls, that's straight. And in behind that is Ian Holland. And there is no run. The one thing you notice about Ian Holland when he plays, and I've got a better view than I've had actually over recent games, because we are literally wicket to wicket, is that when he's sort of playing forward, his back leg, his foot, he's sort of almost pointing down the wicket, certainly pointing towards mid-off, which is actually quite unusual. You know, normally, you know, both your feet are parallel. When you're coming forward, you would just open your front foot up a little bit, but your back foot would generally stay side on. You'll notice with Ian Holland that his back foot is very much pointing down the wicket. So there he is there, and you can just see his back foot and his toe pointing towards mid-off. That does leave you a little open when you are playing. Sort of thing you would have done, Clive, I guess, when you were batting. Looked at your back foot as you were playing. But yeah, it's very noticeable. And I think sometimes it just opens him out when he's playing and sort of not classically side on. And Dalby just taking his time, going back to his mark, turns now. Going to Ian Holland once more. Bowls fullish, and that's driven up to mid-on. And there is no run there. Clive's going to make way for Mel Story at the end of this over, if that's all right.
Yes, I'm just trying to sort out the Wi-Fi. The hotel's been a bit annoying for me.
Yeah, it can be a bit on and off.
Asking for my life history.
We'll be here until next week then, won't we?
Yeah, well, yeah. I'll let Mel in now.
Okay. It's got a run of about 30 yards or so, Hannon Dalby, so he doesn't race back. That's for sure. Maybe in this weather he's allowed not to. Here comes Hannon Dalby again and bowls. It's fullish, just nips back a fraction as Holland's playing through the line. Mel Story, former Vipers all-rounder and TMS commentator, how are you?
I'm good. I'm enjoying the morning.
Yeah.
It's been a nice slow one in the cricket and just adjusting to the day, I think.
Heat-wise or play-wise or what?
Heat-wise, sleep-deprived-wise. I've necked probably about a pint of tea, so I'm feeling ready and raring to go now.
You've done a few miles the last few days.
Be aware that these warm temperatures could mean speed restrictions.
It's been a costly few days, if anything.
Hannon Dalby comes in again then, and bowls, and that's a length delivery, and Holland's well forward, plays that up to mid-off. And there is no run. Going to do a quick 30-second summary of the first half hour's play coming up. Just looking at the Warwickshire players, I'm looking for them to race through the overs, in between overs anyway, get into their positions quickly so that we can get through these overs, because it was rather a long day yesterday. Here we go. Well, we've had half an hour's play this morning, and Hampshire, replying to that Warwickshire all-out total yesterday of 217, are currently 64 for 3. They started the day at 42 for 3, so they've added 22 runs without losing a wicket. Night watchman Kyle Abbott is still there. He's on 11, and Ian Holland, who's been there since the start of the Hampshire reply last night, he's on 32. It's quite slow out there because, or the slow players out there, because it's accurate Warwickshire bowling, but also this wicket was used for the international last week, and it's very dry, not a lot of pace in it. Hampshire 64 for 3.
Thanks, Gav.
Got a change of bowling, have we? Oh no. Yes, we have. At the pavilion end.
McAndrew?
Yes, it is.
Exciting.
Yes.
Love a bowling change. And I mean, I think this will be good from Warwickshire. They've bowled tight, and you mentioned they've maintained that pressure throughout the morning. So if these first change bowlers can come on, keep that up, and keep these two at the crease on the back foot.
Well, I thought McAndrew was very impressive last night, wasn't he? Really kept the ball there or thereabouts.
He can do everything, honestly.
Bat, bowl, field. Annoying.
He's into Abbott, bowls, and is pushed into the offside to cover, and no run taken. Abbott doing a valiant job at as a night watcher, 11 off 37 balls, and there's always that exciting feeling as a night watcher in the morning where you're like, I could get a few runs here if I play well, and especially if we see one of those periods where play seems to lull and things just getting a bit easier for the batters in the middle. You may be able to maximise on this opportunity. 2 slips in play as McAndrew in, bowls, and this is driven through the gap this time by Abbott. Divides that mid-off and cover fielder, and the ball rushing away to the boundary. 4 runs to Kyle Abbott. Glorious shot, leaning into that ball and perfectly bisects those 2 fielders in the ring. 68 for 3.
Sweet timing. Don't often see drives like that on this pitch. But once they pierced the field, the ball just kept going. It didn't seem to lose pace at all, did it? George Garrett's spell this morning from that pavilion, in 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 13.
As we mentioned, McAndrew bowled well yesterday. Just needs to keep up this pressure. I wonder how long until we see just a bit of spin this morning. We saw it used quite a bit by Hampshire in lulling periods yesterday as McAndrew bowls. This is driven firmly to mid-off this time, but fielded well, no run taken.
Got a tweet here from Phil Webb at Sun and Sport. Morning to you, Phil. He says, feel like with the heat and time of year, in brackets for post-work crowds nearing the summer holidays, etc., close brackets, this might have been an ideal pink ball game. Has the experiment been knocked on the head?
Well, it's worked well in other countries where it's a little bit warmer. I think the problem is with scheduling in England that yes, we are experiencing a lovely heat wave at the moment, but you can never be too sure what the weather's going to be. As McAndrew bowls and finds the gap again, does Abbott. This will definitely be 4 runs. A replica of that shot 1 ball earlier. And another boundary to Kyle Abbott. He moves on to 19. That one was even better than the last, and the score moves on to 72 for 3. Just 2 slightly over-pitched deliveries from McAndrew.
Yeah, nice play by Abbott. I mentioned earlier that he started the season horrendously, even with a run of noughts, but he has improved recently, hasn't he? A couple of 20s in the defeat at Essex in the Championship last time out.
Highest score of 38 this season.
Yeah.
38 would be particularly handy for Hampshire at this point if you consider the innings of Hannon Dolby and Briggs in the Warwickshire innings and just how much the contributions from the lower order can add to that total. As McAndrew in, 5th ball of the over, and that's straighter driven back to him firm, and he replicates a aggressive throw there at the non-striker's end, in which Abbott actually, I'm pretty sure, thought that was going to be thrown because he turned his back, held his bat out the way, and was willing to take that on the back, which isn't actually the wisest thing to do, because if I've had that before, if
have you
get the ball right on the back of your spine, it can be horrible, and actually sometimes it's better to face up and at least you've got the bat in the hand to swat the ball away. If the bowler's going to throw it at you, whack it to the boundary, mate, and go fetch it. But they got a nice ooh from the crowd as McAndrew in again. There's a bouncer next ball. Well directed, and more groans from the crowd. They're enjoying this, and you just sense there's a little battle brewing in the middle between Abbott and McAndrew. It finishes the over. That's the 31st over gone. 72 for 3 Hampshire.
Good bouncer, that one.
It was.
Very, very good one. Just going back to that tweet, Phil Webb, I think the experiment has been knocked on the head, really, isn't it, pink ball?
Yeah, as I said, it works well in other countries. I think the notion of it was fantastic, that people could come in, but the inconsistency of the weather in the UK means that at some points you could be stuck at home, freezing temperatures. I'm not sure many people after work would actually want to come sit in the dark and
freeze to death.
Yeah, I mean, it would be delightful tonight. I'm sure you could go until the sun goes down tonight and later, because it's so boiling at the moment, but you need a bit more planning in advance, and English weather doesn't accommodate it, especially at the county and domestic level.
Hannon Dolby, 72 for 3, bowling to Ian Holland, bit of bounce, Holland on his toes, guides that into the ground and fielded by Danny Briggs at backward point. Yeah, I think the 2 pink balls that were here, I think were 2 contrasting games. I think if I remember rightly off the top of my head, the Somerset game here, the ball went all over the place from sort of dusk onwards, and then in the day it did absolutely nothing. and the Yorkshire game here, where it did absolutely nothing, and the batters couldn't even get it off the square. It was just horrible to watch.
We were actually used years and years ago when I used to play in Div 3 in the women's county competition, which doesn't exist anymore.
Okay. Hannah Dolby to Holland. Oh, it's nipped back, and Holland just taking the bottom hand off the bat. That really has nipped back.
So we were used as a very early trial for the pink ball when it was just starting to be introduced, and there was lots of questions about its durability. And obviously at that level there's a lot more medium pace, in which in some of the cloudy conditions the ball was unhittable. It was pitching and swinging almost, completely unhittable, swinging to a wide at some points. And
wow.
it stopped being used then. We now use it in women's, at least in certain competitions in T20. It's fine enough for T20, it doesn't move as much, but there is issues with how quickly some of them fall apart.
Oh really?
Especially if there's slightly dew in the outfield or it's muggy conditions, the seam swells dramatically, and then it gives the bowling team a huge advantage, and it gets quite difficult to hit off the pitch.
Okay. Alan Dolby has got a man out of deep square, and that's just clipped around to that man out there in the deep. It was along the ground because it was quite a full delivery. Out there is George Garrett, single to Holland, takes him on to 33.
So yeah, I think it's a worthy experiment, and one which I'm sure we'll see continued, but there's plenty of questions around it and where it will kick off. Who knows, but it's good that some people can come in and see a bit of the evening session, at least with the free after tea policy here, but maybe even just considering pushing it back an hour in weather like this, so people coming after work can just see an extra hour. It's a good suggestion.
Hannah Dolby comes in and bowls short, and Abbott's on his toes there, plays that into the ground, fielded by Danny Briggs at backward of point. In fact, if you're having more days like yesterday, where you're finishing at about 7:10 on a normal day's play, well, you've got your day-night cricket there anyway. And I think I have to say, the way things are going this morning as well, it doesn't feel particularly quick. What have we had? We've had just over 8 overs bowled this morning. And what are we, nearly just over 40 minutes of play, so...
How would you fancy doing a day-nighter, Kev? You'd want to be tucked up in bed.
I do. From about 8:30 onwards would be my ideal time.
I want to be in the pub.
Well, yeah, I can understand that. Of course. Well, you were in the pub last night as Hannah Dolby bowls, and that's pushed up to mid-off, and there's no run. Should I say that because your dad might be listening?
No.
I can say that.
It was. Well, we actually went out for dinner. Just really craving burgers. Went out for that, and then the announcement came that there was a quiz on that night in this lounge, and we thought, why not? Let's do it. We're smart, intelligent girls. I'm sure we'll do fine. As it was a hot day, there wasn't many teams there. There was 5 teams there. You know what position we came in, and yeah, it was 5th.
I thought you weren't going to let on as to where you finished, but obviously you were quite happy to share that information. Here's Hannah Dolby, bowls on the line of Midland leg, driven by Abbott. They think about a single, but Will Rhodes does very well, moving smartly to his right at mid-on, and that will be the end of the over. 15 overs now Hannah Dolby has completed. He's bowled 15 out of 32. 2 for 32. He has 73 for 3. I must just pass this message on very quickly because Simon Jones, who's the cricket development manager at the Hampshire Cricket Board here, he says, can you please pass on my respect and good wishes to Mel, who spoke very well on many subjects, and particularly social media and how that can be not great. One of our best editions, he says, with Melissa and different author. Oh, is that a book? Duncan Stone, I think. That what he's talking about there is a podcast that the Hampshire Cricket Board put out. And that latest edition was out last week, I think it was. Mel's on that. So if you go on Twitter and you type in Hampshire Cricket Board.
I think it's called the Umpire Strikes Back podcast.
That's the one.
McAndrew to continue, bowling to Holland, who struck on the pad. That jumped in sharply, but a bit of bat involved. And actually it's him a lot higher up than first thought. Makes some readjustments and walks down the pitch.
Well, that ball change, it was 11-17, 47 for 3. For me, as the seam must be a bit harder, because for me this is just nipped around a fraction more in the last 20 minutes.
I must wonder whether, I've got some questions about this spare ball box, Because how many balls are in there? Surely there must be quite a few at this point, as McAndrew bowls, left alone by Holland outside the off stump. Then have they had to make another order mid-game because they're going through them so quickly?
Yeah.
And finally, the umpires could be a bit sneaky here. Maybe they just like, the players are complaining, you go, yeah, sure, we'll listen to you, swap the ball, and then bring it back on the next day. Would they know? Do they keep a tab on every single ball?
Well, would you
Can
put
they
an
recycle them?
would you put an out of shape ball back in the box? Because then if you're then having another ball change further down the line, you look at that and say, well, no, that's out of shape. So you can't. You have to throw it away, do you? I don't know.
McAndrew bowls and driven by Holland straight, but to the fielder at mid-off, no run, 73 for 3. I mean, they must surely go into the kind of training bags to be used as net balls and maybe given to the juniors to train with. But
maybe they're not back into shape then.
well, that's what I was going to. Is there a device which can kind of squeeze them? Maybe it could be gym training for the Hampshire players.
Just put your hands around it and just squeeze it with your palms.
Practice, the wrist strength for the leg spinners.
Yeah.
There's ways to recycle these balls.
Yeah.
Cricket balls are used quite a lot in interior design at the moment. As McAndrew bowls a shorter one, which is potentially edged through to the keeper. The Warwickshire fielders are celebrating. Holland was looking to just guide that one over the keeper's head, using the pace of the delivery from McAndrew, and actually the ball seems to have massively missed his bat and body there, but because it was such a late sharp swing, it gave the impression of an edge through to the keeper in slips, who went up, but not many other of the Warwickshire fielders.
That was a good bouncer again. He's got a good bouncer on him, hasn't he?
He's got good pace as well.
Yeah,
It's quite unsuspecting. He's not dramatically tall as a bowler, but he gives the kind of Neil Wagner kind of vibe. As in he comes again, strikes him in front, and nothing from the umpire. Holland backs away from the stumps here. He's been in all sorts of trouble this morning with that ball coming into him. Again, looking like that sliding down the leg side.
But again, it's nipped back off the seam. This ball change for me, it's doing more off the seam.
We need a big 6 to be hit up here to the commentary box from this ball. We'll smash this ball out of shape and we'll get a new one.
They never seem to pick an older ball, do they? One that does less.
McAndrew at the top of his mark. Final ball of the over. In, and sharp movement in again. Defended on the back foot from Holland to mid-on, and no run to complete that. Over 73 for 1. A maiden from McAndrew. He's bowling well here.
Mike Martin at Silent Sport, I think he tweeted you as well, Mel. He says, I love Mel's honesty about coming 5th in the quiz out of 5. Also love the answer on as to how many runs did Stuart Broad concede in an over. What's that?
Oh, so you know at the end of the quiz, you mark the other team's answers. I must say we were sat next to a very good other team who were quite strict with their marking as well. I hope they're not listening, because we gave them some few ones on the edge. So the question was how many, or something to go with, Stuart Broad conceded the most expensive over in Test cricket against India. How many runs were scored? And the table next to us wrote 200. So I know that the guy did bad, but it wasn't quite 200. But the real stress of that was us two couldn't quite remember at first how many runs he'd been hit for. And because our performance had been quite poor across the duration of the quiz already, we thought that the one cricket question we did have to get right. And fortunately, my friend pulled through with her cricket knowledge. But I would have got it wrong.
It was earlier this year, wasn't it?
Literally last week, wasn't it?
Last week, yeah. Danny Briggs, we've got a bit of spin, left arm spin. It's cut away by Abbott and well fielded at backward a point. We've got another rival to Danny Briggs at backward a point there. He's usually been fielding there and does rather well. And that was another good piece of film. That might be Garrett there, I think. 73 for 3 then. What's Danny Briggs going to find out of this pitch? Is he going to find anything out of this pitch? Comes round the wicket and bowls slightly wide, cut off the front foot this time by Abbott. Out into the covers, and there's no run.
I think this is a good choice against Abbott because he's played a few shots through the covers, and he's not looked as if he's going to just stay there and block. He will play his shots, and if Briggs just darts in a few quicker than slows one up, there is a chance Abbott could be caught in the covers.
It's flighted, and Abbott's stuck on the crease playing that one. Played that very late out into the offside.
And that is something Briggs is good at doing. He's quite a fast spinner, but I reckon on this pitch he may just slow it up a bit and give the ball some more air.
But cuts away again, doesn't time it, hits it into the ground as it bounces out to point. I think, well, yeah, I think the thing is with a spinner, isn't it? It's trying to find the right pace to bowl. So I guess your first few overs are literally finding the right pace. Is it slightly quicker? Is it slightly slower? Or am I going to vary my pace? That's just outside off stump and left alone. So I think in order to maybe find the best purchase off the wicket, and there hasn't been a lot, then you're trying to find the optimum pace and then vary it from there. But Danny Briggs had a reputation down here of not being the biggest spinner of the ball. As that's on the line of leg stump, and that's driven back to the bowler, and that'll be the end of the over. 73 for 3. That's a maiden for Danny Briggs, who I actually was not concentrating yesterday, but I think when he walked out to bat yesterday, got a reasonable round of applause for the time that he had here.
I think he's a well-liked player across the counties, really, and lots of people appreciate his efforts over many years of service, and it's good to see him still going strong here. Lead bowler for Warwickshire, leading this spin attack at least, and he's got just a few minor footholds to aim for from the bowling of Keith Abbott, of course, left-hander. Keith Barker, get myself mixed up. And especially as we go into that fourth innings, those footholds will be more pronounced, and he'll certainly have a few more divots in the pitch to be aiming for. But McAndrew continues and bowling to Holland. On 33, not out now of 95 deliveries. It's been an important knock for him as McAndrew in, defended straight back to him by Holland. No run.
Oh, now he's having his follow-through looked at now by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy at the far end. Of course, this is something that is going to affect Hampshire more than Warwickshire, as they'll be batting last on this pitch. We had O'Shaughnessy looking at Carl Abbott's follow-through in the Warwickshire innings. I think there was somebody else that had a quick, O'Shaughnessy had a quick word with. Certainly Carl Abbott he did, and now McAndrew here.
Two slips in, and the close catcher extra cover bowls, and this is slashed away to the boundary by Ian Holland. It was short and wide, and he got his hands through that shot, easily getting it away to the boundary. 77 for 3.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? You can see McAndrew there deliberately coming slightly wider to make sure he didn't run on the pitch, and so just upsets the line that he's been bowling. It's the first time he's given a bit of width for a while.
Yeah, but, you know, I think he's bowling quite an attacking spell here for Warwickshire. One more wicket, and Hampshire's going to be in a similar position to what Warwickshire looked like when they lost those quick wickets after the lunch break. So he's allowed to be attacking here, and now and again you're going to concede a few runs as he's in to Holland on his legs this time, tickled down to fine leg. Fielded for a single. Score moves on to 78 for 3 and brings Abbott back on strike, of which you probably suspect that the Hampshire batters, at least, Holland will feel more comfortable against the spin, or at least more established, and actually Abbott, if he's going to play his normal game, more likely to want to face the seam, and also it's a better competition for the crowd, because I want to see this battle play out. I want to see if we're going to get the short ball first up.
I think it'll be pretty quick. Was there 3 balls left in the over? I think you're right, one of them will be.
McAndrew in, and that's struck him on the pad, and the finger's gone up. Kyle Abbott gone. It was Fuller, he tricked him there. Kyle Abbott maybe thinking the shorter ball was coming, but this one was right up there, and that's absolutely plumb. Kyle Abbott does not hesitate to walk off the pitch, and there's the night watcher gone for Hampshire. 78 for 4 now. Just in a little bit of trouble, but it will bring Liam Dawson to the crease.
I think you're right, actually. I think he knew the bouncer was coming. It was just what number it was on in that the rest of that over. 3 balls. Is it the first one? Is it going to be the second one? He knew one was coming, and I think he was just a little late on that. Not great foot movement. And again, I think you have to give the bowlers some credit. So 78 for 4, and those two put on 41 for the 4th wicket.
It was a real promising partnership in the end there.
37, sorry, thanks, Clive.
And things had looked just a little bit easier Are we getting our maths mixed up?
Clive's still working, even though he's off. It was 41. I know my maths is rubbish, but I was a bit worried there because when Clive called that out, I thought, my God, I'm going even further downhill with my maths. And I know you've always told me your maths is not great.
Wow, you do yours mentally. I just use the calculator. The joy of modern technology.
Why use your head when there's something else to use? Why use your brain?
Yeah, exactly. You do all the algebra and formulas in school, but as soon as you get in the real world,
you don't use it.
It's just a swipe up.
Just call up Google something, don't you? A quick tweet here for Dave Allen. It's just a bit of time while the batters change over. Hampshire's honorary archivist at Solent Sport. He says, talking about the shape of balls, in the archive we have a lot of historic balls used by Shane Warne, Shackleton and Charlie Knotts, etc. Some back more than 100 years, and most are still in excellent shape. The good old days, he says. Perhaps we should go into the archive, get those balls and put them in the box.
Well, I was literally going to say early on the side, I was thinking, Dave's taken me up to that room and I've got to hold the kind of bats used by the players in the 40s and 50s, and yeah, there's plenty up there. So if the stock does get a bit short, if these ones sound a bit better than the ones we're using today. Yes, a player may have taken 7 wickets with one once and it might ruin its historical reputation, but it's needed. McAndrew in, and that's a bouncer first up for Dawson, who ducks underneath that competently and then walks to the side of the wicket. It's not a nice ball to receive first up.
That's a goodie. He's got a very good bouncer on him. He really has. I said last night, every team needs a McAndrew in their side. Really good batter, takes the attack to the bowlers, comes in, gives it absolutely everything when he bowls, no let up. And I just love the way this guy plays.
Would you consider yourself a McAndrew?
I wish.
Final ball of the over. In, and that's straight a clip down to fine leg by Dawson with a flare, and he gets off the mark. 79 for 4 at the end of that 35th over. Dawson retains the strike, and we were saying earlier yesterday with Hampshire's opening partnership, and how it hasn't quite flowed this season. Now with the wickets falling around him and Holland the established batter at the crease, he's made 150 this season so far for Hampshire, and is this not the prime opportunity for him to establish himself at the top of the order?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's not a great return, is it, really? Was it 81 in the first innings in the first game here against Somerset? In fact, that was the only innings that Hampshire had.
And then 49 against Somerset.
Which actually was a very good 49 on a pitch where the ball was hooping around all over the shop. But yeah, he still by now would want a biggish score, wouldn't you, in there somewhere along the line, as Dawson cuts Briggs out into the covers. And there is no runs, 79 for 4 Hampshire. Trailing currently by 138. But yeah, Ian Holland's a better player than that, but still only averages 25 career. As Dawson's on the back foot and misses, trying to cut that square on the offside. Ball may just have fractionally straightened on him, but only fraction as he goes down to pat the pitch down. That hasn't done a lot.
How long has he opened for Hampshire?
That's interesting. That's cut, and it's in the air over the top of Sibley at slip, and it's racing down towards third man for 4. It's not comfortable out there at the moment from a Hampshire point of view. I tell you what, he started opening, or he certainly opened in this fixture back in 2019, and he got 140 when Hampshire got 539, and Irwin Donald got 173. Tremendous batting on that day from Hampshire. I don't think he opened much before that, if I'm honest. Dawson just prods at that one. It's quite a full delivery. So we're talking about 2019, about halfway through 2019, somewhere around there.
I mean, speaking of openers, and with Liam Dawson at the crease, he opened the batting against Warwickshire in 2011.
That's right, I remember, yeah. It's pushed forward, out on the offside. Yeah, he was an opener for a season or two.
And he carried his bat against Warwickshire for 152 in a score of 324.
Oh, okay.
So
what year was that?
2011.
2011. So again, a very full delivery as Dawson plays that back to the bowler, and there's no run. End of the over, 83 for 4. Dawson has 5. Ian Holland has 38. I think I'm right in saying, I'm not sure Clive's in earshot here, but that 2011 game was the game that Warwickshire came here. Was that in September, that game played? Yeah, I think it was. And Warwickshire came here needing a victory to tie up the championship, and the game ended up being a draw, and they got pipped to the post. I think that was the second to last game of the season. I'd have to look it up. I'm sure there's one or two listening that will be able to say straight away, yes, you're right, Kev, but I'm sure the draw meant that I think it was Lancashire that then went on to claim the title from Warwickshire the following week, something like that. Yeah.
So almost an opposite of last year's championship.
Yes.
Where it was between Lancashire and Warwickshire. In comes McAndrew, and that's leg glanced by Holland straight to short mid wicket. No run. 83 for 4. You never know, it could be worth a go. In the 4th innings, if Hampshire are chasing a large total, send in Liam Dawson. Moving spinners up the order has sometimes worked.
It's getting warm again.
Wow, the weather said it was meant to be actually a lot more cloud cover going into this afternoon, so good news for people sat in the crowd as McAndrew bowls. That's back of a length and defended at the crease by Holland.
That's good news. He hits the deck, doesn't he? And he hits the deck and he hits the bat hard. You talk about, some bowlers kiss the deck. Some bowlers sort of bowl in a way that as you're batting, you know what it's like when you're batting, Mel. They sort of plays. The ball comes onto the bat pretty much how you expect it. And there are other bowlers that bowl and you play and he goes bang into the bat, goes bang. And you think, gosh, this guy's hitting my bat hard. And I think he's one of these.
I think I've had about 3 bats broken from bowlers like this. Always hitting the splice. As McAndrew bowls, and that's down the leg side. Holland just raises his hands, lets that one go.
I remember facing Craig White, the England. Oh, that's before you. That's before you, Mel. He's now actually one of the coaches at Thunder.
I probably would know him more likely from that,
would, yeah. And I remember facing him for the first time at Harrogate. And I'd seen him bowl and he was playing for England around that time, or something around there. And I remember facing him for the first time and people kept banging into my bat. I was thinking, gosh.
Stop that. Just go
I
up to
know,
him
it's
and say,
horrible.
Come on,
it was
calm
like
down.
Banging it into my hands. It was like bruising my hand.
McAndrew bowls and just dropped into the onside by Holland. Loud call of no. 83 for 4. I mean, it's that bowling with a heavy ball, isn't it?
Yeah.
And as you say, the shudders which come up your hand. Sometimes when the ball just hits the toe of your bat, you get the shudders. But sometimes it hits the middle. And I think I probably get that more when I'm at my men's training sessions and someone's using like a 2-pound ball made out of concrete and it hits the bat and you go, oh, it's horrible. But similar feeling to someone probably bowling at around 80 miles per hour in the county game.
Yeah. Got to make sure you put a bat on it.
In comes McAndrew, and that's cut through the covers by Holland. 2 wide from McAndrew. And that's the second boundary in that region for Holland in the last few overs. It's one of his favourite shots.
Every time this morning, McAndrew has just strayed fractionally sort of wide of off stump. Generally, the ball's been put away, isn't it? It's that sort of pitch. But if you get it in the right areas, it actually is quite difficult. And
it's annoying because Hannon Dolby and Garrett had those fantastic opening spells, and yes, it's usually impossible to bowl 6 amazing balls in the over, and of course not a maiden, but he's just bowling, as you say, that one ball which is a bit too loose, and suddenly once the boundary's been scored, the pressure's off Hampshire. They're ticking the scoreboard along.
Holland moves on to 42, 87 for 4. Hampshire trail by 130. Here's
final ball of the over. McAndrew bowls and looking to tickle that off his hip there. Holland's just struck on the 5 pad and finishes with a dot ball, 87 for 4.
Right, Mel's going to take my place. Clive Eakin will come in next to her for the next half hour. 87 for 4 then. Ian Holland is on 42, having started the day on 20. Kyle Abbott, the one that's gone after 53 minutes of play. LBW to McAndrew for 19. Dawson has 5. Hampshire trail by 113. Clive Eakin is back, and as I say, alongside him will be Mel Story.
Yes, thank you, Kevin. Which haven't quite matched the discipline they bowled with yesterday. 45 runs in 14 overs this morning. Got the 1 wicket. Kyle Abbott, the night watchers. Danny Briggs. Well, that's caused 1 or 2 problems. Comes into bowl. That's carved to behind square by Dawson, but it's cut off by George Garrett, so there's no run. And it remains 87 for 4. It's one of the reasons why I'm not overly keen on the Night Watcher tactic, because Warwickshire are getting a bit frustrated now they've got a wicket. Yes, it's a lower order batter, but it's a wicket which will just have lifted them a little bit, and that's pushed out to the offside for no run by Dawson. I mean, he did his job, Carl Abbott, no criticism of that, but just having that lower order batter that you can bowl to at this stage can just give the team a lift when it was, I wouldn't say it was drifting away from them, but it was getting a little frustrating. That's a forward defensive for no run by Dawson.
These last 2 deliveries from Briggs have been a fantastic line, and Dawson's almost been squared up a few times these last few overs.
Slipping a forward short leg, and that was just outside off stump. He just tries to make room to push it through the offside, Dawson, but he can't pierce the inner field.
I think that's a good tactic as well from Briggs. If he can get the majority of balls in the over straight a line, when he puts that one more outside the off stump.
Comes in now to bowl, pitches that one up, floats that one in, and it's defended.
Then Dawson's going to be tempted to make the most of that wider delivery. We saw there, giving himself some room, and that always runs the risk of the arm ball coming into him or inside edges through to the keeper. It's not a flat bat shot.
Short legs move to short cover, and it's another forward defensive by Dawson. Decent over again by Danny Briggs, and he's bowled 3 overs for 4 runs so far. It's 87 for 4, and that was Briggs' second maiden.
Hampshire in their innings just used the bowling, or the spin bowling, of Dawson. We didn't see anything from Felix Organ in the end, so I was just wondering, I mean, apart from the spin option of Briggs, you know this team better than I do, is there any other part-time spin options?
Yeah, Matt Lamb sometimes bowls a bit. Robbie Ace is not on the side, so obviously he can't, but Matt Lamb would be the one. Dan Mosley was possibly Dan Mosley. He bowls in T20. But I think as long as Briggs is going well, they'll probably just stick with a long spell from him.
McAndrew continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Ian Holland, who's pushing that to mid-wicket. Gently, no run. Yeah, I'm not sure it's quite on day 2, the surface, where you'd have spin at both ends. As I said, not quite Chelmsford. But as we go into...
Well, they only have spin at one end, don't they? Just Simon Armour, both from one end, take all the wickets.
Is there there's no cap on how many overs you can bowl in this, so realistically, if he wanted to bowl 40 overs from one end, he could just keep going. I'm sure he'd be a little bit tight, but I'm sure he'd take wickets before the end of those 40 overs, as in comes McAndrew, and again looking to turn this into the onside was Holland, and a bit of a late movement away from him means he's struck on the 5 pad again. He's doing a few exercises there at the crease now just to get his feet moving. Because if anything this morning, Holland's played a few lovely shots through the covers, but there's been minimal foot movement still. He almost leans back on that back leg and just waits for the ball to come to him, and it's all about the hands. But he's got to get his feet moving here to McAndrews, bowling a dangerous spell into his 13th over now, and 5 maidens already. He's past the umpire. Bowls driven to mid-off. And you feel as well, apart from those few boundaries, he's not quite timing everything. When Dom Sibley came out to bat yesterday, you just felt as if he was hitting everything sublimely as he got into his innings. But Holland hasn't quite settled yet this morning just yet.
He's doing a good job though. Does it? He was on, what was he on? He was on 20 overnight. He's had 22 so far this morning.
And a big role for him to play today. Needs some runs for Hampshire at the top of the order. McAndrew in, and this is kept out by Holland, pushed into the offside. Playing around that front pad a little bit. Again, comes down the pitch just to have a chat to Dawson at the other end.
He's bowling well again, McAndrew. Odd loose ball this morning, but as I say, I don't think Warwickshire's bowling performance has been quite as disciplined as yesterday. It's not been all over the place by any means, but just a few more 4 balls than they bowled yesterday.
McAndrew has a slip and a gully now as he charges into bowl in, and that's a wayward delivery down the leg side. It's gone for 4. 4 wides, 4 byes.
Wait, yes, byes. That's
That's
very unfair on Michael
incredibly-
Burgess.
Looking at that replay, it pitched at almost in the centre of the pitch, swung probably about a metre past Burgess' outstretched hand. There was no way he was ever getting that, and I agree, an incredibly harsh bye on the keeper there.
Maybe the umpire felt that it was still swinging when it went, so it wasn't wide when it went past the batter, even though it was well out of Burgess's reach.
After that delivery, McAndrew there just looked down at his spikes and maybe signs of more players just slipping in that popping crease as he's in again and tucks up Holland, who works into the vacant square leg region, and they get through for a single, 92 for 4.
Actually, before he delivered the delivery, he was trying to get some grit out of his spikes, and whether he slipped there a little bit, I don't know. In fact, he's now sitting down and adjusting his boots, so there might have been an issue there. Just that one way with delivery. It doesn't go against his figures, it does go against the team.
And again, another over of his where a boundary has been conceded one way or another, which is undermining not only the pressure which he's building up from the other deliveries in the over, but also that what Briggs is doing at the other end, who's bowled 3 overs and 2 maidens so far.
So Ireland, New Zealand is underway at Dublin. Not a great start by Ireland though, they're 10 for 2. Briggs to bowl. Jake Lintott's got a wicket for the England Lions. He's gone for a few runs, 1 for 16 in his 3rd over. He's got a wicket. Briggs bowls, and that's nicely played by Holland through the offside for 4. And it's a big shot at the start of the over. They're getting tied down from Briggs, but Holland playing that one away really well to move on to 47. It's been a reasonably good morning so far for Hampshire.
Yeah, too many boundary balls. And Holland moves on to 47, 1 shot away from that half century.
He's gone back to having a forward short leg and a slip. He's briefly swapped the short leg for short cover in the last over. That one's a better ball. It's defended out to the offside for no run. Pretty hot and close day again here at Southampton. A bit more cloud in the sky, so it might be slightly more forgiving on the players out there. Briggs bowls a slightly quicker ball, a bit of turn there I think, as that's pushed into the gully area by Holland.
It's still a bit sticky though, isn't it? I mean, I think the worst thing about the English weather is just the humidity rather than the direct sunlight.
In comes Briggs round the wicket and bowls that one on leg stump. It's pushed out to mid wicket for no run.
Yeah, it's an interesting team for the England Lions. I heard you guys talk about it earlier, but good to see both Jake Lintott and Rehan Ahmed in the squad.
That one's pushed out to the offside for no run.
Two wrist spinners working in tandem.
It looks like they're playing a squad game as well. Don't think they've actually named 11s. So in comes Briggs with a quicker ball, pushed out the offside, no run. And that's the end of the over. That 4 at the beginning of the over makes it a good over for Hampshire. Holland on 47, Hampshire 96 for 4 now after 40.
And a big Warwickshire contingency in that game, as well as Somerset. I mean, they've got Tom Banton with Tom Abel and Will Smead in that. So I think your 2 counties dominating the proceedings there.
Yeah, 3 Warwickshire players there. Adam Hose, Jake Lintott and Sam Hain.
No one from Hampshire, which
is a bit annoying from Warwickshire's point of view.
Well, there was quite a lot of talk when the T20 squad was announced recently, as well as this England Lions squad, that there was no James Vince, based on his recent white ball form.
I mean, I suppose you would have to question what's the point in Vince playing for the Lions. They know what he does, what he can do.
As McAndrew in, and that's worked past mid-wicket. They were looking for a single there as Dawson advanced down the pitch but sent back by his partner at the other end. Yeah, it's strange that obviously, I guess the only criticism of James Vince now is perhaps, are they saying he's too old to be in the squad, but then you've got the likes of Dawid Malan batting at 3, similar age for England, and both of the players seem to be in pretty good form at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think age should be a bar.
Moeen Ali into his 30s as well, in that England squad as McAndrew in, and that's a leg stump line delivery, push to mid-on, no run taken, 96 for 4. And of course Richard Gleeson making his debut for England the other day, and he's 28, 29.
Did well, didn't he? Bowled well so in the first game.
I mean, I think people were quite surprised who haven't followed him for Lancashire, just the pure pace he bowled, and he was certainly one of those bowlers Kevin James was talking about who almost kisses the surface and catches you out with his pace, as that's left alone by Dawson outside the off stump.
Elsewhere, Lewis Goldsworthy out for 130 for Somerset. They're 361 for 7 against Lancashire. We're past the bonus point stage there, so Lancashire restricted to 2 bowling points. I think Somerset will have got their 4 batting points. Essex charging ahead, 180 for 1, replying to Gloucestershire's 136. Kent 34 for 2, they're in trouble at Canterbury, replying to Northants 303. Yorkshire, they're back on at Scarborough, and they're still in bonus point territory. Yorkshire heading for maximum bonus points.
As McAndrew bowls and defended into the offside by Dawson.
I should say maximum batting points, 394 for 5. 2 batters, Adam Lythe's on 170 and Jonathan Tattersall's on 114. You mentioned Jonathan Tattersall yesterday in terms of wicket keepers who might be knocking on the England door, so they're going very well at Scarborough. And Worcestershire, close game against Middlesex, 170 for 7. They're still 18 runs behind. Durham in a spot of bother at Chester Street against Derbyshire, 56 for 4 and applied to 283.
McAndrew past the umpire, bowls and work down to deep square leg. Single taken, 97 for 4.
And Sussex in no trouble at all at 471 for 4. They've got maximum batting points against Leicestershire. Nottinghamshire 93 for 1, replying to Glamorgan's 318. You can follow all the details of all the action elsewhere by going to the BBC Cricket page and following the live County Championship page.
Just the one run off this McAndrew over so far. He'll be hoping not to concede a boundary on this final delivery as he bowls to Holland, who drops it by his feet, and that's a dot to finish the over. Good over from McAndrew. Holland poised still on 47. He's struggling to find those 3 runs to propel him to his half century. In Hampshire 97 for 4. That Surrey-Yorkshire game is going to be quite an interesting one in terms of the County Championship Division 1 table. Of course, playing the top of the table, Surrey at the moment, but Yorkshire currently in 5th. If they continue to pick up those bonus points up there, then we could see a bit of a shift in the table. Just for anyone unfamiliar, Surrey in 1st position at the moment, and Hampshire, Lancashire, Essex in 4th, Yorkshire 5th, Warwickshire, Kent, Northampton, Somerset and Gloucestershire.
Somerset actually did only get the 3 batting points in the end. I'm just checking on the BBC County Cricket page, confirming that. They're playing Lancashire at Blackpool. So Danny Briggs into bowl. He's got back to a short cover, who almost stops that one as a defensive shot by Dawson. Eventually it's a stop by Alex Davis. There's no run. Good over that one from McAndrew, just the 1 run off it, which if they're not getting wickets, need to try and prevent the runs being scored. Briggs gives that one a bit of air. It ended up being a full toss, and it's played away by Dawson. It won't go all the way with it. Despairing dive from Matt Lamb. I think he dived a fraction too early and couldn't stop it, and it's gone for 4, and it brings up the 100 for Hampshire.
Yeah, I think he suspected the ball was going to go to the boundary a bit easier then, and then suddenly realised that no, there was an opportunity for him to bring it in, and as you say, dove too early, and it was all a bit of a mess in the end. But a good shot from Dawson moves him on to 10. They'll need a partnership, these two out there in the middle. 2 experienced players for Hampshire who have done this plenty of times before.
In comes Briggs again, gives that bit of air. It's left by Dawson.
Every time there's a leave now, I think in panic of the Lamb dismissal in the first innings.
Well, I think there were 3 in the Warwickshire innings, weren't there?
Yeah, it was a few bad
left. And hit the stumps. Briggs in again, and that one is drifting away. It's carved nicely by Dawson down to 3rd. They're beginning to get some runs off Danny Briggs now, Hampshire. And 4 more to Dawson. This will be a concern for Warwickshire. The 100 came in 248 balls, so the second 50 was pretty brisk. Only 92 balls for the second 50, with just the 1 wicket lost. So, let's say, not quite the same discipline as yesterday from Warwickshire. And Hampshire moving the scoreboard on. Just lost night watcher Kyle Abbott. Briggs comes in to bowl to Dawson, 4 defensive, fielded by Chris Benjamin, who's the fielder at short cover. City mid-off, if you like. It's in comes Briggs, and that's again pitched up and played to mid-on. I think it ended up being a low full toss. It's stopped by Ollie Hannon-Dolby. A lucrative over for Hampshire, 105 for 4. A couple of boundaries to Liam Dawson, who's on to 14.
Yeah, the pressure which was applied so well between Hannon-Dolby and Garrett at the beginning of this day's play has just been lost a little bit as Holland's gaining confidence out there in the middle, and actually Dawson striking at a good rate there. He's a positive player and not one who can really get bogged down too much in the middle. Even in situations before where Hampshire's been a few down, such as today, he'll look to play his own game and bring out the shots, and he'll feel confident playing against the spin of Briggs.
And we're going to see George Garrett back into the attack. Warwickshire in need of a wicket. George Garrett will try to get that. We still haven't seen Will Rhodes. He'll eventually come to the attack, I'm sure, to give his seamers a bit of a break. But it's Garrett.
Yeah,
coming on now.
They had the benefit of bowling those overs at the end of yesterday's play and then coming fresh this morning. It'll probably be these 4 bowlers and working together for quite a bit before we maybe see a change as Garrett in, and that's dropped by the feet of Holland into the onside. No run again. Still, he's on 47. He's looking for that boundary to move him to just his second half century of the season in red ball stuff, and it'll give him some confidence. And he actually hasn't been playing in the T20s for Hampshire this season, but I'm sure he'll be a part of their 50 over side when a few players depart to play in the 100, and he'll be looking to just take some confidence into the rest of this competition and that one as he leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
I think those players who didn't play in the T20 might have benefited from the break. I know we had 1 championship game, so Nathan McAndrew, I was saying last night, I think benefited from the slight easing down of playing, getting a break in the T20, just playing that 1 championship match at Northampton while that was on. It might be that Ian Holland's benefited a little bit as well.
The top of his mark, Garrett charges in, and that's edged but falls short, and mainly runs along the ground to gully. Striving hard at that one, Holland, and playing a bit in front of his body as George Garrett continues to poke away at that menacing line. He's into his 9th over now, 4 maidens, 17 runs, no wicket. But he's bowled well and I think is deserving of a wicket.
Tidy stop from Dan Mosley. There is a sweep on the offside.
So it does give him that option of just hanging a few outside the off stump. He's got protection. Warwickshire noticing they need to stem the flow of boundaries as Holland drives to mid-off. No run, 105 for 4. Mentioning the 100 in Hampshire losing a few players in the 50 over competition, what's the Warwickshire squad going to be looking like as their players?
Have you got your whites with you? They're going to lose a lot of players they did last year. So I'm not sure they can full list, but I mean most recently young Dan Mosley's been drafted in.
As Garrett bowls and left alone by Holland.
So he's been drafted into the 100. Sam Hain is involved, Adam Hose, Jake Lintott will play in the 100, Danny Briggs.
Has Benjamin been scouted for?
Yeah, Benjamin I think is in the 100. Pretty sure he is, yeah, will be. So yeah, there's they're going to lose quite a few players. I mentioned Jake Lintott, so he's going to be in there as well. And
Garrett bowls straighter, tickled into the onside, no run.
with that in mind, they've actually signed, it's quite nice to see actually, a commitment to the 50 over game. They've signed Krunal Pandya, the Indian all-rounder, for him to, because they have no real spin options other than very inexperienced players. So they've brought in Krunal Pandya, so he will strengthen them a little bit. But yeah, they're going to do it that last season. We'll see a few squad players, a few young players will get an opportunity.
Well, especially with those injuries you were speaking about, with the likes of, well, Chris Wokes is still set to play in the 100 now, despite his current injury.
Yeah, likewise Ollie Stone. So even though those players come back, they won't be available. Liam Norwell, I suppose, could be conceivably.
Henry Brook, is he playing at the
That's
moment?
a good. He is playing at the moment. I can't remember whether he's in the 100 or not.
And Jacob Bethel, he's been picked up by one of the teams, I think, this year.
Yeah.
Welsh Fire, maybe.
That's why that he would be the other spin option. So that's why they've recruited Pandya. So yes, it will be a very different sort of team. It was last season. We still quite enjoyed it. Quite enjoyed the competition. It's good to see certain players playing Briggs bowls. That's a 4 defensive. There's no run. Manoj Johal got a bit of first team experience, and no doubt he'll be involved again.
It was a similar picture at Hampshire with a few of the young guns like Toby Albert, Tom Prest, Scott Curry all getting a chance to play.
Briggs in, and that's played to mid-on. There's no run.
And actually it was quite comforting that some of their performance were recognised in the 50 over stuff, and consequently they've been given more opportunities in the 2020 so far this season. So it's a good chance to see the young talent on display.
That was played out into the deep and the offside. There is a sweeper there, so there's just the 1 run.
I think Jake Lintot's coming down here.
Yeah, Henry Brooks is part of the Birmingham Phoenix 100 squad, so he won't be available either. It's good for these players to be involved in that. As in comes Briggs, quicker ball, and just playing back to it. Holland just gets to it in time, plays it to the offside. There's no run.
I must say I'm particularly delighted for Jake Lintott. I mean, the story of him being a teacher and then being called up and now travelling to play in international T20 leagues.
Yeah, it's a bit of a leading edge out into the onside. A bit of a, what happened with that one? But there was a bit of excitement. The ball going up in the air briefly from Dawson, but he's gone through for a single. Well, Lintott was trying quite hard to make a career in cricket and played quite a few second 11 teams. Eventually it was Warwickshire who took a punt on him. That's a swing and a miss by Dawson. That was a short and wide, slightly untidy shot from Dawson. Gets away with it. End of the over, and it's 107 for 4 Hampshire.
And one of the reasons I think he's so deserving as well is that he has a lot of interactions with fans, and you see him offering before one of the Birmingham Bears T20 games, he arrived an hour early to the game so he could meet a young aspiring spinner and give him, I think he gave him about an hour's training session, which was really nice. He really makes an effort with fans and young spinners in the game to give them some tips and attention, and just seems like a really good guy.
Yeah, he's done well.
Garrett continues from the pavilion end. Just the 1 slip in now as he bowls, and this is tickled to fine leg by Holland. He moves on to 49, apologies. So he's not losing his head as he approaches that half century. And it brings Dawson back on strike. He's 15, not out. And for Dawson, the gully is brought in. Just a slight change of field as those fielders inch closer. The sweeper on the cover boundary is brought in, and there's clear intent here from Warwickshire that they want to be bowling at the newer of the 2 batters and just frustrate Holland by depriving him of the strike. So Garrett in past the umpire, and that's a leg stump line pushed to mid wicket by Dawson. No run, 108 for 4. And the point situation in this game at the moment, Hampshire have 3, Warwickshire have 2. So even at the moment, and not quite in the situation yet where Hampshire's going to be similar to Yorkshire, looking at the 400 marks. I've spotted the 100 page up in front of you. You did a bit of research.
Just checking all the players. I thought one or two are playing for teams outside Birmingham. Danny Briggs playing for Oval Invincibles.
There's Garrett in, and that's a streaky inside edge down to fine leg from Dawson. Just the bottom inside edge of the bat there. He just got it down in time. He moves on to 16.
Alex Davis is with Southern Brave, along with Jake Lintott.
So you've stolen a few of your players down here.
Yeah, well, we've got Adam Hose is up the Northern Chargers. So it will be quite a thin 50 over squad.
There's Garrett in, and that's a fiddle outside the off stump from Holland on 49. Now that's the first sign of nerves from him. It was a shorter, wide hit me ball, and with that cover sweeper out, there's always the temptation just to knock it there for a single. But good bowling from Garrett. Well, I'm sure Kevin James will know the full list of the Hampshire players playing in the hundreds. I think not as negatively impacted as some of the teams such as Warwickshire. I think Lancashire, another team who's basically got their entire first 11 out, and Surrey probably the same. As in comes Garrett. This is worked square leg for no run, 109 for 4.
Yeah, Jacob Bethel and Sam Hain with the Welsh Chargers, and hopefully Welsh Fire rather. Hopefully Hain will get to play in it a bit more last year. He was a late draft last year and got to, I think, face about 12 balls, which he did well in, playing for a team that didn't even do very well. Couldn't get into their starting side, but now that he's an original draft with Welsh Fire, you would think that he'll get plenty of game time with them.
Final ball of the over from Garrett, who's in, and that's dropped into the offside, looking for the single. Holland again, he's desperate to get that half century. Sent back by Dawson, and that completes the over. Hampshire 109 for 4 off 45, and Kevin James will be going back into the commentary box.
Thank you, Melissa. So, well, it's been a pretty good morning for Hampshire. They're not exactly raced away, but they're progressing steadily enough. 67 for 1 in the session now, and half an hour to go, and they're now just over halfway to Warwickshire's first innings total. 4 wickets down, one of whom is a lower order batter. Danny Briggs with the silly mid off, and the slip comes into bowl. It's pushed out by Dawson for no run. He's in again. Briggs gives that one a little bit of air, but it's pushed into the deep for a single by Dawson, so he's on to 17. 110 for 4. Kevin will be doing an update any moment, so I might stop mid-stride here, but anyway, Danny Briggs comes into bowl to Holland. Again, gives it a bit of air. Holland plays it to mid-wicket, can't get it past down Mosley. Dot ball. Briggs wearing sunglasses. Oval Invincibles player comes into bowl. That's on leg stump, just straying a little bit too much down the leg side. It'll be a single for Holland. Brings up his half century. For 131 balls, 7 fours. Good effort from Ian Holland.
Good timing for my quick 30-second update. Here we go. Here we go, coming up. Try and sum up an hour and a half in 30 seconds. You come to us just at a good time, actually. Hampshire 111 for 4 in reply to that Warwickshire total of 217. So they trailed by 106. And Ian Holland has just brought up his half century. Only his second half century of the season for the Hampshire opener. And that came off 131 balls. Liam Dawson is out there on 18. One wicket that has fallen this morning. Night watchman Kyle Abbott, who lasted just under 55 minutes this morning. He was LBW to the Australian pace bowler for 19. Hampshire then 112 for 4. It's pushed out on the next side. Sorry, it's you again, isn't it? Sorry.
Yes, a couple of runs out into the deep. End of the over. So I like the way the presenter said a quick update, as if to say, don't be too long. Don't interrupt my programme for too long.
Do you know, it's quite interesting. I'm under a time constraint. I don't know if you guys are. I know a lot of BBC commentators up and down the country aren't. Are you sort of?
Oh, well, not specifically, but I think I'll soon be told if I went on for too long.
Yeah, I mean, some of them do, don't they? I'm told that I mustn't do more than 30 seconds. If everybody's wondering how long that took 32. So I'll probably get a rap on the knuckles.
Need to edit that a bit then.
Yeah, 2 seconds over. They won't like that back at Solent. Don't forget, of course, we're on the BBC Sport website and app, which has had 1 or 2 problems, but we are okay, so we'll have no worries for the rest of the game. That's good news, he says. And of course, we are also on the live picture feed, which is going to the Hampshire Cricket website, also back to the Warwickshire Cricket website, and also, if you so wish, if you download the Hampshire Cricket app, you can also pick up the live pictures and our commentary on that as well. 1:14 for 4. That app is free to download, by the way. It's going to be Garrett from the pavilion end then, right arm over. He's looked impressive, the youngster. Bows into his 11th over. In behind that is Liam Dawson. Pushes that up to mid-on, and there's no run. So Hampshire effectively this morning have added, I should have worked that out before I'd even said there were 42 for 3.
They were. so that's
72.
I'll get that before you.
Thank you. Thanks, Clive. I knew your maths would be quicker than mine. Yeah, 72 runs in an hour and 35. And I think I heard you say earlier when you were on with Melissa that the second sort of 50 odd runs has come quite quickly. As Dawson pushes back to the bowler and there's no run.
Yeah, 72 on 23 overs today. The second 52, 92 balls. Yeah. So I mean, they haven't got away from Warwickshire, but Warwickshire haven't quite been able to maintain the total control they had.
Probably
in the
reflects
final session yesterday.
Yeah, probably reflects the fact that the ball, of course, is getting a bit softer. Even though we've only had 1 change actually this morning. Which is unusual. We've had about an hour and 15 with this ball, so it's probably due a change. I'm just looking at the over rate actually, because it hasn't been the best on either side, if I'm honest. As Garrett comes in on the line of leg stump, Dawson turns that away to mid-wicket and there's no run. I think I can see on the board that Warwickshire are 2 overs behind the over rate, which is quite incredible really when you think that we were past 7 o'clock last night, and this morning we've had 23 and a bit overs. Yeah. Which you would think would be a little bit behind, but of course they are getting time because of the ball changes and because we had a drinks break this morning. I don't think we have.
No.
So we've made up a couple of minutes on that anyway. Garrett again then comes in and bowls. Dawson pulls that away on the leg side in the air, but safe through square leg, and that will go over the rope now. Deliberate short ball there from Garrett, didn't get it quite high enough. Dawson moves on to 22, 118 for 4. Hampshire trail now by 99.
Yes, he's persisting with that tactic from time to time. Garrett hasn't quite got the short balls right. It was fielded down on the wide long leg boundary. Should the shot have been miscued. And indeed, Ollie Handolby in that position looks like he's preparing to come back into the bowling. Still not seen Will Rhodes.
I'm sure he might have an over or 2, mightn't he, before lunch? I don't know. Certainly after lunch. Maybe not long after lunch as Garrett comes in and bowls, and that's forward. Is Dawson up towards mid-off. I think as the ball gets older, they'll probably just sort of keep things rotating a little bit, because it does get hard work when this ball gets soft, and I think Warwickshire are just starting to find that out. I don't know if Mel mentioned the tweet earlier from Mike Martin, because we were talking about 2011. I know Clive will know this. We were talking about the 2011 game, or Mel brought it up. The fact that Dawson opened back in those days, 152 not out he made in the first innings. I'm just checking. I think it was before Clive came on actually. That's a full delivery again as Dawson punches that up towards mid-off end of the over. 118 for 4. Danny Briggs was playing for Hampshire in those days, and it was a game where Warwickshire needed to win, but it was a draw. And I didn't realise this, but Warwickshire earlier in the season had been deducted 8 points.
Yeah.
What was that?
Pitched. It was. Dare I say it, Worcestershire moaning a lot. It was down to there wasn't a great pitch in the match against Worcestershire. There were, Warwickshire argued, mitigating circumstances, but they weren't given much sympathy. In the end, it didn't really matter. Though they did miss out on the championship, the 8 points were either neither here nor there. They got to the stage where if they beat Hampshire, they're champions. If they didn't, they wouldn't be, and that would have been the same even if they hadn't been docked 8 points. So it didn't really matter. But yes, I remember, you know, if you talk about that game. Yeah, we turned up on the final day expecting to see Warwickshire lift the title, but they just couldn't get anything out of the pitch on the final day. And I think they did bowl Hampshire out eventually, but too late to be able to win the game.
Yeah.
So Ollie Hannon Dolby is coming in from this end, and it went to those lovely people in Lancashire instead. Finally won a championship for the first time since the Flintstones, I think. Anyway, in comes Ollie Hannon Dolby to bowl to Ian Holland. 2 slips in place, and that's good. Line on length. He has a little glare at the batter. He hits it back to him. He stops it with one hand, Ollie Hannon Dolby.
Yeah, already had one spell this morning. Opened up from this end, 5 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10.
Yeah, top wicket taker for Warwickshire this season.
Is he 32 now, isn't he? Yeah, came into this game with 30. Yeah. Sorry, you've got all the stats down.
Yeah, but the page did one of those annoying things where it decided to scroll down when I hadn't asked it to. Yeah, 32 it is. I mean, way ahead of the next one on the list, which is Danny Briggs, and he comes to bowl, and that's played out to square leg for a single by Holland. It's on to 53.
He's obviously shouldering quite a lot of the attack, isn't he?
Yeah.
It's all on his shoulders. Consistent.
Yeah, I mean, Craig Miles has played quite a lot this season. He's been rested for this game, but he hasn't quite managed to repeat his efforts of last season. Liam Norwell, of course, has been out most of it. Ollie has got 1 fifer this season. Warwickshire have only managed 2 fifers. One of them was Ollie Hannon Dolby, actually in a losing cause against Somerset at Taunton. Liam Norwell's fifer was also in a losing cause, so it seems when Warwickshire bowlers get 5 wickets, they lose the game. Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl to Dawson, and Dawson pushes it onto mid-on, delivery on off stump, and it's no run.
Whisk him out of the attack then if he takes 4.
Yeah. Well, 119 for 4. This is the point where Warwickshire were thinking if only we'd got 250, 275, we'd still be in a very sound position, but they underachieved. That calamitous collapse after lunch. They did rescue it a bit with the 8th and 9th wicket stands, but still ended up with a total shorter than they would have felt they needed. But that's a good ball for Hannon Dolby. He's appealing for an LBW. Was there an inside edge onto that, I wonder? Because he wasn't appealing all that vociferously. I think he was appealing to say, wasn't that a good ball? I mean, I know it might not be out, but I'm going to shout because that's a good ball. Anyway, it is not out.
Wow. He always finds something, doesn't he? HD. Do you call him HD? Or do you go through?
Oh, well, I don't particularly, but no. Yes, I think people do know him as HD. Comes in now to bowl to Dawson. Again, accurate delivery. Dawson this time gets a good clunk of wood on that. Back to the bowler.
Yeah, he just finds something. You always think when he comes on to bowl, there's a ball in that over which is just going to do something and ask a big question of the batter. On a pitch which is not fantastically responsive, but he's got the ball to seam around a little bit today, isn't he?
He has. Virat Kohli's missing the one-day international because of what's described as a mild groin strain. Mild groin strain, that one as well by Hannon Dolby. It's pushed out to the onside, there's no run. England have got, well, their team is Jason Roy, Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root, Ben Stokes, Josh Butler, Liam Livingston, Moeen Ali, soon to be of Warwickshire, Craig Overton, David Willey, Bryden Carse and Reece Topley.
Everybody's coming to you guys now, aren't they?
Yeah, well, you know.
Barnard.
Yeah, Barnard.
They all want to play at Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Apart from Sibley.
Yeah.
There's worse places to play, isn't there? To be fair. Especially if you're a batter. John Cena, hope I've got that right, at Sonnet Sport, has tweeted, with regards to the over rate, do they make allowances for wickets and ball changes, etc.?
Yes.
Of course they do.
That's the answer to that.
Yeah. Like our flurry of wickets in our session yesterday. Is it the rate? Or is it the rate? No, they do make allowances. The umpires will sort of say you've got a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I think they get a couple of minutes out for every wicket, don't they?
Yeah, especially here because it seems to be quite a long walk off. Or some of the players make it look a long walk off anyway.
Hold up now. I think maybe is it one of those windows? I mean, we can't see it, but maybe for the batters outside. Well, I asked him to shut a window actually.
Yeah, it's on the first floor. Yeah, just above the right of the sight screen. Yeah. It's shut now, hopefully firmly. Is it me? It's Garrett from the pavilion end. Bowls, and that's turned away nicely through the leg side, behind square. He's timed it well. Hannah Dolby comes round and just cuts it off before it goes over the rope, and they'll come back for 3. Ian Holland. I don't think the applause is for the 3. I think it's more for the Hannah Dolby piece of fielding. Actually, 122 for 4. Holland moves on to 56. That'll be a very popular half century, by the way, for Ian Holland. He's a really nice guy, and he's worked hard at his batting. He joined Hampshire several years back, basically as a bowling all-rounder. And I think at the time, if anybody said that he'd be opening the batting on a regular basis, you would have said absolutely no way. But he's worked hard at it. He's battled through opinions, basically, as to whether he should be opening the batting, but only his second one of the season, but as I say, it'll be a very popular one. Short, and it's pulled away by Dawson. It bounces just in front of Hannah Dolby, who actually, to his credit, tried to get into the catch, I think, and it bounced in front of him, and in the end, it's gone past him for 4. Slightly uppish from Dawson.
It was a decent effort. I don't think he had a chance, but he sacrificed the 4 in a despairing attempt to try and take the catch.
He almost sacrificed himself there, because actually when it bounces like that in front of you, you never know where it's going. But yeah, credit to him.
That's probably Garrett's most successful short ball so far, in that it did reduce almost a sniff of a chance.
I agree. Dawson on to 26. Here's Garrett again, 126 for 4. Bowls. Dawson works that full delivery up to mid-on. Quite a strong shot, but straight at the fielder. I think that's Will Rhodes there. And Hampshire at the moment trail by 91 with just under 15 minutes to go until the luncheon interval. And they've only lost the 1 wicket this morning, and that was night watchman Kyle Abbott.
Yeah, definitely Hampshire session unless Warwickshire suddenly get a couple before lunch. And they haven't let them get away, but it's been nonetheless, they've accumulated nicely, Hampshire, this morning.
Yeah, I think it's just how Warwickshire now negotiate this ball, isn't it, through to 80 overs, assuming Hampshire bat that long. That's very full off the bottom of the bat there from Dawson as he digs that out towards mid-on. It is, you know, I mean, it's important the first 20, 25, 30 overs or so, because obviously the batters have got to negotiate the hard ball, but you get the feeling that when you get through sort of overs 35, 40 and then on to 80, assuming the innings last that long, that actually is equally as important, because how you do against that kind of determines where we're at in you know, in this early stages of the game. I mean, if Warwickshire can have a good session with over the next 30, 40 overs, say, then you'd be happy. Well, that's wide and it's cut, but it's off a top edge. Garrett looks really disappointed with that delivery. It goes down to third man, certainly not where Dawson was aiming, but once it goes over the slips and the gully area, then there's nobody out there. That's the 50 partnership. 52 between Dawson and Holland, and that's come off 85 deliveries.
Yeah, Garrett frustrated the first 50 partnership with the innings then. Warwickshire managed 3 of those, 2 of them down the lower order, but none of them went much beyond 50. 63 for the first wicket was the most lucrative partnership. 57 for the 8th and 56 for the 9th.
So it just goes to show, doesn't it, really? Batting gets easier as the ball gets softer. So Dawson now on to 30. Faces Garrett once more, right arm over from that pavilion end. Good length, good tight line as Dawson just pushes that up to mid-on, and that's the end of the over. And Hampshire now trail by 87.
He's getting desperate to get a wicket, Garrett. He's bowled pretty well, but the old loose ball today as he's striving for that wicket. Still respectable enough figures, 34 runs from his 12 overs. But no success for him so far. And Hampshire moving ever closer to that Warwickshire first innings total. Of course, they're ideal for Hampshire if they can get far enough ahead to put real pressure on Warwickshire third innings. And then they won't have to worry too much about batting last. But a long way from that yet. And then Dolby, with 2 wickets to his name, looking to break up this partnership. He's got 2 slips. Alex Davis offering some thoughts to the bowler. A long chat with Alex Davis. Nothing's changed so far. So in comes the Yorkshireman, Ollie Anandolby. And, oh, that's beaten him outside off stump. Holland nibbled at that one. Probably didn't need to play at that, but he did. And he earns a talking to from Liam Dawson.
Just produces those balls, doesn't he, Hannah Dolby? 1 and over at least. Just serious bowling. I think he's even better than when I saw him 2 or 3 years ago. Even more consistent.
His 17th over of the innings. He comes in again, good accurate delivery again. This time Dawson gets plenty of bat on it to point.
It's quite incredible how accurate he is, isn't it? Because it's all shoulder, isn't it? It's all right shoulder. That left shoulder and that left hand are almost pointing towards sort of cover point. So as he comes through, it's all right shoulder coming through, and it can be difficult just to bowl, you know, that nagging line and length. But he's found a way. He's got a system, and it's working really well.
2 men out in the deep on the leg side. Might bang one in short at some point in this over. Comes into bowl now, pushes that one up, and it's driven to mid-off. Alex Davis cuts it off. It's another dot ball.
He's quite a tall man as well, isn't he? Actually, I mentioned earlier I saw him in the lift last night, and what 6'2", 3?
Yes, about that. I thought, well, he's pushing on to 6'4".
Was he? I was going to say, I was quite surprised actually how tall he was.
Yeah.
Helps with that extra bit of bounce.
He's in now. And well, here's the bouncer, and it's just not entirely controlled shot from Holland, but he has got 4 for it. He got it round far enough to keep it well away from the fielder. It's a wide, long leg. He moves on to 60.
Oh, it's a great line, and he's fetching that from off stump. A really good line. He was never in control of that shot at all.
4 more runs, takes them to 134 for 4.
I don't think Hannah Dolby could have done much more really with that. Good height, good line, and Holland's got away with that.
He's moving both his leg side fielders round a bit, so one's now at square leg, the other one's going to a finer long leg. So he's going to try that again this over.
I think that's a good move actually, because you know, as long as he gets it high enough, you can't see that going in front of square.
He's in again. That's a short delivery, but this time Holland leans back and lets it go past.
That's a good delivery as well. Good carry through to the keeper. Nowhere near as short, but he's still found some bounce. Good stuff. Very impressive. Very, very impressive.
2 for 37 is at the moment, Ollie Anandolby.
I mean, McAndrew and Anandolby, I mean, are the standouts. I mean, Garrett's still a young bowler, as those bowl well, but I mean, you've got 2 standout seamers really there.
Number 20, Ollie Anandolby. Ball's just on off stump. It's pushed out to point by Holland. End of the over, got the 4 off it, and if not entirely in control of the shot, Ian Holland, he's on to 60 now. 134 for 4 are Hampshire, and they trail by 83.
Yep, started off the morning on 42 for 3. Quite a sort of dicey first half hour really. Certainly didn't want to be losing wickets. And they managed to just about get through the hour, but it's the night watchman Kyle Abbott is the only man out this morning, so if Hampshire can safely negotiate these next 6 minutes, they'll feel that they've certainly done pretty well in this morning session. And then, of course, it's important to back that up. If that's once you have one good session, and ideally you want to be backing that up. But of course, as the sessions go on in 4-day cricket, they all become more important than the last. We've got some Danny Briggs, who's going to switch ends, having bowled this morning from this commentary end at the hotel. Bowled 7 overs, none for 23. Going to try his luck at the far end.
So Alistair Cook's picked up a century. What should we consider for England?
Ha! Didn't he used to play once? Here comes Briggs, and Dawson pushing forward out square on the offside. No run.
Essex are piling on the lead against Gloucestershire.
They're unbelievable at their place, aren't they? They really are. Essex at Chelmsford is not the easiest. Warwickshire beat them early in the season, but that was Edgbaston. But that's not taking it away. That's cut away to backward of point, fielded by Lamb. Very quickly, email from Dick Ganatra, morning or afternoon to you, Dink, solentcricket@gmail.com. He says, the last time I wrote, I was in Madrid. Today, I have a couple of hours off work. As Dawson's on the back foot, just guides that out to point, but Lamb's round, no run. So watching the coverage in Oporto in Portugal in a mere 35 degrees.
Yeah.
Wow. I think it's hot.
We're not that far off here, mates.
I was going to say, we can feel your pain. That's right. Here's Briggs again. Dawson just quietly pushing forward back to the bowler. I think we'll get another over in after this, won't we?
Yeah, so a change of ends from Briggs.
Yeah. Didn't really get much to go off the straight, did he? 7 overs from this end. Beat the bat a couple of times when Dawson was trying to force it away on the offside. That's played quietly to silly mid-off. That's Chris Benjamin under the helmet. We've also got at first slip Dom Sibley, who seems to be a permanent fixture around that area. Of course, got the catch of James Vince yesterday as that's cut into the ground there by Dawson. No pace on it. It goes out to backward of point. That's the end of Briggs over. And I think that is a maiden. Yes, it is. 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 23. We're probably going to get one more before the break.
Yeah, so Hampshire just need to negotiate this over, and they'll feel they've had a really successful morning. They've had to work for it, but they got themselves into a decent position. Ollie Hindorby will have one last go, making a breakthrough before the interval. The batters are taking their time. An element of making sure that they can get it to 12:58, so if the worst comes to the worst and they lose a wicket, no one else will have to come out. So the wicket won't go first ball of the over. I think the new batter will have to come out before lunch.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Although Ian Holland is doing his best to prolong it, and now Alan Dobby's actually changed his field. He's got field on the drive on the offside, and also one close in at mid wicket as well, as he bowls a shortish delivery, which is defended by Holland, and there is no run. Interesting contest this between Hindorby and Ian Holland.
Yeah,
trying to find ways to get him out here.
Yeah, they're going to get another short one at this in this over somewhere along the line.
Yeah, so those two fielders on the leg side boundary are still there. Which would dearly love a wicket, really need a wicket before lunch. I'm not out of it by any means, but I've dropped a bit behind. It pitches that one up, Hannon Dolby to mid-on. It's played out to Will Rhodes. And dot ball, that should now be safe enough for Hampshire. If a wicket were to fall, that would be lunch. But they'll be hoping that that doesn't happen. They can get to lunch safely. What is it? 92 runs now in the session for them, for the loss of one wicket. That's defended out to the offside. There's no run, so a pretty good session for Hampshire. One that's put them ahead of the game, you feel.
Yeah, well, they'll need to back it up this afternoon, that's for sure, if they are to make sure. But I think, I think Warwickshire can't have done a lot more really than they've done this morning. I think it's that sort of pitch that you all get as McAndrew said to you last night, just remind me because I forget what the phrase is.
I'm doing a lot of a little bit.
That's right, I love that.
In comes Hannon Dolby, and that's defended outside off stump by Holland. No run, he's almost there, but it won't be a good session for him. He's scored 40 runs this session to move on to 60. He just needs to see off 2 more balls now, and he can enjoy his lunch. Light lunch, I expect, with more batting to do.
Yeah. Disappointed if he has a 3-course meal.
Yes.
And gets run out.
With wine, yeah.
Yeah. That's what used to happen at a few grounds, probably still does, some of them. I heard somebody talking on a podcast about the Lord's lunches. I think they still get
That's
3
quite
courses.
famous, aren't they, the Lord's lunches. In comes Hannon Dolby, and that's played into the ground. There's no run. Isn't the story that Mike Briley tried to get the lunches changed to be more healthy and got a very short shrift from the cook?
Nancy.
I'll sort out the lunches, thank you very much. You stick to the cricket.
Yeah, Nancy was a cook around Breer's Day, yeah. She prided herself on making the lunches as special as possible. I guess nobody gave it a second thought in those days. Everybody said, I can't wait to get to Lord's for the lunch. It's a little bit different now, isn't it, the way the players eat?
Yeah.
But in those days, it was like a must. You had to sample her food.
Last ball of the morning session to come, assuming that it's a legal delivery. And Dolby pauses at the end of his run. He hasn't banged one in short yet this over, so good chance he will do now. It's shortish, and it's left by Holland. Decent delivery, but Holland wasn't tempted. It's a maiden over to finish with, but it's a good session for Hampshire. 134 for 4 at lunch, and they're replying to Warwickshire's rather meagre 217.
Thanks very much, Clive. And we'll take a break for the next 40 minutes or so. We'll be back at 20 to 2. Myself, Clive Eakin, and Melissa Story. So Hampshire losing just that 1 wicket this morning. Carl Abbott, LBW, to Nathan McAndrew. He went for 19. A 41-run partnership between himself and Ian Holland for that 4th wicket. Hampshire starting the day 42 for 3. Paul Williams has tweeted talking about Porto and the heat there. Paul's also in Portugal, but he's got 41 degrees. There you go. So if you can beat that and you're listening, remember this afternoon, if you are listening or watching anywhere in the world at more than 41 degrees, at Solent Sport, solentcricket@gmail.com. You can always email or tweet us during the lunch break. We won't be here, but we'll pick it up when we're bringing you live commentary of the afternoon session. Welcome back to the Ageas Bowl, where the two umpires, Russell Warren and Steve O'Shaughnessy, lead the Warwickshire players out ahead of the start of the afternoon session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 fixture between Hampshire and Warwickshire. Going into lunch, Hampshire, replying to that Warwickshire all-out total yesterday of 217, are 134 for 4, so they trail by 83. Ian Holland, the opener, is 60 not out, just his second half century of the season. Liam Dawson giving him good support, he's 30 not out, they'll put on 56. Kyle Abbott, the night watchman, the one wicket that fell this morning after 53 minutes of play. LBW to the Australian seaman Nathan McAndrew for 19. All the Warwickshire seamers have been impressive this morning. Your commentary team this afternoon, a little later you'll hear from Melissa Story, but taking you through this first period of play is myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Commentary of Warwickshire and BBC West Midlands, it's Clive Eakin. Clive.
Yeah, Warwickshire in need of wickets. Bowled badly in that morning session, but just a night watcher out, and they'll be conscious that any sort of lead for Hampshire will be very difficult for Warwickshire.
Well, we had that peculiar start to the session yesterday, didn't we, where Warwickshire looked in a good place at 87 for 2 and then lost 5 wickets for 16. That could happen here, because that seemed to come out of the blue.
Well, let's hope so, shall we? And Will Rhodes has come into the attack for the first time and started with a nice juicy wide delivery, which is dispatched to the boundary by Dawson. Good start to the session from Liam Dawson, not a good one from the Warwickshire captain. And Hampshire moved ever closer to Warwickshire's first innings total, 138 for 4, applying to 217 all out.
A bit of a loosener, that one, wasn't it? We've seen, actually, as well as the Warwickshire bowlers have bowled this morning, that actually anything slightly offline has been put away, isn't it?
Yeah.
Ball's not a great amount of pace in this pitch, ball just sitting up. But when the ball's straight, it can be at times difficult.
2 slips in place, Will Rhodes bowls again. It's quite a wide delivery. This time it's hit straight to point for no run. It's a little better, that one.
Be arrow straight. McAndrew showed the way, didn't he, from that far end. Super spell this morning from him, even though he picked up the 1 wicket, didn't he, Kyle Abbott? But again, he has a good bouncer on him. On some really good bouncers this morning. On not a pacey pitch at all.
In comes Rose, this time on middle and leg, and it's played to a mid-wicket by Dawson, who's on 34. Ian Holland on 60. And the deficit just 79 now. But, a decent first innings lead would be a big step forward for Hampshire, looking to stay in strong contention for the title. Rhodes comes into bowl, and it's left outside off stump by Holland.
So Rhodes this year has taken just 6 wickets, but he doesn't bowl a lot, does he?
Well, he bowls a fair bit,
yeah.
but always never with the new ball, so he's having to cope with these soft, older balls.
Yes, imagine if you're continually coming on from overs about 30, 35 onwards. Good job's an awful lot harder than the bowlers that are bowling with a harder ball.
So in he comes again that's short and wide, but this time Dawson slightly misses out and cuts it straight to backward point, where it is well stopped by Danny Briggs.
England have slipped to 26 for 5 now.
Crumbs.
Against India at the Oval, because we watched a little bit during the luncheon break, didn't we? I think we saw Stokes get out.
Yeah.
They've lost 2 more since then.
Oh dear.
Playing a beer match later on.
This next one from Rhodes is just a little, well, he tries to tip and run Holland, but doesn't get time to take a run. England Lions, South Africa 257 for 5 in the 43rd. Jake Lintop, well, not 1 for 55 in his 10 overs. It's not too bad.
Taunton, that's all right.
Yeah, indeed. 3 wickets for Rehan Ahmed. Well, he's been expensive, 3 for 54 and 6 overs. You get the feeling that They're trying to get after him and losing wickets in the process. And there we are.
Have we got McAndrew changing ends? I think we might be. The Australian, who was impressive this morning in his 6 overs he bowled this morning, in which he took 1 for 20, and he's going to switch ends. This ball is, well, it had one change this morning, didn't it, after 17 minutes, but it's effectively 53 overs old. But as I say, he bowled 1 or 2 very good bounces this morning on a pitch which you really do have to work hard to get the ball up towards neck, head height, and get it straight as well at pace, and he did that. Here he comes then, right arm over with naught on his back, which is very bizarre. That's driven, straight delivery there to Holland, fielded on his follow through.
Yeah, quite a long chat with him last night. That's one thing I didn't ask him. Why he's naught, I should have done, but
I'm sure you'll get plenty of opportunities.
Well, I don't know. He's only got 2 more championship matches after this. He's,
is that because he wants to go back, or
I don't know. I think that's I suppose yes, because he's so he said he's going to have a little bit of sort of leisure travelling time, and then it's full on playing cricket in Australia.
Yeah. Is it South Australia he's moved to now?
I don't know.
I think he was New South Wales, then moved to South Australia. I think I read that somewhere. On the line of leg stump, and they want a single. Holland just missed out, guiding that down to fine leg, hit him on the thigh pad. I think I read that. Because we were saying yesterday, he actually made his debut for Auckland several seasons back. But yeah, I can... But you never know. See, if Warwickshire come calling and say, do you know what, do you want to play a few more games to the end of the season? You never know what that might mean.
I think it might clash with them with Aussie commitments, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Because we're so late, aren't we, for the final few championship matches?
We are. Especially if you're playing the Bob Willis Trophy.
Yeah,
you guys first week of October.
I don't think that's happening this time.
McAndrew bowls outside the off stump, and that's nicely hit through extra cover. Bit of width. And Holland just lent into that, didn't try and hit it too hard. Out of the middle of the bat. 4 runs, he moves on to 64, 142 for 4. Hampshire trail by 75. Again, we see on width on this pitch is a lot easier for the batters.
Yeah, it is becoming an all too familiar tale for Warwickshire. It started well with the ball, got early wickets, but haven't been able to follow through at the moment, and are just in danger of this beginning to slip away. Not quite there yet, but they're in danger of it.
I suppose ideally you'd like another spell out of Hannon Dolby, but he's already bowled 18. Most of the Warwickshire bowlers so far, I've got to give him a bit of a rest, I guess. 18 out of 53. Here's McAndrew bowls, that's a length ball. Plays that back to him, does Ian Holland. McAndrew's into his 15th, and Garrett has bowled 12. Danny Briggs 8 overs this morning. 8 overs of spin, although there wasn't much for him there. None for 23. He did get the ball past the outside edge of Liam Dawson's bat a couple of times. I think it might have been one of those occasions, Ian Holland as well, as they're rocking on the back foot and trying to cut away square. But other than that, there didn't seem to be a lot in the pitch for Briggs. McAndrew always just takes his time at the top of his mark. Comes in again and bowls to Holland, length ball. Holland gets one high on the back, keeps it down though. It's racing down towards third man, and that will be 4. But again, that's a good delivery. Bit of extra bounce on and around that off stump. Holland had to play at it. Kept it down well. 146 for 4. Hampshire trail by 71.
Highest score of the match now. Ian Holland batted really well for Hampshire.
Yeah, he has. You just want somebody at the top of the order to sort of bat it out, don't you, really? And you know, as so often it's been said, and as we see that, you know, the balls really are. It's a game for the batters for about the first 35, and then after that things do get a bit easier. Balls get very soft quickly. These ones. That's a length ball. It's pushed up to mid on by Ian Holland, who finishes that over on 68. Liam Dawson has 34 not out. 146 for 4.
So, anxious times for Will Rhodes. Still hope they can get one, maybe 1 or 2 more will come. It's happened in the Warwickshire innings yesterday. Looks like he's going to continue. But this partnership prospering. They've put on 68 now, which I think makes it the biggest partnership of the match so far. All the numbers at the moment favouring Hampshire. 2 men on the deep leg side boundary. 2 slips, a shortish mid wicket. It's just on leg stump. It's turned around to one of those in the deep on the leg side for a single by Dawson, who's on to 35. 147 for 4.
Talking of numbers, this is a great reason for why McAndrew wears naught on his back. From Liam Williamson, solentcricket@gmail.com. Perhaps McAndrew wears naught because he leaves nothing behind.
There you go.
It's the best explanation I've heard.
Except
so
he has got nothing behind him then, hasn't he?
Yeah,
That's,
exactly right. Yeah. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, that might well be there. I don't know. So next one is accurate delivery from Rhodes, which is defended by Holland. We've got another 26 overs with this ball or equivalent. So I'll get the new ball in, so you would think by then Hampshire would be pretty much on par with Warwickshire, at least. Rhodes bowls, and that's played out to the offside for no run by Holland.
Yeah, there's not a lot there for Rhodes, is it, at the moment?
No.
Straight up and down.
Just needs to keep it as accurate as he can,
Yeah,
stop the
definitely.
flow of runs, and he has been better this over so far.
Still very warm out there.
Yeah. Rhodes bowls, and that's driven through the offside by Holland. It's a chase on for Danny Briggs, but I don't think he'll get there. The ball wins. It's 4 more. The runs are flowing, and that's 150 up for Hampshire. Score was slow there. 151 for 4.
It's come up in the 55th over.
Yeah. 328 balls, so it's the fastest 50 so far of this innings. That one is short, and he pulls it, but there's a controlled pull shot by Holland, and it rolls to the square leg boundary fielder for a single. So the third 50, during which they didn't lose any wickets, came in just 80 balls. Second came in 92, first came in 156.
Wow, huge differences. Well, certainly from the first to the third.
Yeah. Quickest 50 of the match actually was Warwickshire's first, which came in 64 balls.
Some lovely on drives from Dominic Sibley to enjoy during that.
It's, next one is wide in the air and not grabbed. It's a sharp chance perhaps. I think he did get his hands to it in the gully area, and he looks very disappointed, Dan Mosley. I think that does go down as a sharp chance.
Was. Yeah, Liam Dawson just reaching for that, not in control of the shot at all, and fortunately it's one of those where it's about 6 inches too far away to really be in control of the catch. But Dawson, when that ball would have come off his bat, would have had his heart on his mouth there. Just reached for that a little too much. Tried to keep it down by not hitting it hard, but not in control at all.
Just to correct myself, actually Warwickshire's fourth 50 came in 61 balls. Well, that's when McAndrew teed off a little bit.
Well, that's interesting because McAndrew's off. Just wondering if he might switch ends.
Well, there might have been a change of ends to Danny Briggs. Did Danny Briggs bowl the...
Oh, yes, you're right.
That's over
Yes, he did, yeah. So McAndrew bowled, yeah, just the one over. So Danny Briggs, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 23. Back to his original end. This commentary end, the northern end, the hotel end here at the Ageas, the southern end at the far end over the pavilion. I think somebody did tell me a little while ago that if you were able to see over Telegraph Wood, which you can't, then the Solent and the sea and the water, and that is about 2 miles away, less than that apparently, about 1.5 miles, I think. Behind us is Winchester and beyond, which we certainly can't see. So Danny Briggs then round the wicket, bowling to Ian Holland. Holland's on the back foot, and Moore gets a bottom edge there, and the keeper hasn't taken that cleanly. Just creeps through his pads. Now, is that a bottom edge or is it a bye? It is a bottom edge. A couple of times the players outside the off-stump cutting have either played or missed, or as we've seen there, a bottom edge, never comfortable playing that shot. 1 or 2 it goes out there, absolutely no problem, but there's definitely a little spot there where perhaps the ball either just bites in the ground or just comes off a little quicker. Kyle Abbott was saying last night that some of them just kiss the surface and go on a little quicker than the others. Others just hold a bit. And here comes Briggs, bowls. That's nicely timed off the back foot, just guided to backward point, no run. So 155 for 4. Hampshire trail by 62 on the first innings. Dawson is 37 not out off 64. Ian Holland with his second half century of the season, 74 off 158. Dawson cuts that, makes sure it comes off the bat, but again he finds the fielder at backward point. And there is no run. Hazy cloud right across the sky at the moment, keeping the sun away, but not the temperatures. The temperature is fine. Here comes Briggs again, length ball. Dawson happy just to play forward defensive out on the onside. Danny Briggs has got a big role to play here, hasn't he? Really give the seamers a break.
Because well, certainly all the way to the new ball, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Oh, it's just straightened a fraction as it comes off the outside edge of Dawson's bat, or the outside half. I mean, I remember him doing that brilliantly at Edgbaston last year in the championship game in September. Just bowled from the city end for ages and bowled the best I'd seen him bowl. Absolutely terrific stuff, he really did. As forward is Dawson. It's gone out square. He's saying to Ian Holland, do you want a single? Holland's not interested. End of the over, 155 for 4, and it was a wicket that wasn't really turning for him, but he just tied one end up brilliantly.
Yeah, he had a very, very good season last season, his first of Warwickshire in all formats. He's not quite managed to repeat that form this season, but Mark Robertson, the coach, says he's been carrying a few niggles. So, that might have hampered him a little bit. Made some runs in this game and bowling okay. Looks like Nathan McAndrew is going to come on from the opposite end now. What are we calling that end these days, Kevin? I should know. But
Pavilion end.
It is pavilion end,
yeah.
right, okay.
This end has all sorts of names.
Well, I say, the problem with the modern ground, they're all sort of pavilions these days, all over the place, but anyway.
Unless it's Taunton, where you've got about half a dozen.
Yeah, exactly.
If you say pavilion end, nobody knows where you're talking about.
So, it'll be quite a defensive field at the moment, just the one slip in place as he bowls to Holland. He's got 3 men on the boundary. And he bowls that on middle and leg, and it's turned to mid-wicket for no run. Warwickshire need McAndrew to strike. General consensus is among Warwickshire observers, I think, as this has probably been his best all-round bowling performance for Warwickshire. He's bowled good spells in past games, but not quite been able to maintain it. He's plugged away well in this one so far.
He has.
Got the 1 wicket to fall today so far. That of Kyle Abbott comes in now to bowl, and that's a wide and drifted away and taken by Burgess to dive in front of slip to take that.
Yeah, I was just looking up that game actually last year at Edgbaston. Danny Briggs didn't bowl in the first innings. In the second innings, 49.4 overs, 20 maidens, 3 for 66.
Didn't need a ball in the first innings. You're all out for 80 odd, weren't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 89. Yeah.
He pauses McAndrew and come into bowl. Oh dear, that's a wild bouncer. That's the second one he's bowled in this game, and this time, did he signal it as a no ball there? I think he did. The umpire. I didn't see a wide signal. It's difficult to say he was side on to it, so I'm not sure whether he was signaling. Is it no ball? Yeah. Well, that's expensive, so that counts for 6.
It's an effort to get the ball up, isn't it, really? That it's almost dug in too short. And a real effort ball as well.
It's gone on the scoreboard as 4 wide, but I think it's actually no balls. But anyway, that's played back to him, and there's no wrong. That will need clarifying.
Yeah, I'm just maybe. If you're watching the live picture feed, it just looked like the umpiring shot, didn't it? It was signalling no balls first and then the 4. But maybe either they've corrected it or maybe I don't know. The scoreboard follows the scorers, so I think actually that's what it is.
Well, I'll leave you to sort that out while I go and do my update.
Thanks very much, Clive. He'll be around in about half an hour's time or so. Melissa Story, former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator, will come in alongside. As McAndrew from that pavilion end comes in and bowls. Length ball to Holland, who nudges that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Just 57 runs now between these two sides. Mel?
Well, it's been a dominating period after lunch for the Hampshire batters. Yes, there was that chance at gully, but apart from that, there's hardly been a false shot.
No, it was, I think Liam Dawson, when he saw that ball in the air, he looked at that and thought, this could be the end of me. Fortunately, it was just a little too wide. Backward point. He got his hand on it. Here comes McAndrew, right arm over, bowls length, straight, and turned away down to fine leg by Ian Holland, who moves on to 75, his second highest score of the season. Made his highest score here in the first game against Somerset. In fact, his most notable innings, I remember talking to him about last year, I think. And I think some of Ian Holland's highest scores have all been made on this ground. I think his hundreds have all been here, actually, the ones that he's got. Pretty close to it, anyway. But I'll have a look that up in a minute. I know I can say that because I know Alex is here, one of the local journos, and he always, when he hears me say something, he looks out for me. So it's great. It comes. If he's not here, I wouldn't have said anything. That's turned away by Dawson behind square on the leg side. They'll get a single as the throw comes in from Matthew Lamb. Hampshire move on to 162 for 4.
Well, yeah, we have the joy of throwing questions out there, and either a listener tweets us in, or a journalist lets us know, or Dave Allen lets us know. One of those guys always know the answer. Not us. We're the ones who are meant to know.
Yeah, we just throw it out there to get everybody else to do the work. You're
pretty
learning.
Rubbish our job.
You're learning fast.
Learning from the best.
Go on then.
Well, no, so I haven't got it
sorry.
yet.
Oh,
no,
sorry.
No, no.
Oh,
my
sorry.
I don't think people are that quick.
Well, what we did say just before lunch, and of course this will probably apply to overseas listeners if you're out there, or indeed anywhere on this in England where the temperature is more than 41, because Paul Williams in Portugal said the temperature is 41.
Briggs in, and that's cut away outside the off-stump, fielded at point. No run. So the challenge is to, if someone is in a country or a place right now where it's over 41 degrees,
yes,
does probably like the Tube in London count? So I'm sure it's probably about 50 degrees on the
Anywhere where
Tube.
you throw up a thermometer.
Okay. Briggs bowls, and this time through the gap on the offside, gets past the point fielder, and Hampshire get back for 2 as the fielding done by the fielder. The deep cover boundary.
Is there a thermometer app on phones?
Ooh.
I've never actually had.
Well, if you think about the
thermometer app.
Well, if you think about a thermometer, it kind of only can go 2 places. It goes in your mouth, or it goes somewhere else. So you wouldn't want to put your phone there, would you?
Thanks, Mel.
In comes Briggs, the leg stump line ball pushed into the onside. A quick run, but a misfield by the fielder at square leg. Well, it's a pretty valid answer. Unless you can hold it, unless you could use your phone as a gun up to your head. I guess they're the new ones, aren't they?
I mean, all I was thinking of until you came back with that was that all you do is just hold it in your hand and watch the thermometer go up or down. I wasn't thinking about doing anything else with it.
Isn't that just the weather app?
True.
In comes Briggs again, bowling to Holland, and that's a short, wide one, which he slashes away to the deep cover fielder. That's another single taken, 166 for 4.
But then again, if you're in a tube, like you said, if you're in a tube station, unventilated, then that's not going to give you a proper reading, is it? I
think just now we just need to trademark this so that none of the Dragon's Den people are listening, as that's defended back to Briggs. No run. What would our name be for this app?
Thermometer app.
Oh, okay. Thought we'd go for something exciting, Kev, but you know, we're throwing our idea out into the world, and just the thermometer app. Yeah, nice. Briggs bowls, Fuller pushed back. Dawson playing well here.
Does what it says on
166 for 4.
Does what it says on the tin, doesn't it? That's what you
want.
want.
Are we putting it in a tin?
Well, no, but
we go for vintage thermometer.
Yeah. Haven't you heard those sayings? Does what it says on the tin. Thermometer app. It tells the temperature.
Okay.
So you don't. Why do you need to call it anything else?
So the app does what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
So we're putting the app in the tin.
It's quite an old saying.
Yeah.
Which obviously you wouldn't have heard of.
Well, here was one in the quiz yesterday. We got asked what pieces of 8 mean.
Ooh,
and
right,
I didn't know at all what that meant until, and I didn't know whether this was like something I was missing from being a younger generation. But then he went and said it in a parrot voice of, the pieces of 8.
Yeah.
And then it became a bit clearer.
Here's McAndrew from the pavilion end. Short, pulled away by Ian Holland in front of square, all along the ground, and that's a good diving stop by Matthew Lamb. Just in front of the rope and in front of the tunnel area here. Groundsman's tunnel, they'll be happy with that, otherwise they've had to have found it amongst all that machinery. 168 for 4 now, Holland on to 78. Yeah, so it has some sort of do with pirates, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. So but more I was trying to say is, if you'd said maybe that the tin thing in like an advert kind of voice, like does what it says on the tin, then maybe I would have picked up a bit more.
Well, I've heard it in an advert, but if I'm honest, I can't remember the voice, the way it was portrayed.
Do you know what was in the tin?
Paint, I think. Pulled away again by Holland. That's again in front of square, and Lamb is diving and done exactly the same. That is like watching a replay of the ball before. Lamb throws it in. The only thing is they get 3 this time instead of 2. A bit like that IPL video you were watching yesterday. Just copy anything and sell it to the Russians. 171 for 4. If you weren't listening to us yesterday, just go on the BBC cricket website, and there's a story there which Mel mentioned yesterday about some people in India mimicking the IPL. Where were they in?
They were in Gujarat, I think.
Yeah.
There's some farmers and youngsters who tricked some Russian pundits into a fake IPL and kept it going for a few weeks before they were caught out. Yeah. So yeah, it was similar to that, but there was some fantastic fielding from Lamb out there, who's now with his hands and his knees, probably blowing a bit there. He had to make a lot of ground, and it was 2 fantastic bits of fielding, and sometimes those runs make all the difference, especially with Hampshire in such a dominant position.
Yeah.
But McAndrew, you could say, maybe just lost his line quite a lot in these last few overs.
Seems to be a few short deliveries. A few more than he has been bowling. Comes in and bowls to Dawson. Length ball this time. That's pushed up to middle on. Yeah, if you watch that IPL video, I mean, to be taken in by that and actually think that it could even possibly be the IPL being played, then you must be. What's the word I'm looking for? Gullible. That's the word.
Well, I feel sympathetic for the Russians, because I was under the impression there was an international ODI going on today, but the score's 48 for 5, so I think it must be another con.
I think that's what the people in the crowd at the Oval are saying. They're going to play a beer match after that, weren't they?
Yeah.
Now, is that another saying that you've not heard of? Here comes McAndrew, bowls, that's wide, and this time Dawson keeps it down as he strokes it backward a point, and that's going for 4. That was the shot he was trying in the previous over to McAndrew, but actually it was lofted, and it was so nearly caught at backward point. This time Dawson gets it exactly where he wants, on the bat and positioning as the ball left the bat, and he moves on to 175 for 4, I should say.
Already 7 runs off this over, but I do think I know what a beer match is. It's just you've got a pint behind the stumps, and you kind of you have a bit of a mess. So it's not like pub cricket.
Well, pub would come into it, I guess. Now, the original sort of saying of a beer match. Again, you're far too young, I know, I can tell. Right, so let me give you a little history lesson. Here comes McAndrew. Oh, there's a short delivery and a good half-diving stop from Burgess as he goes down the leg side. He gets a glove on it, but that'll be a bye. That's slightly harsh because that's a very difficult one to take. 175 for 4. Right, so traditionally, when people play a beer match, let's say 2 clubs match up against each other. Are you writing down the notes?
Yeah. It's a history lesson.
Yeah, it's a history lesson. So I guess it did originate sort of club cricket. And what you'd find is sometimes if the match on the day was a bit of a mismatch, and you started at, say, 2 o'clock, and you found that one side was all out for about 45, and the other side knocked them off, and it was still only 3:30, 4 o'clock, they would say, well, should we just play a beer match afterwards? Okay, so you play another match, quick one, because everybody had turned up and made an effort to, to play the game, as that's a length ball played on the onside, and then nobody wanted to then go home by 5 o'clock. So they would then play what's called a match for beer, a beer match. So that I must admit, did I play any when I was young? I might have done, and I can't remember how it ended up, but I think the losing side would buy a jug or two of beer or something like that for the winning side. That's the sort of origins of all that.
Well, it's funny you mention that, because then I've played one of those games, and I'm going to desperately delve into the very poor women's cricket archives. When we played Worcestershire, and I do believe we got them out for around 50-something in the first innings, chased it down, had another short 10-over game afterwards, but I'm pretty sure I was wicket-keeping. We had 4 slips in play the whole game. Everyone was ordered to bowl left-handed, or if you bowl spin, or try and do jumps or roly-polies in your run-up, and we batted 11-1 and beat them again.
Really?
It's very awkward. Briggs in, and that's cut to point. Misfield there, but decide not to take the run. 176 for 4. But I can't think what year this was in. Must have been about, I think that's about 15. It's 2015. Briggs bowling to Dawson, who's on the front foot defending into the offside. He's on 45 now, and he's really accelerated his innings. Looking at the strike rates between the two batters, Holland at 48, he's caught up. Slow start for him, and Dawson striking at a rate of 57, which is good on this pitch as he prods that one back to Briggs.
So this second match that you played, where you all did things the opposite way around, was that much of a spectacle?
I think it was probably more entertaining than the first match, because it's one of the only games I actually remember from when I was younger. But yeah, it was quite a good one. I've played in a few pub games recently as well, which is what I thought you were talking about, where you do have the pint behind the stumps. And
Oh, I see.
in comes Briggs, left by Dawson.
So maybe it's sort of morphed over the years into something slightly different.
Yeah, I mean, did you have jug ball when you played?
What's that?
Oh, so if someone's about to bowl and you're in the field, as Briggs bowls and defended into the onside by Dawson, basically a fielder, all they have to do is just yell jug ball before they bowl, and if a wicket's taken on that ball, they have to buy a jug.
Oh, right.
So there may be other names at different clubs, but yeah, I've been almost caught out as that one squirted away to the left of point, and they look to take a single there. They do take a single. Dawson retains the strike, moves on to 46, one shot away from that half century, but just the one run off that Briggs over, who's probably been one of the most consistent bowlers, I think, of today's play.
Yeah, I agree. You've played in far more interesting games than I have. I mean, all I've done is just play for titles. You obviously play for something that's much more fun and much more instant.
Yeah, I think the questionable nature between our two different types of games. I've got to find this scorecard there,
Yeah, you have. So, what have we got at the far end? It's McAndrew to continue. 17 overs, 2 for 54. Dawson 46. We'll face the next delivery. We're into over number 61 shortly. Remember, it's 80 overs when the new ball will be taken. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, is listening to the chat about beer matches.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Yes, that's right. No. That's a length ball, and that's played back to the bowler. So Dave Allen says, at Solent Sport, you can join in, solentcricket@gmail.com. A famous beer match, says Dave, after England beat South Africa in the Lord's Test of 1960. The two sides played one on the 4th, that was the Monday afternoon. Jeff Griffin of South Africa was no-balled for throwing and never played tests again. So even they played a beer match, so-called beer match, back in 1960. International? Wow. Never knew that. Thought that was just exclusively club cricket, but I've got that wrong. Here comes McAndrew, right arm over. He's still got the slip in, although he's quite wide. Down the leg side, Dawson almost tickles that as it goes through to Burgess. So Hampshire currently trailing by just 40. They trailed at the lunch break by 83, so we've had almost 35 minutes of play since lunch. And Hampshire going along quite nicely here. Warwickshire, this is the period where you've just got to dig in when the ball's getting very soft. And you've got to try and keep that game, try and keep it tight as much as you can. This is where games could run away from you a little bit until you're waiting for the next new ball. Short, Dawson thinks about pulling that one. It's way outside off stump, leaves it alone. Burgess takes it almost in front of first slip.
Well, I have found it, and I clicked on the link for the scorecard, and there's no information apart from Wiltshire women won by walkover. So apparently they didn't even deem it worthy of a scorecard. I think they should have scored the second game.
When was this? 2015, you say?
This was 2016 in the end.
2016. Where?
Oh, good question. Crossroads in Cote, I think.
Where's that? It's not in Wiltshire then,
No.
because you'd know. Dawson plays it into the ground and watches it as it bounces above his head and then back down on the pitch. No run there. McAndrew's still running in, trying to hit the deck as hard as he can. Mel's looking up to see whether... I've never heard of that before.
Oh, maybe I've said that. Crossroads, maybe Cote.
Cote d'Rone?
Maybe it's near Swindon. Maybe it is in Wiltshire. It's bold of you to assume I knew the geography of the own place I live in.
I was thinking it might be in the south of France somewhere, but obviously not.
I have played in France.
Have you?
Yeah, at Nantes.
Oh,
Their
right.
national cricket ground there.
Really? For?
Hursley Park ladies.
Okay, short. Dawson ducks underneath. Still getting the old bouncers out is McAndrew. Oh,
And
very nice. Was that a trip? Was that a tour or just a one-off?
Yeah, it was a 3-day tour to go play the women's and men's teams for France over there. And actually, I'm pretty sure both French teams are touring the UK in a few weeks. In fact, I think they're playing their first game tomorrow down in the West Country for their first game. So
Nice.
if anyone keeps an eye out, they can watch an international side play.
Yeah. Great stuff. 177 for a mate of mine who used to have a house in France. Length ball played out on the onside, and there's no run. 177 for 4. Dawson 46. Ian Holland 81. Hampshire trail on the first innings, currently by 40. Played. There's not much cricket obviously over in France, but he played for a club side. I think. I'm not sure if it was their home ground, or they certainly played on the Ile de Ré, which is one of their sort of holiday islands of France. But yeah.
We have a tweet from Joe who
Yes.
said, "Here you go." Now, I have no idea what that image means, but it is the source of the logo, does exactly what it says on the tin.
Yeah, it's a very famous sort of wood stain brand, and that was an advert on the TV.
Can't say I've ever stained some wood myself. Briggs continues, and that's left by Holland outside the off stump. He's on 81 now.
You can look at it on YouTube, I'm sure, once you're off commentary.
I'm sure once I hit my mid-20s, the desire to stain some wood will come to me, and
It does.
it's part of the natural process of ageing, as that's pushed back to Briggs. No run.
See, rather than somebody saying, we'll play a beer match after this, you'll say, no, I need to get home because I've got some fences to spray.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Another wicket has fallen in the England-India game as Briggs bowls, and that's a bit of bat, maybe an LBW appeal. The ball's flying down to third. They sneak through for a single, and I think the slip was looking for the catch. The wicketkeeper was appealing for the LBW, and in fact, all it does is bring up the 100-run partnership between Holland and Dawson. 161 balls to bring that up. Holland contributing 44 of those runs, and Dawson's 46. He's now on strike and one shot away from that half-century. So to recap, England now 59 for 7 against
dear,
India.
That's horrible. There'll be a beer match there for sure.
In comes Briggs. Fuller defended by Dawson to that short extra cover. 178 for 4.
He was done in the flight there, Holland, wasn't he? Fortunately, he got a bat on it, because otherwise I think that would have been LBW.
In comes Briggs again, flatter, straighter, and just tickled. Fine, they're taking a quick single here, and fortunately for Hampshire fans, Ian Holland had taken off quite quick there from the non-striker's end, because Dawson was looking to play it finer than that fielder at short 45 on the offside. Actually hit it straight into his hands, and it suddenly became a quicker single than they anticipated.
Ian Holland has 82, which is his highest score of the season. It beats his 81 here in the first game of the season against Somerset.
In this Briggs to Holland, who looks to cut that one outside the off stump, just can only manage to hit it into the ground, and that finishes off another good over from Briggs. That's his 12th over. 3 maidens, 31 runs, still no wicket for him, but he is getting turnout there.
Yeah, just the odd one a little bit, just biting in that rough. It's a very, very dry wicket, as we've mentioned several times. It's a wicket that was used for the T20 international here last Thursday evening. So Hampshire trail by 38 currently. Mel's got, have you got a tweet there? Because I've just got, I just have to read these emails sometimes before I read them out, just in case. I've been caught a couple of times in the past, as people, regular listeners will know and watchers. It's about beer match actually. So I fear we need to, well, I think we need to get it in quite quick. You've got to suggest that to your Hursley ladies side if you ever win a game comfortably. McAndrew bowls, and that's turned away off his hip. I think that may be just off pad for Dawson. The umpire, Steve O'Shaughnessy at the far end, signals leg byes.
Well, we should have had a beer match on Sunday because, of course, we skittled our opposition for around 60 odd. So we probably have time for a quick. What's the new Caribbean competition? The 60. We could have played the 60. That'd been exciting. Have you checked if it's radio friendly?
It is radio friendly.
Fantastic.
And live picture feed friendly, which is just as important. In fact, funny enough, actually, on the subject of beer matches, there was a beer match of sorts. Oh, playing and missing outside the off stump there. He took the bat away, but I think it was a bit late. A few years back, Hampshire used to play a week at Basingstoke. And there was a 3-day game against Surrey. I don't think I actually played in this particular one. And the game was all over in 2 days. But the reason that Hampshire played in Basingstoke was, despite it being a very small ground, it was well supported. And they used to get a lot of corporate, they used to sell all the corporate there. And there was a lot of corporate tents sold for the 3rd day. But the game was all over in 2 days. This is true story. Holland pushes forward to McAndrew, goes out into the covers. And Hampshire managed to persuade Surrey to stay for the 3rd day. They paid the players a bit extra for sticking around, and they played a one-off 1-day game because they had so much corporate hospitality sold for the 3rd day. So that's a beer match of sorts.
That's a professional beer match.
That is a professional, yeah.
Maybe we'll tweet into the BBC for the England game and suggest that one.
Oh, it's got to be. They're going to have to, the way England are going there.
Some people are going to be asking for their money back after that performance from England.
So Matt Birch has emailed silentcricket@gmail.com. You can join in with this. I'm sure a lot of you had experiences of beer matches. It's played up towards mid-on by Holland and there's no run. Matt says, great coverage as always, thank you. On the subject of beer matches, I seem to remember being at a game at the Ageas Bowl in about 2006, which was strangely a 50-over England versus Hampshire fixture. I can't remember the exact details, but Hampshire was skittled out for 60-odd, and England obviously knocked it off. I think Gough took a few. Afterwards, there was a beer match, 15 overs a side, I think. I can't remember the result, but I remember Chris Tremlett aptly hitting one to the old beer tent, or at least I think I do. I was only about 15 at the time. That's a length ball, and Holland pushes that to mid-wicket, and there is no run. Well, we'll take your word for it, Matt.
Well, if anyone remembers that game as well, can get in touch on Twitter at Solent Sport or on the emails at solentcricket@gmail.com.
Or Melissa G Story. Don't forget yours.
Those are for the stories you want to hide from Kevin James.
So 180 for 4 in the 63rd over. Just the 1 wicket taken all day. And that was after 53 minutes this morning. Carl Abbott, the night watchman. LBW to the man bowling now. He went for 19. That was 78 for 4. Here's McAndrew again. Driving is Holland. Doesn't time it. And that's a good piece of fielding in the covers by Alex Davis, who immediately, when he got up after fielding, was aiming the throw at the bowler's end, just in case the batters were looking for a single. Maiden over for Nathan McAndrew. 19 overs, 2 for 54 with 7 maidens. Alex has got the game up, has he? That's the beer match game. He's got it up. Thank you, Alex. 11th of June 2005. It was a 12-over match. So, Matt, you were exactly right. 110 for 4 Hampshire. Top scorer was Vikram Solanki. I never remember him playing for Hampshire, but he was in a Hampshire 11. 41 not out. Flintoff was playing in that. Paul Collingwood got a couple of wickets, and England in reply 111 for 9 off 12 overs. So they won it off the last ball. And Chris Tremlett 3 for 20. Sean Udall playing in that game, 1 over 14. Yeah.
Sounds like a more thrilling game than the first one. As Briggs in, slashed away on the offside by Dawson. Picks up another single, moves on to 48. Hampshire 181 for 4. And I think this partnership here just illustrating the difference between the Warwickshire side and the Hampshire side playing today. We spoke yesterday about how Warwickshire have relied on a few less batters who have done consistently well across this competition. Briggs, Bowles left alone by Holland, with Hayne, Burgess, Sibley and Lamb the main contributors to those runs, whilst Hampshire have scored the same amount of runs prior to this game, but it's been spread out across more players, with 6 players scoring centuries. That's prodded into the onside, no run again. And then 10 players making 16 50s across the competition prior to this game. So it's really been a team effort from Hampshire, and even when they do lose those early wickets, people such as Dawson and Holland stand up, as that one's prodded into the offside by Ian Holland, 181 for 4.
Yeah, Hampshire would have been fretting last night, wouldn't they? 37 for 3.
Well, it always happens. Every time you send me away early, I don't look at the scorecard. I think it's bad luck, as Briggs bowls on the hip of Holland, tickling this around the corner to square leg. They run the first one fast, but no chance of a 2 there. 182 for 4. He moves on to 83. Maybe it's, and every time it happens, a wicket falls in the probably 15 minutes I'm not here at the end of the day. So I either need to stay until later, or I need to actually check the score, because by not checking it, that's bringing the bad luck.
Well, you're going to have to make that decision later.
I'll let you know what I decide on. Briggs in, and the paddle comes out over the shoulder of Dawson. And running down to fine leg, the fielder from deep square runs round, picks up, but it does mean he's through for his half century. 50 runs for Liam Dawson, a composed innings from him. 95 balls. And he goes and shakes hands with his partner at the other end. This has been a fantastic partnership between these two.
4th time he's passed the half-century mark this season. Top scorer 171. That was in the first innings against Kent. In fact, Hampshire's only innings down at Canterbury, and that win there. A couple of 60s here against Yorkshire, and his innings of 50 exactly here today.
Yeah, he's been averaging, I mean, prior to this game, 35 with the bat and 25 with the ball, so a genuine all-rounder for Hampshire this season. It's been fantastic, but that 50 does bring a bowling change. Oliver Hannon-Dolby back into the attack from the pavilion end.
He's been impressive for Warwickshire in this innings so far. 18 overs, 2 for 37 with 3 maidens. Paul Williams just tweeted a few moments ago and says, at Silent Sport, was McAndrew given a warning about running on the wicket just now? I must admit, I didn't see any obvious signs of that. Nobody around us has mentioned it either, so I'm not sure whether that is definitely true. Interesting though, McAndrew straight off. Maybe we were a bit distracted discussing beer games. I think we might have been, actually. I didn't want to say that, Mel, but you've outed us. You've outed us. 184 for 4. It's Hannon-Dolby to Holland, who gets a length ball, pushes that out towards extra cover, and there's no run. I think there's also the factor that McAndrew was becoming quite expensive. He was having some really good overs where he was bowling a maiden, but then I think there's been 3 deliveries today where he's banged the ball in halfway down the pitch and it's swung past the keeper for 4. And when Hampshire's closing in on Warwickshire's lead with significant ease, you'd say that they had to make a few drastic changes, and they've still only used the 5 bowlers. Here's Hannon-Dolby right arm over. Bowls, and Holland gets a length ball, plays that down in towards the short square leg position, and Dawson calls him through for a single. And the difference between these two sides now is just 32 runs, with Hampshire on 185 for 4. I'll calculate McAndrew's spell this afternoon in a moment, but you're right, you know, that will include a few sort of, well, I think it was 1 full buys, wasn't there, at least. I do have more news from the England-India ODI. England are 68 for 8, and the record for the lowest ever England men's ODI total was 86. So we may have a fantastic record breaking day on our hands, and it does stress the fact that England can apparently only be good at red ball or white ball one at a time. Yeah, the white ball series has been hard for them, hasn't it? After what's been happening in the test matches. Dawson just nudges that away in front of square on the leg side for another single. Deficit now 31. 186 for 4. McAndrew this afternoon, 5 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 24. 19-7, 54-2 overall. Maybe England need to have a few words with Hampshire and their form across the red ball and the white ball. Be very consistent.
objective point of view, looking at the tables. Definitely not from a Hampshire supporter's point of view.
There'll be a few disappointed people up at the Oval, won't there, this afternoon, which is a real shame, but it happens. You're not guaranteed a good game every time England go on the pitch. As Hannah Dalby comes in, bowls to Holland. Holland gets a thick outside edge, that's going down towards third man, all along the ground, nobody there. And Holland increasing his season's highest score. He moves on to 88, I think that is. Yes, it is. 194. Hampshire now 27 runs behind.
Nearing that big milestone for a season. You've already mentioned this is highest score so far in Red Bull in 2022. And he's played such a massive role for Hampshire after those early wickets. He's not been in the greatest form this year, with a few lower scores and just struggled a bit at the top of the order, but today he's looked like a different player and has read this pitch perfectly. Yeah.
Just go back to actually his hundreds, because I sort of touched on that a little earlier. Ian Holland so far in first class cricket has hit 300s. That's on the line of leg stump, turned away behind square, down towards fairly squarish fine leg, and that'll be a single. 191 for 4. Ian Holland got 100 here against Warwickshire back in 2019. I remember interviewing him on this ground when he got another 100 here. It might have been last year. So that's 2 of the 3. So he got 2 last year, both here, I think, weren't they? Yes, they were. So all 3 of his hundreds have been on this ground. That's right. Thank you, Alex. So yeah. He's not far away here. He's 11 off it. 191 for 4 as Liam Dawson faces Hannah Dalby. 7 runs off this over so far. Dawson gets a length ball, plays it into the ground on the offside, no run.
Well, we're getting into Emily Windsor territory with Ian Holland, with the nervous 90s. And
aren't we?
Anyone who wasn't following the Southern Vipers game on Saturday, our fellow BBC Solent TMS commentator Emily Windsor scored her highest score for the Vipers so far, got to 91, and we were a complete ball of nerves up here.
We were. We did say to her, thank goodness you didn't get 100, because we wouldn't have been able to report on it.
No.
Thanks, Mel. Have a break. Clive Eakin will come in alongside me for the next half hour. Mel will be back at 3 o'clock. She's going off to find out that YouTube advert. It does what it says on the tin. Have a look at it. It's no great shakes. You'll be very disappointed, but it just does what it says, basically. The advert does. Here's Briggs. Clive will remember that advert. As it's a length ball and Holland pushes forward quietly out into the covers, fielded by Alex Davis. And there is no run. So 26 Hampshire are behind. And the afternoon session mirroring the first session, although they did lose Kyle Abbott, but in terms of getting close to this Warwickshire total and now having thoughts about going way beyond it, it's so far mission accomplished. There's another single out to deep point, 193 for 4. Clive.
Yes, it's frustrating to watch this season, so what it must be like for the Warwickshire fielders. I'm going to have to break off straight away.
Quick 30 seconds update. Hampshire 192 for 4, so they are just within 25 runs now of Warwickshire's first innings total of 217, and a partnership here between Ian Holland, who's on 90 not out, top scorer of the season for him, and Liam Dawson, who's a 51 not out and still batting. This partnership now is worth about 114. A quick calculation off the top of my head. Just the one wicket that's fallen today. Night watchman Kyle Abbott this morning for 19, but so far it's been all Hampshire. 192 for 4. Briggs bowls, and that's played back to him by Liam Dawson. Yes, sorry, you were saying.
No, it's just been the story of the season for Warwickshire. They get a few wickets and then, if that hurts them, they just can't finish it off, can't follow it through.
Sweep there from Dawson, and there's nobody out at deep square leg. Beautiful shot all along the ground, just from outside off stump. And Dawson moves on to 55 now, 196 for 4, 21 behind. But isn't it a tale of the softball?
Well, it is, but it just seems to be happening to Warwickshire more than some teams, doesn't it? I mean, it didn't happen to Hampshire, did it? I mean, I think you look back at Warwickshire, Warwickshire aren't losing this game because they bowl badly. Warwickshire are losing this game because they batted badly, and Hampshire bowl very well.
Yeah. Mind you, there was a couple of 50-plus partnerships.
Yeah, well, that's, you need more than that, though.
Well,
you can't rely on a couple of 50 partnerships at the end of the innings.
No, sure. length ball. Dawson quietly plays that back down the pitch, and that's the end of the over. 196 for 4.
I mean, what Hampshire did that Warwickshire haven't been able to do is get wicket in clusters out that big. It was really, you just look back to after lunch yesterday, don't you? And that flurry of wickets, was it 5 for 16 or something?
Yeah, that was a killer.
That's and I haven't won the Golden Gamble ticket. Mind you, I didn't buy one, so I'm not likely to win one. Anyway, they've got to keep plugging away. Warwickshire, not feel sorry for themselves. Going to try and maintain some control. Still hope that maybe one wicket can be followed by a cluster this time. Still got 2 slips in place. Will Rose is still trying. That's what Warwickshire will do. And one thing that I said before, they pride themselves, their standard of fielding doesn't drop even when they're struggling like this. And that was a good ball from Will Rose, a bottom edge onto his pads there from Holland, which leaps up and has got it on the bounce at second slip. But just a one chance put down, but it was a very difficult chance. Dan Mosley was at full stretch at gully, got his hands to the ball but couldn't cling on.
Yeah, mind you, that wasn't too far away from the stumps.
No.
Bottom edge onto the ground there.
That's the occasional one that's giving them hope, but it's not getting the breaks at the moment. In comes Rhodes, and Holland plays off his pads as a strangled appeal by, sorry, Ollie Dolby. What am I talking about? Well, it's Ollie Dolby bowling, and strangled appeal. And also both batters were shouting because they were considering whether to run or not, so lots of shouting went on. No change to the score.
Yeah, the ball's just not doing anything now, isn't it? Not even for Hannon Dolby, who this morning just got the odd one to nip, didn't he? A couple nip backers, a couple that nipped away. But even that seems to have gone from his bowling at the moment.
He's going to have to rest him soon. He's only 14 overs or 13 overs after this one from the new ball. Comes into bowl, and that's played to mid-wicket. They've gone through for a quick run, and they get it well. Well judged single. Holland on to 81. I know that people need to know whether they won the Golden Gamble, but I wish you wouldn't put it all over the scoreboard when I'm looking at the score. However, 197 for 4. The other scoreboard's got it, to be fair. I have to lean forward a bit to see that. Hannon Dolby, his 20th over, 2 for 45. Decent figures from him, but there's a pause here. Not sure. I think first Ollie Dolby, because that's what's happening. He's calling Michael Burgess going to stand up.
Ooh. How often has he stood up to Hannon Dolby?
From time to time. And then Dolby bowls, and that's played out to mid-wicket. It's fielded by Chris Benjamin.
It's good to see keepers do that from time to time. It's just another way, isn't it, of putting a little bit of pressure on the batter, just giving them something else to think about with the keeper so close that you wouldn't expect to be that close to you. Good move, actually. It's worth trying for an over 2, maybe a bit more.
He turns at the pavilion end. And straight run up bowls, and it's turned round to square leg for a single by Dawson. It moves on to 56. 12th century partnership conceded by Warwickshire this season. And a couple of those have been double century partnerships, I think. We'll just bring that stat up. Yeah, 3 of them, in fact, have been double century partnerships.
I'm impressed with your stats.
I don't feel about right. I mean, Warwickshire haven't managed to say 1, 2, 3. They've only managed 7 century partnerships. 2 of those have been double centuries. It's pushed out to the offside. There's no run. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sorry. 10th century partnership of the season. I think I must be looking at the wrong year previously. 10th century partnership of the season. They've conceded. But as I say, 3 of them have been double centuries. This one's got a bit of way to go to be a double century partnership yet, but they're progressing nicely at 198 for 4. They're only 19 behind now, Hampshire, and they'll be thinking get 150 ahead. Might only have to bat once.
That's a nice thought.
You would hope that Warwickshire would bat better in the second innings, but they'll face that pressure of having to come back from a deficit.
Yeah, that's not ideal. You know, whatever stage in the game we're at, I just think you look at the board now and you think, well, it's 13 overs to the second new ball. You know, for Warwickshire, it's important that they try and keep the runs conceded over the next 13 overs down to a minimum, because, you know, with the second new ball and maybe Hampshire are fractionally in front, you know, you never know what's going to happen with this second new ball. 2 or 3 quick wickets changes the game. He's over the wicket, Briggs, trying to sort of dry up the runs, kicked away by Dawson. So we're going to have a little bit of the left-arm spinner bowling into the rough to the right-hander. It's going to be difficult for them to, if they are going to play some shots. We saw that Dawson to McAndrew, didn't we, a bit in the Warwickshire innings. Kicked away again by Dawson. This is a deliberate drying up of runs tactic.
Yeah, England are racing along now, 79 for 8. Only in the 20th over.
I saw a tweet earlier, somebody said they got enough. I don't think that's quite right. Dawson actually puts a bat on this one. He's coming forward.
Oh, 83 for 8. Goodness me.
Disappointing. Mind you, it was swinging around a bit, didn't we? The little bits we saw at the lunch break. Briggs over the wicket again. Dawson on the back foot just plays that into the ground. He was looking to just steer that away square on the leg side into the gap, but couldn't quite do so. Ball just moving away from him a fraction. Briggs again, away from us, outside off stump, just pushed into the covers, fielded by Davis. Briggs doing exactly the right thing here at the moment, with no runs off this over and 1 ball left of it. This will use a few overs up if Briggs can keep this up. Dawson the back foot, one just turns and bounces a fraction, hits him on the thigh pad, tries to get the glove and the bat out of the way, and that's a maiden. 198 for 4. Hampshire trail by 19.
Dawson will be watching all this with interest. Somerset eventually all out for 446 at Blackpool against Lancashire. Briggs' 4th maiden, none for 40. We're having a drinks break now. Well, Warwickshire probably need that. There's no lack of effort out there, no lack of commitment. But they just can't make things happen for them at the moment. So it won't take long to go through the wickets that have fallen today. Kyle Abbott LBW to Nathan McAndrew for 19. That was 78 for 4 in the 35th over. And now at 198 for 4 after 68 with Ian Holland. He's batted all the way through so far. He's on 91 and Liam Dawson's on 56.
Got a nice email here from Julian Dean, silentcricket@gmail.com. Myself and Melissa were talking about beer matches a little earlier, and Julian writes, back in the 80s, my club side Alton, which is sort of not a million miles away from here, ran a highly enjoyable club tour to South Wales. This involved games at the beautiful county grounds of Ebervale, Abergavenny and Bester Ball against Cardiff at Sophia Gardens. This one particular year had seen a Glamorgan versus Lancashire one-day game being played at Sophia Gardens the day before. Rain the day before had badly affected play. Back in the good old days before Duckworth Lewis, the one-day games carried on into the next day, so our club game had to wait until the finish of the county match. The pros lasted until about 4:30. With flat Jack Simmons, I remember that, yeah, the old off-spinner, bowling Lancashire to victory and an extremely tight finish. We ended up playing a 20-over match straight afterwards in front of about 500 or so highly inebriated fans, clearly enjoying the beer enough to stay and enjoy our poor excuse for cricket as much as the earlier proper stuff. The biggest crowd I've ever played in front of by far, says Julian. Thank you very much, good fun. Still taking drinks, well, in fact, they finished taking drinks.
Well, Ollie Hand all week. Taking a big drink of the amount of work he's done. He's going to continue. 12 balls away from the new ball, so he ain't going to get much rest. How long have we got till tea? We've got still 19 overs to fit in before tea, haven't we?
And the over 8's -2.
Yeah, that's another thing what you've got to watch out for,
Yeah,
especially if they do only get to bowl once. You'd think they'd be getting that down with Briggs bowling.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? But he bowled a few overs yesterday. Oh no, Dawson bowled a few overs yesterday, and we still finished after 7.
Don't know what they. I never saw what the Hampshire over 8 was in terms of plus or minus. So Hannon Dolby comes in to bowl to Holland. 2-6 wicketkeeper still standing up, and it's played out into the offside by Holland for no run.
Yeah, so the new ball due before tea then.
Yeah.
How long does Hannon Dolby keep bowling? Knowing that he'll be taking the new ball. All calculations that need to be met by Will Rhodes.
It just feels Hannon Dolby is maintaining a reasonable amount of control. Not conceding too many runs, and that's a good accurate delivery which is played to mid-on. It's a dot ball.
That's the thing, you're right. He's kept an admirable line and length, hasn't he, really, throughout his spells. And McAndrew just looked like he'd just gone off it a fraction this afternoon, having been really tight in his spells before that. So he's still got Mosley to bowl some spin, hasn't he?
Yeah, I don't know if they...
Does he not bowl much in the Championship?
Not a huge amount, nor does Matt Lamb bowls a bit as well, but we don't see huge amounts of them.
Mosley looks all right in the T20 quarter-final. I suppose it's different format.
Yeah, but we might see him. But that one has hit off his toes to mid-wicket. There's no run.
Looks tidy enough.
198 for 4. Warwickshire certainly going to have to bat a lot better in the second innings if they get anything out of this match. Just got 2 points so far, the 1 batting point and 1 bowling point. I'm sure Hampshire won't be over worrying about batting points, but obviously they're on the verge of 1. They've got just a little bit of time to get more. Hannon Dolby bowl what's quite a wide delivery, which is cracked out to the offside and superbly stopped yet again by Danny Briggs. Almost feel when he should stop like that, he should have runs knocked off his analysis, because he saved quite a lot of runs in the field.
He's good there, isn't he? He obviously enjoys fielding there, doesn't he? You can see that. Takes it personally. This is what all your fielders you want.
I do feel well, Warwickshire. That's one thing you have to say is that Hannon Dolby bowls and shortish delivery, which is a run down towards third. There's a chase on. They've got 1. They take a little bit of time to think about the second, but it's comfortably there. 93 to Holland. The 200 up for Hampshire.
Point.
So, yes, the first batting point. .414 balls for the 200. I'll work out the significance in a moment. 4 wickets down. Hannon Dolby. Try again, bowls. And that's played to mid-on. There's no run. That means the second 100 in which they lost no wickets. Taken 166 balls. The first took on 248.
.122 partnership so far for the 5th wicket between Ian Holland, who's got a season's best here, 93.
Fourth 50 is taken 86. 86 balls, so it was marginally slower than the 5th 50. We're keeping more or less the same pace.
Dawson sweeps at Briggs, but it goes on the 45 on the leg side. Briggs continuing that over the wicket attack, looking to bowl into the rough, where 1 or 2 bowlers on both sides have been given some words by umpire Stephen O'Shaughnessy for running down the wicket. You can see from here there's quite a few footmarks there for Briggs to bowl into. Oh, there's a little inside edge onto the pad, in fact leading edge there from Dawson. If there was a silly mid-off. then there might have been an opportunity for a catch, but I guess in the situation where Warwickshire are only 17 runs ahead with Hampshire still 6 wickets in hand, that might be a bit of a luxury. As Dawson's forward, makes no mistake this time as it goes out square on the offside.
He did have a silly mid off earlier, Danny Briggs.
See, match situations, don't they, dictate fields sometimes, and I think he'd love to have one there all the time, especially if you're ahead in the game. But Dawson sweeps again, gets a good bat on that as it goes out to backward square leg. Alan Dalby fields. And Dawson moves on to 57, 201 for 4 now. The deficit between these two is down to 16. At the start of the day, the deficit was 175. Hampshire reeling somewhat last night when James Vince was out 37 for 3, but Holland mainly has done a good job. He's trying to sweep that one, misses. That's a good take. Down the leg side by Burgess. That won't be easy for him with the ball going behind the batter and that rough. Not easy to take the ball cleanly, but he did there. Not sure how much it will bounce or turn. There's not a lot of bounce really. Yes, that's kicked away by Ian Holland. End of the over. We've got 11 overs until the second new ball. Hampshire 201 for 4. 93 to Ian Holland, 57 to Liam Dawson.
Well, keeping it reasonably tight, the swept single. And well, Hannah Dolby is now going to have a short break ahead of the new ball. And we're going to see Nathan McAndrew return.
Yeah, these are all bowlers that are going to be using the second new ball quite a lot, you would think.
Yeah, I imagine they'll open with Garrett and Hannon Dolby. So McAndrew will have a little burst now, no doubt. Come back first change of the new ball. Hampshire getting well on top in the heat here, tropical Southampton. Are we strictly speaking in Southampton here, or as a hedge end?
Yeah,
or?
we're more hedge end. Yeah, West End hedge end. Yeah, we're actually in the borough of Eastleigh, outside of Southampton. 3 overs, none for 11. Hannah Dolby's spell from that pavilion end.
I caught an Eastleigh game on my way home from a game here once.
Did you?
Yeah.
Not far away.
No, I was on my way to somewhere else, under another ground, I think. The game following, well, 2 days later or something, can't remember. Anyway, that's left by Dawson outside off stump.
Talking of that, where's Phil Britt these days? Who looks after
Yeah, he
the
tends.
museum?
He's with us for home games.
Yeah.
Doesn't tend to come to the away games these days, but he's with us for home games. Still goes around. See him on Twitter photographing football grounds all over the place.
Looks after the museum well, doesn't he, up at Edgbaston?
Andrew bowls. It's just played off round his pads by Dawson for a single. He's on to 58. Great effort by Liam Dawson. Did survive that one sharp chance, but it would be harsh to be overly critical of that one being put down.
Yeah, there's no movement at all now for the bowlers, is there really?
No.
It's going to be 10 overs of graft now till the second new ball. Just, as I say, just keep it as tight as you can. Don't let Hampshire get much of a lead. They should get one by the time the second new ball comes along. I think there'll be something drastically wrong if they don't. But keep it down to as minimum as possible.
McAndrew to Holland, who runs it down to third for another comfortable single. Keeps the scoreboard ticking. He's on to 94. 203 for 4. 14 runs behind.
Yeah, it's important because it's going to be hard against the second new ball. You would expect it to do a bit, of course, bounce a bit more. So there is more than a possibility of a couple of wickets or so. And of course, if Hampshire aren't that far in front, then all of a sudden the pressure goes back on Hampshire. But if you don't pick up a wicket and you let through a few more runs than you expect to, then all of a sudden, even if you do pick up a couple of wickets, Hampshire are starting to build a decent lead.
Just one slip from McAndrew. as he bowls, and that again, a bottom edge into the ground. Maybe the ball not getting up as much as Dawson expected. It was quite wide, so there was no real dramas. No run either.
Yeah, I think there was a bit of lack of bounce. Not surprising. Into the 71st over.
People tossing it about all around all parts of the ground here. Different sort of day's cricket today so far. Match interestingly poised, very much in favour of the home side at the moment, as that's defended by Dawson to mid-off.
Yeah, it's still very muggy though, isn't it, really? It's very, very warm indeed, and again, sort of no breeze to speak of at all, as we had yesterday, but that's just as I say that we get a bit of a breeze, which I think is the first one we've had for quite a while, but generally it's a very still day, very muggy day, just like yesterday, but a bit more cloud cover, which is keeping the harshness of the sun away.
McAndrew bowls, and it's again turned round onto the leg side for a single, so they were pretty efficient, the batters, in getting 3 singles on that over. Dawson is now on 59 and Holland on 94, and it's 204 for 4.
Yeah, and I think it's also important at this stage that Hampshire just don't sort of give wickets away, because, you know, they are starting to get a real foothold here in terms of being in a position that once they get level with the Warwickshire, and then have a really good base in which to push on. Now they'll know that when the second new ball comes, it will provide a challenge, and you know, there's a good chance that there'll be a wicket or two taken. But if you haven't lost too many getting to that stage, a couple of wickets might set you back a bit, but not too much. And again, as we see with these balls, they get through the first 20 overs or so, and then we get a situation like this where the ball doesn't do a lot. So, you know, both these sides, there's a lot riding on this over the next 10, 12 overs. Briggs bowls, swept by Dawson, gets wrapped on the pad, but it's pitching outside leg stump.
Well, in terms of Hampshire's title challenge, you look at, started off, I've lost it now. Where's
16
it gone?
points, was it?
Yeah, I just tried.
Briggs bowls, just on off stump. That's pushed out square, they'll get a single, there's a gap there. Dawson moves on to 60 now, 205 for 4. 12 the difference.
Right, I'll get it up again then. So they
guessing.
started 16 points behind Surrey, and Surrey up against it. Yorkshire finally all out for 521 at Scarborough. So Surrey got back to, and so have Lancashire, who are up there, and they started 5 points behind Hampshire.
Nice sweep there from Holland for a single, moves on to 95, 206 for 4.
And they've conceded a pretty big total. At Blackpool against Somerset, 446, so you wouldn't rule them out, but it looks at the moment from here pretty hard for Surrey or Lancashire to get wins from their current games.
Could be a big week, couldn't it, in the title race, although of course we're still a few games away from anything. That's played out on the leg side. This is only, what, the 9th match for each of these sides, 14 in total.
Well, Essex could move into contention. They started 47 points behind Surrey, but with the game in hand.
They have, yeah. Oh, Dawson sweeping there off the toe of the bat along the ground to mid-wicket.
And they look to be in with a very good chance of winning against Gloucestershire.
Yeah, they're just starting to put together some performances, aren't they? Always a dangerous side, Essex. Started the season slowly. There's Briggs again. Bowls, quicker ball on the line of leg stump. Dawson just tickles that away behind square for a single. Will keep the strike, moves on to 61, 207 for 4. The difference now between these sides is just 10.
And the worry for Warwickshire is, although Gloucestershire at the bottom are in another tough game, Somerset, they did only get, I think, 3 batting points, but if they do manage to beat Lancashire, they've got a long way to go. But they started second from bottom, 30 points behind Warwickshire with a game in hand. So far, Warwickshire have just managed to eke out 2 points in this match. Still plenty of time for them to get 1 or 2 more bowling points, and then maybe try and, well, get the 8 for the draw, possibly. Anyway,
still a long way to go yet.
There is, but as I said, for us all too familiar, really, this season for Warwickshire.
Yeah, I mean it's not ideal when you think the only wicket that's fallen has been the night watchman, but I think that says a lot about the surface as much as anything. It's a very dry pitch, but it's not really turning. Even out of the rough that Danny Briggs is bowling into, there's still not a lot there for him. McAndrew to continue from the pavilion end. 2 for 57 from 20. Comes in. Was it you or me?
I think it's
me.
You, yeah. He's bowling another bounce. He's bowled a few of those. A couple of them have gone way down the leg side to the boundary. One was called no ball. That was a little straighter, but with tennis ball bounce, it's taken by Burgess. Steve O'Shaughnessy just having a look. I think it looked more where the front foot was landing there, as if he's getting close to no balling. Just the one no ball bowled by Warwickshire so far in this match.
Admirable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good discipline, that, actually. Nearly 73 overs.
McAndrew. And again, bowls. So moving away, left by Dawson. Started wide enough for him to leave it comfortably. 207 for 4. I'm going to have to go a minute, aren't I? I'll have to leave it to you now.
Haven't seen a ball slide away like that for quite a while, actually, but it was mainly after the ball had gone past the batter, but definitely some good shape through to the keeper there. Into the 73rd over, so not too long for Warwickshire to wait here. I'm sure they'll take that second new ball straight away. 207 for 4 as McAndrew comes in again and bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Dawson. That's a good line. Dawson initially looking to play it, pulled the bat away. So the deficit between these two sides now is just 10. Hampshire starting the day on 42 for 3, 175 behind. Ian Holland, the opener, was 20 not out then. Kyle Abbott, the night watchman, was 1 not out. And if you're just joining us, just a quick surmise. Kyle Abbott, the only wicket that fell this morning after just over 50 minutes of play. LBW to this man bowling now. McAndrew for 19. They put on 41 for the 4th wicket. McAndrew bowls, gets an inside edge there, Dawson, and it whistles past the leg stump down towards fine leg, and it's going for 4. That just nipped back a fraction. McAndrew just finding something that out of this pitch that hasn't really been there for a while. And Dawson there, a little bit lucky on that occasion. Dawson moves on to 65 now, and there's just 6 runs between these sides. That was the only wicket that fell before lunch. Hampshire going into lunch at 134 for 4. They added 92 in that morning session for the loss of Abbott. At that stage, trailing by 83. Ian Holland went into the break at 60 not out, Dawson 30 not out. So, of course, no wickets have fallen since lunch as McAndrew comes in again and bowls to Dawson, who's in behind that one. Plays that out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So since lunch, Holland has added 35, 95 not out. He's on top score of the season for him, beating his 81 here in the first game of the season against Somerset. And Liam Dawson has added 35 since lunch. He's 65 not out. Hampshire trailing by 6 with 7 overs just over to go until the second new ball's due. We haven't had a ball change actually since the 17th minute of this morning. As McAndrew bowls, again it's straight, and again Dawson works it just in front of square on the leg side, and that'll be the end of the over. So just the one boundary off that over. McAndrew has now bowled 21 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 61. Danny Briggs, who I'm sure will be bowling this end over the wicket until the second new ball is due, has bowled 17 overs, 4 maidens, none for 44. The other bowlers used by Warwickshire so far in this innings, they haven't used too many. Hannon Dalby's bowled 21 overs, 2 for 48 with 3 maidens. Both his wickets last night, including the big one of James Vince, caught at first slip for 8. Got Felix Organ, first wicket down, LBW, playing, got stuck on the crease a little bit, playing down the wrong line. He was out for 5, it was 6 for 1 then. Nick Gubbins in between that, caught in the slips off McAndrew for 2, that was 24 for 2. Vince out at 37 for 3. Hampshire just struggling a little bit there, but since then they've worked hard to get themselves out of that potentially tricky situation and get themselves into a decent position. So 211 for 4. Danny Briggs has just had a bit of a chat there and comes on to bowl now, and that's pushed out on the offside by Ian Holland, who gets a big stride in there as he does so. And Clive Eakin is back. I'll let him take over the rest of the over, and then alongside him will be Melissa Story.
Thank you, Kevin. England 110 for 9, so they've avoided record lows. Still, there's huge much life in that match. Bowls outside leg stump. Briggs, it's swept by Holland. That's a good shot, and that's beaten the fielder down there. That's a 4 for Ian Holland, and that takes him to 99. Welcome back, Melissa.
Thank you.
Good
What a
time
good,
to come back.
good time. Gives Kevin James room to go do a lap of the box celebration when Holland gets this century.
Well,
touch wood.
Yeah, don't say when. It's dangerous.
I am notorious for jinxing as well, so I am touching multiple bits of wood.
Briggs then comes into bowl to Holland, who... Oh, he's caught behind! Would you believe it? He's gone for 99. I think he made a late decision to play at that, cut at it, and it's taken by Michael Burgess. An excellent innings. You can stand up, Melissa, because I can promise you nothing you say in the commentary box affects what goes on out there. But he has gone. That's tough on Ian Holland. He'll get a good round of applause. It's been a terrific innings. He'll be really disappointed actually with the way he got out as well. He could just have left that, but maybe just saw in front of him. He has a great chance to get 100, but left, as I say, a little bit late, I think, to make that decision. But there you go, raises his bat. Good applause for Ian Holland. 215 for 5. And, well, you can hear what the locals think of it. Really good, generous applause and cheers. And he raises his bat to acknowledge it, which is good to see. It is, I've never heard Ed Smith say this, it is one of the mysteries of cricket, why it should be such a big difference between 99 and 100 in terms of the reaction. And it's good to see Ian Holland actually taking the applause positively there.
Absolutely. I mean, one run would not make a difference in how much that innings means to his teammates, means to the Hampshire supporters here, and how much he's changed this game. Departs on 215 for 5 and navigated Hampshire for a tricky period at the beginning of that innings when the Warwickshire bowlers were bowling fantastic.
Well, it's a relief for Warwickshire to have got that. England, by the way, all out for 110. Jasprit Boomer, look at these, listen to these figures. 7.2 overs, 3 maidens, 6 for 19. That's pretty useful. So, well, they've managed to avoid a certain amount of ignominy, England, but looks like they're heading for a pretty heavy defeat.
Well, I've seen lots of comments saying that they deserve it because of their ODI kit, their new ODI kit, which some have described as the opening credits to a 1980s sports show, and others have said it resembles the material on a seat on the bus.
To be fair, it's not the players' fault. I don't think they get much say in it. But, yeah, I didn't really study it, actually. I'll have a proper look now, except that. So, new batter in is Brown as Briggs bowls.
See mid-wicket warming up.
Well, that's Dan Mosley. That would be interesting. Could be. That's pushed out to the offside. There's no run.
You'd be a bit surprised if Mosley did come on now, just as Warwickshire.
Well, I'm only thinking that they're a couple away from the new ball. Well, so a handful of overs from the new ball potentially. He's started that very wide. Briggs, but got to induce a false sweep shot out of Ben Brown. And that's the end of the over. 215 for 5. A successful over for Danny Briggs, but Hampshire are just 2 runs behind now.
Yeah, fantastic effort from Dawson and Holland in that partnership, finally broken. Now suddenly the roles shift and Liam Dawson adopts that more authoritative role out there in the middle. But it's not to say that Ben Brown has not performed with the bat. In fact, he's been one of the standouts for Hampshire, moving here at the start of the season, and he's averaging 43 at the start of this game. 525 runs, 250s and 100.
A stand of 137 in 39 overs between Dawson and Holland.
Well, it will be Mosley from the pavilion end, and that's short first of all, pulled into the leg side. Sweep it does get round, and Hampshire get through for a comfortable 2. Bit of a loosener to start up and gifts Dawson 2 runs. He moves on to 67. The score 217 for 5.
Ian Holland's innings, 203 balls, 13 fours. He was out there for just over 5 hours.
Mosley in, and that's a thick edge past first slip. Running down to the boundary, and 4 runs to Dawson. Moves him on to 71, but that was almost directly where second slip would have been.
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't expect to see 2 slips at this stage, or whether Dom Sibley might consider moving a little bit wider, taking that second slip position. But, unlucky there, Dan Mosley, but good start to the over in terms of runs for Hampshire. 6 off the first 2 balls.
Mosley in again, bowling to Dawson, who's on the back foot, pushing this back to him.
Because those 6 runs have taken them ahead. They now lead by 4.
What kind of a lead do you think Hampshire are going to be looking for here, Clive?
Well, I mean, if they can get 150 ahead, say.
Mosley bowls, and this is slashed away, and there's a misfield at short third. The ball bobbling past that long barrier, and they're running hard here, looking for 3. The throws come in. Comfortable in the end. Good running from Hampshire. This is a costly over so far for Warwickshire. Already 9 runs off it.
Well, I can't be too critical, because that's Danny Briggs, who's fielded superbly for most of the match, but that was an error. It does mean now, and I feel a bit for Dan Mosley, that's 9 runs off this over. I don't think he'll get another one, because they can't afford to concede runs, even though he's been a bit unlucky. One was an edge, it could have been caught if there'd been a second slip. That went for 4, now the misfield.
Mosley in again to Dawson, who's working this off of his hip to 45, and another dot ball.
He might entrust him. So what would he have to bowl? 2 more overs after this one to get to the new ball. That would have been the plan, certainly.
As Mosley in again, and this is pulled away short again, but straight to that sweeper, who doesn't have to move an inch. The deep square boundary, just a single, and that completes his over. 10 runs off it, but as you mentioned, an unfortunate 10 runs. It probably only should have gone for about 4.
Yes, I don't like the loosener. The pet hate of mine, looseners. I think they're inexcusable. You've got to be ready for your first ball. Ryan Sidebottom was the Yorkshire Ryan Sidebottom was a master at bowling right on it from first ball. Remember a match against Warwickshire, he took a wicket with the first ball of his spell 2 or 3 times.
You would hate my bowling. I think I do about 2 overs of looseners, and then it gets going. I mean, there's no better loosener in history than Steve Harmison. That iconic ball.
Well, yeah. But you've got to be ready first ball, because that's no excuse. Oh, that's just a loosener. It's not an excuse for me. Anyway, Danny Briggs bowls. That's again, he's bowling on leg stump, trying to contain Hampshire, and Ben Brown pads that away. Briggs is 19th over. He's gone for 48, so he'd like to be a little bit more economical than that, but certainly not being goss away. He floats that one up. That's well wide of leg stump, giving plenty of air. He's trying to tempt Brown perhaps into an injudicious swept shot, but Brown is content with padding that one away again. 1 slip in place. Briggs in again, and loops it up. It's closer to leg stump. It's padded away by Brown. It's a little bit of a stalemate here. The bowler bowling just to stop runs, and the batter not worrying too much. Briggs in again. This time it's on leg stump, and it's played with the bat by Brown for no run.
I agree with your earlier comments about the night watch here was wicket, which at the time gave that confidence to Warwickshire. It was another wickets that fallen, but now to think we've still an Iron Donald to come. Yeah,
that's padded away. Yeah, I don't like the tactic, but you'd have to say probably they would feel it's worked in this case. I mean, he did a reasonable job, Kyle Abbott, and then the 2 batters that would have come together before the close yesterday, if he hadn't come in, have produced a huge partnership. So can't really argue that it's not worked. That's bowled on middle on leg from Briggs, but it's defended by Brown. So batter content to accept the maiden, and Briggs' 5th maiden.
Of course, the night watcher also means that it will now be James Fuller coming in at number 10, who I could potentially argue is the best number 10 who's ever played in the county championship.
225 for 5. A lead of 8 for Hampshire. Dan Mosley will continue. I'll hope that he can stem the flow of runs this time, maybe get a bit more luck.
Mosley continuing over the wicket to Dawson. Just gets a bit of grip on his hands there from this dust bowl pitch. As a few changes to the field are made.
Hampshire have actually got their run rate up to 3 and over now. It was well below 2 and over for quite a long time. They're carrying on at that rate. That'll be 3 batting points if they're not bowled out first.
Mosley at the top of his mark, tosses the ball to himself and bowls outside the off stump, slashed away by Dawson to fielder on the boundary at point and takes the single, brings Brown back on strike, and those fielders stay out there, which is surprising. You may have thought that with the new batter on strike, you could bring up that fielder at point and just try and make him hit through the gap as Brown's on the back foot, tickling this to short mid-wicket.
I think the priority is to stop the runs, to be honest, at this stage. But, no doubt there'll be a more attacking field when the new ball becomes available.
Mosley in and defended at the crease by Brown. So the issue with McAndrew, is he completely out of this innings now, or just
no? I think I would imagine that Garrett and Halland Dobby will take the new ball.
As that's pushed back to Mosley.
And then I think McAndrew will be will replace one of them.
Because I was seeing lots of people on Twitter speak about his running down the pitch, and wasn't quite sure on the policy for that.
No, that's a fair question. I don't think he's been taken out unless we've missed it. Whether he's received one warning or not, I'm not sure.
That last delivery just pushed back to Mosley again. He's bowled some consecutive dots here and just building the pressure on Ben Brown. As that's driven firmly but straight to mid-off to finish the over, just the one off it. Much better over than his first one, and Hampshire 226 for 5. As it has been across this game, the wicket brings a period of stillness across the ground, in the air. Everything just seems to slow down. And it'll be up to Dawson to make sure that Hampshire don't get too bogged down. They want to increase their lead, but with the quality of batters they've got to come, they can really afford to keep accelerating. As you mentioned, that run rate going up and up.
Yeah, Briggs should get through these overs quickly now. That's also quite important because there were -2 on the over rate. I think it's still saying -2. They must be catching it up fairly quickly. It is incredibly small lettering on the scoreboard, but that one was a dot ball, and yeah, it does say -2. And Briggs bowls, and that's pushed out to the offside where it stopped, and there's no run. And Mosley got away with just one from his last over. This is what Warwickshire want at this stage, obviously. And that's swept by Dawson, but it will be cut off on the back of square leg boundary, so just get one. If they can get a wicket, that'll be a bonus, but it's about containment. Hampshire's lead now 10. You asked about the lead earlier. I mean, even a 100 lead would put Hampshire in a very strong position. Warwickshire have to bat well, but I suppose if they can keep it to 100 or less, a really good third innings of the match from Warwickshire gives them a chance, because it forces Hampshire to bat last on a pitch which hasn't shown a huge amount of sign of taking turns so far. There's a forward defensive by Brown. But, this next one is defended, but at any lead of 150 plus, you'd think give Hampshire ambitions of either not having to bat again or at least not having to chase anything worrying. Briggs bowls, just hurries the batter up a little bit. Brown manages to play away to backward point. Decent over, just a one run off it. The swept shot from Dawson, who's on 76. Brown's on 1, 227 for 5.
Have we looked at the other scores around
Not
the
for a
country
while.
recently?
No,
So we'll run through those ones. And beginning in Div 1 between Essex and Gloucestershire. Essex are 299 for 7, which is a bit of collapse for them. They were 203 for 2. So they've lost a flurry of wickets there.
Just gets Steve Harmer closer to bowling again, doesn't it?
Between Kent and Northamptonshire were 303 all out, and in reply Kent 139 for 4. Zach Crawley back in that squad, but gone for 5. His poor form continues in the red ball format, just as Moseley makes a few changes to his field. Deep square, deep point, bowls flatter, and that's pulled away straight to that fielder on the deep square boundary by Dawson. A single taken. He moves on to 77, 228 for 5 the score. The game between Somerset and Lancashire, well, Somerset got 446 all out in the end, and Lancashire in response 22 for none as Moseley bowls, and this is squirted away to that cover sweeper for a single by Brown, and just rotating the strike here, these two. And then up at Scarborough, Yorkshire 521 all out, and Surrey just started their reply, 20 for none, as that's defended by Dawson. Back to the bowler. It's going to be a big ask for top of the table Surrey. And then looking at the scores in Div 2, game between Derbyshire and Durham. Derbyshire were 283 all out in their first innings. Moseley bowls and defended by Dawson. In response, Durham 190 for 7. Glamorgan, Nottinghamshire. Glamorgan 318 all out, and Nottinghamshire 225 for 3. A good reply from them so far, with Hamid in the run, Sasib Hamid. In comes Moseley, and this is outside the off stump. Push to extra cover for no run, and they're getting through these overs quickly here. And finally, Middlesex, Worcestershire. Well, they're into their 3rd innings in that game, as Moseley comes in, bowls, and this is worked into the onside by Dawson. Another dot to finish that over. Hampshire 229 for 5. So in that Middlesex-Worcestershire game, Middlesex 188 all out, Worcestershire 191 all out. And then in the 3rd innings of that game, Middlesex is 63 for 2. So it looks like a bit of a spicy wicket there. And finally, Sussex, Leicestershire. Sussex ranking up that massive total in the first innings, 588 for 9. And Leicestershire in response, 2 for 1.
Oh dear. Well, Dan Moseley's still looking for his maiden first-class wicket. He'd only bowled 10 overs in the previous 3 first-class matches he's played. Previous 4, the right first time, and he just bowled 1 over in his previous match this season, the opening game against Surrey. And that 1 over went for 1 run. Danny Briggs comes in to bowl. That's probably Dan Moseley finished though, because that was the 79th over. This is the 80th. So we're going to see the new ball presumably taken after this. It'll be very strange if it isn't. Ollie Hannon-Dolby is making preparations, taking that new ball. Briggs bowls. Oh, that's pad that in front of the stumps. Danny Briggs appeals, because it probably is going to hit the stumps, but it pitches well outside leg stump. He's got no chance, and the batter knew that, of course, which is why he knew he could pad it away.
There was quite a close one in the previous Briggs over where it was padded but a bit straighter.
And that one is just outside leg stump and padded away.
I think you do have to get a bit careful that you don't get into a rhythm of just sticking your pad out and suddenly you're sticking it out to a straight one.
Briggs bowls. Let's play back to him. There's no run. Just think about the Ian Holland dismissal, you know. If he'd not been on 99, I'm fairly convinced he wouldn't have played that shot.
I think
it was a shot of sort of grasping at what he thought was going to be a chance. Briggs bowls, and that's a more accurate delivery. It's just outside off stump in the end, taken by Burgess.
Yeah, it was. I think it was a good delivery from Briggs actually, just giving him that one across the angle and tempting him into that cut shot.
And this one from Briggs, again that's aimed at the stumps and it's played onto the leg side for no run. Briggs doing a good job there, another maiden from him, and his figures are improving every over in terms of economy. 49 of his 21 overs down. He's got the wicket, crucial wicket of Ian Holland. So, new ball now available. Ollie Hannon-Dolby will take it from the pavilion end.
Yeah, and this is coming at just the right time for Warwickshire. Another wicket now would, especially the big wicket of Liam Dawson, would give them some confidence with 2 new batters at the crease. But for now, it's just going to be about depriving Dawson of the strike and making sure they bowl as many deliveries as possible to the new batter Brown out in the middle. And Dolby's been fantastic in this game. So far he's picked up 2 key wickets. 21 overs bowled for him, and he got Felix Organ out LBW early on yesterday, and then picked up the massive scalp of James Vince just before the end of play yesterday. And in the current form James Vince is in, it's a massive wicket. And then Dolby then, what's the field looking like for him? He's got 2 slips in, which just goes to show that even with this new ball, there's not too much happening out there. And it'll be interesting to see how much swing he can generate. And then he's also got a fine leg and a deep square leg, so not sure whether we're going to be seeing some shorter pitch deliveries as well with those 2 catches on the boundary. As he charges in, and this is slashed away through the covers. First ball by Dawson. It wasn't even that much width from Hannon Dolby, but Dawson just leant back into his crease and swatted that one away. He moves on to 81. Hampshire 233 for 5.
That's the problem, of course, with the new ball. Can just come off the bat a bit more, so I hope we can get them wickets. It does give the batters opportunities, particularly one like Liam Dawson, who's been out there for a long time. Scored some runs.
Just sense from the fielders here that they need this new ball to do something, just to raise some morale out there. As Hannon Dolby in, that's on the pad of Dawson. Trickles into square leg, and they run through for a single. 234 for 5.
That gets the new batter Ben Brown on the crease to face the new ball.
And of course you can get in touch with us if you've got any thoughts on that Ian Holland innings, or what lead Hampshire would want to aim for in this innings. At Solent Sport on Twitter, solentcricket@gmail.com on the emails. It's Hannon Dolby in, and that's kept out by Brown. He prods tentatively into the onside. It's just got still again. We keep getting this breeze for an intermittent period, and it's a sweet release of relief, and suddenly it just goes really muggy again.
Yeah.
But there's a nice crowd in here today to enjoy it. Most of them are assembled under the shade of the big canopy pavilion in front of us. The members sat up there. And then Dolby in, straighter, just pushed back to him in defence by Brown. It's been a good line since that first ball. It's been really on it, targeting those stumps.
See there, Warwickshire got a substitute fielder on. Not sure who he's on for.
That's going to be one for you to work out.
Also, I don't know who it is because he hasn't got a number on his back, so I'll have to ask at some point.
Do you reckon if you shouted loud enough from down here, pick it up? I think we've had times where people stood up here have celebrated and it's been heard around the ground, but maybe on emptier days. As in comes Hannon Dolby, and that's flicked down to fine leg at some pace, and a good bit of work down there on the boundary. One of those fantastic looking rolls on the boundary.
Well, that was the sub fielder, so he's getting good encouragement from the senior players from that stop.
Just the one taken brings Dawson back on strike. 235 for 5 Hampshire. Lead of 18. As Hannon Dolby, final ball of the over, assuming it's a legal delivery, comes in, bowls, and this is thick edge to backward point, and no run taken. Good first over with the new ball, minus that boundary on the first ball from Hannon Dolby, and I assume we'll be seeing Garrett running in from our hotel.
Yes, I think so, indeed. He removes his cap. He's just going off the subfielder, so just as I'm trying to find out who it is, he's jogging off.
Just the one over superstar show.
That's
It's always quite fun to see that the substitutes come on, because I know England recently have been using kind of younger players from the second 11s.
yeah,
on
well,
the grounds
also, yeah, Warwickshire's had a couple with Ethan Brooks, I think, did a bit. Talking of Ethan Brooks, by the way, scored a century for the second 11 yesterday. Henry's brother, who's been a bit unlucky not to feature so far this season. He's been in the squad once or twice. It was Matt Lamb who was off, by the way. He's now back on.
Speaking of second 11 games, there is a game as well going on between Somerset and Hampshire. And it must be some pitch there, because Somerset racking up 512 all out in their first innings. Give some runs there for James Hildreth. But Hampshire in reply, or Hampshire second 11, 132 for 1. Fletcher Middleton 55 not out.
Here's George Garrett, still looking for his first wicket of the match. That's a good first ball right into the toes of Brown, but Brown plays it well and plays it out to the leg side for a single. Brown's on to 4, 236 for 5. That lead already 19 with 5 wickets left. 38 overs including this one left in the day, so I mean if they batted all day today, that's going to be a lead of 130 odd probably by the close. Significant lead. I'm sure need to bowl them out before then. Will Rose just giving Garrett some wise words. So he comes in to bowl to Dawson just on that leg stump. Dawson plays it to mid-on, pitching the first 2 up there, George Garrett. And that's fielded by Rhodes.
Tom Prest as well has got a half century in that second 11 game. Other names which Hampshire fans will know: Joe Weatherly, he was dismissed for 8 at the top of the order, and also Mason Crane playing in that game, who's been in and out of this Hampshire first 11 in both formats this year. He hasn't quite cemented his spot.
Garrett, right arm over, bowls again, similar shape delivery, pitched up just on Midland leg, maybe straining a little bit down the leg side. It's turned round his pads by Dawson for 2. Liam Dawson moving on to 84. Perhaps we'll bring you on, Melissa, when he gets to 99, shall we?
I was just going to say that I will be departing very soon, and I'm not coming on until I'm unable to jinx anymore, because I severely hope Ian Holland doesn't watch that one back with our live commentary on the background, because
don't believe in commentators' curse, it's irrational. Kevin, you might be needed fairly quickly here, otherwise I might have to pretend to be you. That was turn around for the leg side for no run.
Alright, let's catch up with Kevin James and as we move on to cricket, the second day of Hampshire's championship match against Warwickshire. He's live for us at the Ageas Bowl.
Hampshire have got a lead here. They are 21 runs in front on the first innings, 238 for 5, and that lead has been given to them chiefly by opener Ian Holland, who was out this afternoon, 1 short of a deserved 100. He was 99 when he flicked at Danny Briggs and was caught behind. That was 215 for 5. He put on 137 for the 5th wicket, with Liam Dawson, who's still out there, on 84. So Hampshire 238 for 5. They lead by 21.
Thank you very much indeed, Kevin James, live at
Again, George Garrett, well, nice ball, which eventually had Dawson almost falling forward as he played that. He's bowled 5 deliveries which he's pitched up. I wonder if he's going to bang the last one in short. He's got 2 men out there for that.
It's always a good guessing game, isn't it?
Yeah, it hasn't been too successful with a short ball today. Let's see if he tries one. No, he doesn't. He pitches it up and it's just clipped off the toes of Dawson, who's seen the ball well. Now he's on to he gets 2 and moves on to 86. 240 for 5. The lead is already 23.
Yeah, just that one bonus wicket, really, wasn't it, before the new ball was taken. Ian Holland, as I mentioned, out for 1 short of what would have been a 4th first-class 100 for him. But I think it's important here that Warwickshire pick up at least 1, maybe 2 wickets with the second new ball. Otherwise, as that ball gets softer again, it'll be even harder to take the wickets. And it's always hard the second time around when you bat and you are behind in the game. Doesn't matter how much. It's just something that's there and just makes you play slightly differently. But this pitch is still a good one, isn't it, really? It's not. There's no demons in the pitch at all.
Amir Khan's a substitute fielder. Thanks to Brian Halford for feeding me that information.
Hannah Dolby from the pavilion end, bowls to Brown, length ball, Brown forward, pushes that up towards mid-off, no run.
So he looks young and fit and made a good tumbling stop in his brief period on the field. So that's who the sub-fielder is, Amir Khan.
Always get to get some fresh legs out there in the middle. So Yeah, the lead is 23. We've got 4 overs to do after this until tea, so we are catching up a little bit. I think we were way past 4 o'clock, I think, yesterday before we had tea. I think, yes, we were about nearly 10 past 4. In fact, we were 10 past 4. As Hannah Dolby bowls, gets wrapped high on the pad there, Ben Brown, at one that just nips back a fraction.
But I only know this precisely because I had to work out whether I had time to record my half 4 or not. It was 16 minutes past 4 when they went off for tea yesterday.
Later than I thought. Fortunately, we won't be anywhere near there today, which is good news. But we weren't the only ones actually moaning about a late finish. When I was over the other side of the ground and doing some interviews, and that 1 or 2 people said, "This is ridiculous." And they weren't just the crowd.
Yeah, the still saying minus. Sorry, still saying -2. I wonder if we adjusted at tea.
Hannah Dolby. Oh my word, that's gone over the top of off stump, I think. That's nipped back, and that's a leave from Ben Brown, and Hannah Dolby quite rightly just sort of standing there looking at that. If you're on the live picture feed, have a look at this. Here's the replay, comes in, and oh my word, that's so close to the off stump. That really did nip back. Whew. Good delivery, that one. We saw that with Hannah Dolby, didn't we? Not so much his last spell this afternoon because the ball was very old, but before that, always got the ball to nip around. Not loads, because it hasn't been that sort of wicket, but it does do from time to time. And he's always taken maximum advantage because he's bowled very accurately indeed as Ben Brown's forward pushes that up to mid-on. And there is no run. 23 the lead here for Hampshire, having started the day 175 behind. Just the 2 wickets that have fallen. Kyle Abbott this morning for 19, the night watchman, and Holland, as I mentioned, for 99. Looked so disappointed when he got out. That flick shot of his where he got caught behind just looked like an afterthought, didn't it?
Yeah, I think he made a late decision. He thought, oh, I've got a chance of getting me century.
Yeah, he did, yes. Quite dangerous being on 99, so I'm told. Here comes Hannah Dolby, length ball, and Brown's going to take a quick single there as it goes out just behind square on the leg side. Brown moves on to 5, 241 for 5 Hampshire in their first innings.
I said when I was on with Melissa, I just wondered, I suspect he would not have played that shot if he'd not been on 99. But, unfortunately, psychology got the best of him a bit.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Just right at the last minute you think, oh, we'll just put it there. When really it wasn't the sort of shot to be playing to the left arm spinner, bowling over the wicket into the rough. It's a little bit too full. Here comes Hannah Dolby and bowls short. Brown ducks underneath that one. End of the over. Hannah Dolby's bowled 23 overs now in this innings. 2 for 55. Hampshire 241 for 5. Lead by 24.
Yeah. Oh, she need to make 1 wicket be followed by another quickly, and another and another. Certainly they're going to have to bat well second time round. To get out of this one, and it'll be George Garrett to continue. He's still looking for his first wicket. I mean, he considers himself unlucky not to have any. Pitched them all up in the last over, and that's going down the leg side. It's actually helped on its way by Brown, and he'll get 1. I just got away with that one a little bit, Garrett. Just a bit offline there. Brown now on 6, 242 for 5.
Yeah, this is when you've got to start to dig deep now. You've been, what, 83, 84 overs in the field, hot temperatures, muggy. Got to keep going.
Almost tea time for them, 4 overs including this one to go. And Garrett is in. That's an accurate delivery, which is defended solidly by Dawson. Hasn't tried a short delivery in this spell yet. Does have a feel there for the miscue pull or hook. Wasn't that successful when he tried with it earlier. They just had the one that almost provided a catch for Ollie Dolby down at long leg. He couldn't quite get the accuracy needed from his short deliveries for the most part. Let's see if he tries one here now. Comes into bowl to Dawson. Again, he pitches it up. Dawson defends it.
He's been very deliberate in this innings, isn't he, Liam Dawson? Both defensively and look to score when he can, but his defensive shots very sort of get past that. It's good to see. Is there a few Warwickshire supporters in the hotel? I don't know.
I would think yes, there are. They do get a good following. So I saw a couple at breakfast this morning. One of the players. As in comes Garrett. That's into the toes of Dawson. Plays it to mid-on. There's no run. Bit of porridge being eaten by the players. So that's a bit of fruit. Only me that was tucking into the unhealthy stuff. 2:42 for 5.
Bit of porridge. That's days like this. Ooh.
Well, yeah, air conditioned lounges. Did you fuel for the day?
Porridge and a banana.
I didn't see any bananas,
No?
but then I avoid them because I actually don't like them. I know it's a bit bizarre, but Garrett comes into bowl. That's just outside off stop. It's into the ground, straight to point for no run. So tidy enough so far. This over. Garrett, one more ball to go. So the new ball hasn't yet yielded Warwickshire the success they crave.
Hasn't done a lot, has it really?
No.
I mean, that nip backer from Hannah Dolby in the last over was a seriously good ball, but it hasn't done appreciably more than the old ball at the moment. Probably coming through a bit quicker, of course.
Probably need to ask for a new ball.
Yes.
One slip for Garrett, then coming into bowl to Dawson. Bowls, and this one is a shorter delivery, which is pulled, but again in very controlled manner by Dawson, all along the ground, and he takes a single to move on to 87. 2:43 for 5.
Yeah, 3 overs to go until tea. Tea would have been now if we'd done enough overs, so we won't be too long, which is good to see. 26th runs the lead. That Dawson Ian Holland partnership, just to remind you, worth 137 for the 5th wicket. Ian Holland, oh gosh, it's around about 35 minutes or so since he was dismissed. Ben Brown, again, sort of a measured start, isn't it, from these Hampshire batters. 36 balls for his 6. Again, sort of stressing that importance of the first innings, trying to establish a decent lead. Hannah Dolby from the pavilion end has got 2 slips, bowling to Dawson, who clips that through mid-wicket. Lovely shot, and that's racing away, although it won't quite reach the rope. I think Will Rhodes is going to pick it up just inside the rope. He does. Dawson will pick up 3 though, and he moves on to 90, and Hampshire on to 2:46 for 5.
Ireland have been playing New Zealand at Dublin. They're all out for 216. Bear Paul Sterling was out for a 4th ball duck, but former Warwickshire player Mark Ageas having a decent game. He made 27 not out, batting at number 9 off 15 balls, and has taken 2 early New Zealand wickets. Finn Allen and Martin Guptill and Will Young he's got. So New Zealand are 12 for 2.
I think, was it rain earlier, did you say?
It was, but they seem to be playing a full 50 over match.
Okay. Rain in Ireland.
He bowled Will Young and told him he could leave right now.
Really?
I've only used that about 17 times.
2 short mid-wickets for Ben Brown as Hannah Dolby comes in. Very close together, those 2. That's a short delivery. He just sort of pulls that away on the onside. Just sort of helped it away, really. And that'll be a single. Moves on to 7. Hampshire's lead now 30 at 247 for 5.
Game that's moving on most is the secondary game at Northwood, where Middlesex are 78 for 3 in their second innings, having conceded a first innings deficit of 3 to Worcestershire. So that's probably going to be the first game from this round to finish sometime, probably fairly early tomorrow.
Is that Merchant Taylor School? Have you ever done a game there?
I haven't actually, no.
Coldest place on earth. even on a day like this, as that's a full delivery which Dawson turns away down towards deep square leg. He moves on to 91 now, 248 for 5. It's got its own microclimate, and we were joking about it, and then somebody around there said actually it does have a microclimate, and I don't know why, but we were frozen to death there on just, not a day like this obviously, but on just a normal day, and it was like We had to wear 2 jumpers virtually. Ridiculous. So don't, to be fair, don't volunteer for it. It's a lovely ground. It's a lovely school ground. There's lots of fields around, and but climate-wise, nightmare. Here comes Hannah Dalby, bowls, length. And Brown punches it up to mid on no run. Ian East has just said about your joke, evergreen joke that you said.
Yes, that's the other one. I heard Dan Norcross did the evergreen one. Yeah,
oh, did he?
I beat him to the lead right now. One.
2:48 for 5. And Dalby always takes his time walking back to his mark, quite measured, thinks about every ball he's bowling. Comes in again now. Bowls to Brown. Brown gets a foolish delivery, works that up to mid on again, and there's no runs.
So 2 fielders there in the catching positions on the leg side for the one where perhaps he leans in and maybe plays it in the air on the onside. Warwickshire trying to find ways to get these wickets. It's proving pretty hard for them.
Yes, this second new ball hasn't done quite as much as they would have hoped for. Just to repeat, has never really done loads here, but...
Can they ask for the old one back?
Sorry?
Can they ask for the old one back?
Yeah, get it back. I mean, the thing is, when you bowl the ball like Hannah Dalby did in the last over, which nits back, it was a really good delivery. You kind of, you just get, keep landing on the seam because another one will go, but they just seem to be a little bit fewer and further, away at the moment. That's quite full again. It's almost a deliberate length here that Hannah Dalby is bowling. That's pushed up to mid on, and that will be the end of the over. 2 to do until the tea. Hampshire 2:48 for 5, lead by 31.
Well, another good session for Hampshire, for sure. Warwickshire feel a little bit better having got that wicket finally. What at lunch, 134 for 4, so 114 for 1. Where are we now? In 33 overs, with 2 more to add. George Garrett will bowl the first of those 2. Liam Dawson going a bit of a walkabout. And Garrett, just the one slip as he bowls to Dawson. Bowls a full length delivery, which ends up being a low full toss and hit onto the leg side, and a good tumbling stop by Chris Benjamin. Just think of one fielding error from Warwickshire, which came from Danny Briggs, who was in credit in terms of good stops. Just made that one mistake. Cost them some runs. Other than that, Warwickshire's field has been pretty exemplary. A very, very sharp chance, perhaps you could say, put down by Dan Mosley, but it would have been a spectacular catch if he'd held it. Garrett going to field it about 3 pitches away at cover and 1 at mid-wicket. Bowls out on the leg stump, fields off his own bowling, falls forward as he does so. Gets up a little gingerly. I think he's okay. Good stop.
It's good that he's pitching the ball up, isn't he? He's given the chance of the ball to do something. It hasn't yet. Doesn't mean it won't always be the case, but he's certainly giving the ball a chance. Frightened to be driven. The mid on and mid off there is insurance. Got the mid wicket and the extra cover as well.
Try again. There's number 44. Comes in the bowl. Middle and leg played again to Chris Benjamin, who's very quickly onto it at mid wicket. No chance of a run. He's wearing a sun hat. Warwickshire sun hats aren't quite as striking and white as Hampshire's. In fact, there's only one out there. Chris Benjamin's the only one that's wearing that. The rest are all wearing caps.
Looks a little yellow compared to the other ones, doesn't it?
Does a bit.
Did you see a picture of that man batting in a straw hat in a club game? It was on social media yesterday.
I didn't see that, no.
Batting in a straw hat with a little tie under his chin.
This next one is a hit into the ground to the offside. Alex Davis feels it at mid-off. Stopping runs here, Garrett, at least. Not making the breakthrough, but...
Talk about Village bowling to a guy in a hat like that.
You get some quite nice pictures from that's So Village Twitter account time to time. Some good fun ones in there. Here's Garrett to bowl. Again, pitches it up its left. It's a good leave by Dawson because it wasn't that far off, but Dawson judged it well.
Nice carry. Kissed the surface.
Sure, Dawson will be content to wait till after tea to go for his 100. He won't want to make the same mistake as unfortunate Ian Holland. I was pleased to see Ian Holland though acknowledge the applause rather than feel sorry for himself as he walked off. That was good.
Yeah, I agree.
Garrett's ball just straight on leg stump a little bit, and Dawson has got that away for a single. I think about a second, not to be had. He's on to 92, 249 for 5. Slightly straight off line with the last ball, but decent enough over from George Garrett. Just a 1 run off it. Hampshire 249 for 5, lead by 32.
Yep, and 6 balls left, assuming there's no wides or no balls until the tea break. So what are we, 10 minutes over at the moment, so much better than yesterday in terms of the over rate. Not sure we've actually had much more spin than we had yesterday. We had 18 overs of Liam Dawson yesterday. Today, spin-wise, we've had 21 from Danny Briggs and a couple from Mosley. So 24 overs of spin, 3 from Mosley. So not that much more, and yet we're probably, what, a good 20 minutes in front.
The ball hasn't been changed quite as often, has it?
That's true, only once, so I can work out this morning. Not as many drinks breaks, if any.
Yeah, they had 1 drinks break, I don't recall. Yeah.
So there you are, there's where the time was lost yesterday. Hannah Dolby then comes in and bowls to Dawson. Dawson gets wrapped on the pad, that looks close. Oh, he's gone. Gone, and he's got a nip backer in again, Hannah Dolby, and he celebrates, and quite rightly so. Just nip back at Liam Dawson there. If you watch it on the replay, and oh yeah, he's right in front. That is a really good delivery. And he's picked up his 3rd wicket. Dawson goes for 92. 249 now for 6.
Warwickshire being the century party poopers here, aren't they? It's 2 batters out in the 90s, including 1 out for 99s. Another, again, good applause for Liam Dawson. Very good innings, very big partnership with Ian Holland, and whatever happens now, it's got Hampshire in a very strong position. First innings. Credit to Warwickshire, they've stuck at it, and still have hopes of keeping the first innings deficit to something manageable. Good applause. This crowd doesn't look huge, but they do manage to get some good acoustic applause in from their players. Oh, that's tea, of course.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Talking away, expecting to see another ball being bowled. All I can see the ground stuff going on with Plank of Wood.
So Liam Dawson makes his way up the pavilion steps. He's gone for 92. Hampshire 249 for 6, lead by 32. So we'll have another 5 balls of Hannah Dolby's over to come after the tea break. Ian Holland for 99, Dawson for 92, the 2 batters out this afternoon, Danny Briggs and Hannah Dolby. With the 2 wickets, will be back in just under 20 minutes' time. To the Ageas Bowl. Umpires Russell Warren and Steve O'Shaughnessy leading the Warwickshire players out into the middle ahead of the evening session on day 2 of this County Championship Division 1 match between Hampshire and Warwickshire. The state of play at tea. Hampshire 249 for 6 in their first innings, lead Warwickshire by 32, who made 217 all out yesterday. We've had 2 wickets that have fallen between lunch and tea. Big partnership between Ian Holland and Liam Dawson broken just after 3 o'clock. Ian Holland just looking to nudge one on the offside to get up his 100. Edge through to Michael Burgess off Danny Briggs, the spinner, bowling over the wicket. He went for 99, 215 for 5. That ended a partnership of 137 for the 5th wicket. And then Liam Dawson out in the last over before tea. He went LBW to Hannon Dalby for 92. 249 for 6, that is. Hannon Dalby 3 for 60. He'll have 5 balls left of his 25th over. A couple of wickets for McAndrew. He got Kyle Abbott out, the night watchman, this morning in the only other wicket that has fallen today. Your commentary team this evening, a little later, you'll hear from Melissa Story, but taking you through this next period of play, myself, Kevin James, and from BBC Commentary in Warwickshire and BBC West Midlands, it's Clive Eakin.
Hello.
So, yeah.
One Day International's heading finish fairly quickly, the One Day International.
Is it all over?
Not quite, but India are 46 without loss.
Chasing 110, is it?
111 to win, yeah.
So Hannah Dalby will get the rest of this over underway after a really good delivery which got rid of Liam Dawson, just nipped back on him. LBW, it's a very good delivery. So he's bowling to Anirin Donald, who's coming in at number 7, although it's actually number 8 because of the night watchman, played into the ground. And there is no run.
Sam Haines now in for the England Lions after Tom Banton went for 57. Haines on 7, Will Smeeth 70 not out. They're chasing 319 to beat South Africa. They're 143 for 1 on the 17th over. Looks like they got the memo then.
So Anirin Donald coming in at number 8. Wow.
Yeah, that is. I suppose the night watcher can have a benefit.
Yes. Here's Hannon Dalby bowls to. Ooh, he's got inside edge onto the pad there again. Hannon Dalby with this second new ball, which is only into its 7th over here. He's just getting the odd one now to nip, like he did with the first ball. Donald 211 runs from 7 innings so far this year, averaging 30. Had a couple of nightmare years with injury. But back in the 4-day side, I think a lot of people thought that he'd be a regular in the white ball side, but hasn't really established his place there. 89 in the second innings against Gloucestershire here in early May when he got into the side. Length ball, just short of a length, which is punched off the back foot up to mid-off, and there's no run. 57 in the first innings against Somerset at Taunton, and that really good run there. Those are his 2 top scores to date. Usually likes to play positively. Maybe a little early with the second new ball in for him, maybe. We'll have to wait and see. Hannon Dalby's doing a great job just throughout the nearly 25 overs he's bowled. Has always managed to just keep a lid on the scoring, not even going for 2.5 and over. Comes in, bowls from that pavilion end. Wrapped on the pad as Donald's trying to work that through mid-wicket. Looked a little leg-side-ish.
Yeah, he did move quite a long way across though, didn't he? I think you're right. I think that's why it was given not out. But yeah, probably. They were discussed a review. Such things have been available to them, whether they've actually gone ahead with it or not.
Sort of angled a bit into the right-hander as well, wasn't it? There's
just the way he moved across the stumps that made it look worth a shout.
Yeah, quite a big movement, actually. So after this ball, we've got 32 overs to do in the day, and Hannon Dalby's already ordering his fielder that square leg to go deeper. Donald had made 100 in this fixture back in 2019, the last time these two sides played first class here. That's full, and that's worked up to mid-on, and there is no run. Made 173, Holland made 143 in that drawn game. Sam Hain made 200s in each innings. Not playing, as Clive says, playing for England A. 249 for 6. And Hampshire lead by 32. That's a wicket maiden.
Yep. Good effort from Ollie Hannon Dalby. Warwickshire needs a get into this innings pretty quickly now. They're going to be facing a formidable first innings deficit. We've got George Garrett. He's going to bowl again from the hotel end, running away from us. He's bowling to Ben Brown, pitches it up. Ben Brown plays it out of the offside, consistently pitching it up. George Garrett. So the dot ball. We'll see this is an opportunity. It's looking, it's still a long way to go. It's looking like a result match in the sense of somebody's going to win and lose by the looks of things. Not certain, of course, but it's looking to have a decent chance of that. Garrett bowls, and that's playing the offside. There's no run. Whereas the matches involving Lancashire and Surrey, it's to say that draws are looking highly possible. Lancashire 47 without loss and applied to Somerset's 446 at Blackpool, and Surrey are 80 without loss, replying to Yorkshire's 5-2-1.
That's a good wicket up at Scarborough, isn't it?
Yeah. I did a game. I covered Yorkshire there, and it was Surrey, so it didn't improve relations between the two counties, which were pretty testy at the best of times. Garrett comes in to bowl, and that's pushed to the onside. There's no run, and Surrey finished the first day on 300 and something for 8. And the pitch got reported, and Yorkshire 24 points docked.
Well,
Which did seem a little. I mean, there were reasons for it. It was quite green, and there was a little bit of variable bounce. And I think they felt they just deliberately left it too green, but it did seem a bit. Given that, sorry, weren't terribly troubled on that first day. However, the following year, Yorkshire won the county championship, clinching it at Scarborough. Garrett bowls just straying down the leg side a little bit, and that's a really good shot because he's placed it perfectly there. Brown for 4, just to back of square leg to bring the 250 up. He's on to 11, 253 for 6.
Another point for Hampshire. That's 5 bonus points in the match, and a lead has been extended to 36, I think.
Yes, getting every run added to that lead becomes more of a concern for Warwickshire. However, they have stuck at it today.
Yeah,
Give them that.
Yeah, they have. I think they bowl well collectively. It's not an easy pitch to keep putting the ball there or thereabouts on.
Garrett in. That's a more accurate delivery on middle stump. It's defended. There's no run. 250 and 527 balls, which means the 5th 50, in which they lost 2 wickets. Took, a bit slow, 113 balls, a little bit slower. It did go on the defensive with the old ball, slowed things down somewhat. Garrett to Brown. Oh, that's gone past the outside edge. Good delivery from George Garrett.
Shaped away, isn't it?
Yeah. Garrett inducing the false shot. End of the over, 253 for 6 Hampshire. So 31 overs left in the day. They're scoring around about 3 and over now. So if they carry on this way and are still batting at the close, they're going to be 125, 130 ahead.
I think they'll be happy if they're still batting at the close. I think definitely. A lot of cricket though, isn't there, between now and then? 31 overs. Mike Martin at Solent Sport on the tweet says Benny Howell took 0 for 52 for the Lions today. He's our only representative in that match. That's right. Of course, he played for Hampshire for 1 season or so back in 2010. Length ball as Donald plays that late square on the offside and there's no run. Came through the Hampshire Academy, played 1 first-class match, and he thinks that we're set for a Donald special here. Wouldn't that be nice? Certainly an hour or so of an hour in Donald once it gets going would certainly change the complexion, but he's got to do it against a very accurate attack here and on a pitch which can be at times being a little tricky. Certainly when the bowling is very straight and in the right areas. It's Hannah Dolby again. It's got 2 slips. Bowls and Donald plays on. Inside edge onto the off stump, and that's 4 wickets for Hannah Dolby. Donald goes for no score. And Hampshire, well, they go to 253 for 7 now. And that lead all of a sudden looks only like 36.
Yeah, well done, Hannah Dolby. And, well, wickets have gone a little bit of a cluster here, haven't they? 253. Scores, because the score was 253, isn't it? So 3 wickets for 38 now. After that century partnership, so that represents a decent fight back by Warwickshire, led by Hannah Dolby.
And I think that also shows, you know, whilst it can be hard work bowling on this pitch, that I think from a batting point of view, you've still got to play with the right technique. I think at times where the batters have got into trouble here is just trying to give themselves a little bit of room with the ball not that far outside off stump. And we've seen bottom edges, we've seen plays and misses and what have you. And there, Donald's sort of well inside the line of the ball there. And his bat's away from his body. And almost inducing that bottom edge. And of course then it can go anywhere. We saw Liam Dawson, didn't we, one time, get a bottom edge down towards that fine leg. But it seems to be that when the batters just try and give themselves a fraction bit of room and the bat's away from the body, that's when they come into a little bit of trouble. Play straight. Play with a good technique and you'll be all right.
Sadly, it's not really happened for Sam Hayes. Out for 20, 17 balls, 1-4, 1-6, which is a pity because he deserves an international opportunity. Whether he'll ever get one or not, I don't know.
How old is he now?
He's about 28, I think, something like that. Certainly not too late for him, but for whatever reason, they don't seem to have favoured him.
So it brings Keith Barker to the crease.
Yeah, he's only 26 actually.
Oh,
I'm over aging him.
Okay.
We did start pretty young.
Still plenty of time, isn't
Yeah.
it? I see there was a bit of rain in Cardiff. Can you believe that? They obviously came off early for tea in that game. Notts against. How can you believe there was a bit of rain?
Well, there was at Scarborough earlier.
Of course there was, yeah. Incredible. Hannah Dolby to the left-hander Keith Barker. And comes in and straight. Barker forward. Plays that back to the bowler. These two would have been teammates for a little while, wouldn't they? I guess.
Just about, I think. Yeah, I guess he would have been, yeah. Oh, he's been around for a while, isn't he? So, yeah.
Just trying to see when he made his Warwickshire debut, Hannah Dolby. Have a look at that as he makes his way back to his mark. Well, he made his debut in 2008.
Yeah.
So
comfortably, absolutely, yeah.
That's turned away on the leg side, and there is no run because Barker left at the end of the 18 season. So they had 10 seasons together. So you were right. Yeah. You weren't far off.
No. I forget how long Hannah Dolby's been.
He has been around for a while.
He must be on a benefit soon.
God, they still have him.
I don't know, actually. I don't know what they do.
They seem to be sort of fizzling out slowly but surely, don't they? Absolutely rife at one stage.
You ever get one?
Yeah. 253 for 7, but mine took rather longer to arrive than a lot of other players. But I managed to.
Sorry, I never bought the tie or anything. Sorry.
No, I wouldn't worry. Plays up to mid-on. No, I know I managed to sneak one in before I finished. Good fun.
So you made millions then, no doubt. You got a nice
I can't remember. Coming up to 4:25.
Oh, the sun's really coming out to play now.
Yeah. There's a little bit of hazy cloud, but there is some blue sky above us, which it might peer through soon. It certainly looks as though it's peering over the ground at the moment, where Melissa's been walking around. She's just come back looking hot as ever. You know what I mean. That's played up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Can't believe I've said that. I didn't mean that, but you know what I mean.
I think you're in danger, though, going in with a shovel and digging further.
Shut up now. End of the over. Wicket maiden for Hannah Dolby. It's second wicket maiden running, isn't it?
I think it is, yeah. It's Terrific effort from Ollie Hannon-Dolby. Warwickshire still need to get 3 more wickets, and of course with Kyle Abbott already been and gone, they're still up against decent. Well, they know about Keith Barker, who's scored centuries with Warwickshire. Very capable batter. It's Brown on strike though for Garrett. Just has enough. Some always flashed that. That's gone very catchable height to where second slip would have been, but too wide for Dom Sibley to dive for it, and it's gone down to third for 4.
Where is the second slip?
Well, indeed. I might be just protecting George Garrett a little bit too much there.
That's the game situation, isn't it, really? Warwickshire so aware that still with wickets in hand, Hampshire have a lead, and I think that's the game situation. Not having a second slip. I mean, Ben Brown, I know he's batted 47 balls, but he's only got 15. Hasn't really got himself in yet. Always a balance for the captain, isn't it? Do you be defensive? Do you go attacking?
Garrett in again, and one he plays to point for no run.
The other thing as well, of course, is where do you take the fielder? Now, I'll be honest with you, it's all very well having the deep backward square leg for the short delivery. But
he's not really bowling that. He hasn't bowled one for ages.
No. So would you take that man out and put him at second slip? It's easy to say afterwards, but when you look at it overall, would you have done that? These batters are still relatively new, certainly Barker.
Comes in now to bowl to Brown. It's pitched up. Brown pushes out to the offside. No run.
It's a very nice tweet from Brian. I've just seen Brian Halford behind us. It's a very nice tweet. Very nice of you. Thank you. Nice comments. Hard work for the Bears in Southampton heat, but in the even greater heat of the commentary gantry, virtuosos Clement and Clive, as cool and accomplished as ever. I'm not sure about the cool bit.
No,
in fact, I'm not
even
sure about the
that.
accomplished bit either, really.
My posture looks terrible there as well in that photo. Garrett comes into bowl, and that's left, and there's no run. So we'll have to make way. What's the plan? There's
I will let Melissa come on for you for this half
Perfect.
hour, and then Melissa will stay on for me, and then Melissa could go back because she's got a bit of a trek tonight. So.
No quiz tonight then.
I don't think so.
Garrett comes into bowl, and that's driven, and it's cut off by Matt Lamb, and there's no run. 257 for 7 balls. Yeah, bowl it quickly, George. I've got time to describe it. He wanders back to his mark. Warwickshire still need to get these last 3 wickets. They've got themselves in with a chance of keeping this first innings lead down to something manageable. Still going to have to bat well second innings. If they're all out for 217 in the second innings, they'll lose, I'm sure. Garrett comes into bowl, and that's defended. There's no run. Hampshire 257 for 7.
Thanks so much, Clive. It's going to take a break. Melissa Story, former Southern Vipers Academy all-rounder and TMS commentator, will come in alongside me for the next half an hour and then stay with Clive as we work through these last 29 overs of day 2. We're in a fascinating position here with Hampshire leading by 40. Can they increase that by a reasonably substantial amount, maybe even 140, which really will put the Bears under pressure in the second innings? Or might there be some more wickets for Hannon-Dolby, and maybe Hampshire having only a lead in the second innings, which if the Bears start well, Melissa, then we really have got a game on our hands.
Well, the Ageas does produce a result pitch, at least it has so far this year. It's been an exciting, intense final days. So hopefully we'll be building up to another one of those.
That's for sure. It's Hannon-Dolby round the wicket to Barker. He's bowling from the pavilion end. A length ball. Barker just pushes that up to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So you talk about games here. The first game against Somerset, they were a greatly depleted side, weren't they?
Yeah, they had many injuries, and I think we're fielding maybe 2 or 3 people on debut.
Yeah, they were way below strength. Hampshire winning that one by an innings and 113. Lancashire here actually was set up for a really good last day, wasn't there? But there was rain. Hampshire needed all 10 wickets of Lancashire's to claim victory there.
We'll count that as a result, because it would have been.
We'll do that, that's for sure. Yorkshire here, a Hampshire win late on day 4. As Barker turns that away square on the leg side, but there is no run. So this is only the 4th game here. So we've had 1 draw, but only because the weather ruined the last day against Lancashire.
I made quite a big generalisation then, didn't I? So you've fact-checked it now, and you've made me sound quite uninformed. So we are going to count that Lancashire one as a result.
What did you actually say initially?
I suggested that it's quite a result-heavy pitch here, but
Yeah,
actually there's only been a few games here. But
well, there's been 2 wins out of 3, and the other one could have been a win, but it got ruined by rain. So you're right. That's why I was surprised. Yeah, no, you were spot on. Hannon Dolby in the game. Bowls to Barker. Barker drives through backward of point. He hasn't completely timed that. It won't quite go. It'll be picked up just a couple of yards inside the rope. They run 2. They're looking for 3. They get 3. Danny Briggs doing the sweeping up behind the fielder there, and that'll be 2. Sorry, it will be 3 runs to Barker. He does get his skates on when he wants to, doesn't he? Sometimes he just sort of runs between the wickets, doesn't take too much energy out of himself. But when he wants to, when he needs to take an extra one, there is some speed there.
what with Keith Barker?
Yeah.
It's usually when he's hit the ball.
Yes, always off his own batting. 260 for 7, and the lead is 43 for Hampshire, and the sunshine gets a little brighter out there. Certainly on the pitch, it hasn't quite reached in here yet, but it's not far away. And a Dolby over the wicket this time to Ben Brown. And bowls, and Brown pushes up towards short mid-on, and there is no run there. Is that England game nearly over? I just thought you were looking at that.
Last time I checked, yes, India are coming out and started quite strong, but to be honest, they could play that ODI like a test match and they'd probably still chase it down. It's been a disappointing bit of white ball cricket for England, and it definitely feels as if the tables have turned with their current red ball form, and now things slipping. Loss of Earl Morgan as captain, of course.
Yes, they've struggled a bit, haven't they, since then? Here's Hannah Dolby again, bowls to Brown, and gets one that just keeps a little low, but turns that away on the leg side. May just to come fractionally into him as well, and that'll be a single. Brown moves on to 16, 261 for 7. The lead is 44. Every run vital here.
Absolutely. Hampshire also have the benefit that they've got a fantastically strong batting lineup today. I mean, looking at who's to come with still James Fuller and Keith Barker. Well, he's in fantastic form with ball and bat this year. He has a hefty strike rate as well.
He's my player of the season so far, James Fuller. Is he yours?
I would probably say between James Fuller or Keith Barker. Probably James Fuller pushing it because of what he's doing in the white ball as well.
Yeah, round the wicket. Barker forward, plays that back to the bowler. And I think also because, without being unkind to him, I think, being consistent with with ball mainly, but bat and ball as it turns out, I think is something you wouldn't necessarily have levelled at Fuller. We're talking him down there, he's going to get out first ball, but anyway, we're talking what he's done so far this season. And I think for that reason, I would have him as my player of the season so far. Keith Barker won it last year, so...
Got to share it around. But I mean, looking at James Fuller in the red ball stuff with the bat, he's averaging 29. But I think the key thing here is that his strike rate is 78. So it's not like he's coming in at the bottom of the order and giving it a hack and getting out cheaply. He's given it a hack for sure, but he's not getting out cheaply. He'll offer you a vital few runs at the bottom of the order, and he's got Hampshire out of a few tricky situations in the white ball stuff, and I'm sure he'll play a key role at T20 finals day.
Yeah, he's yet to come.
Garrett with the ball in hand, running away from us at the Hotel Ann. That's full and driven through the covers by Ben Brown. That was a beautiful cricket shot.
That's his best shot to date. Here's a quick 30-second summary of what's been happening. We're into the last session of today, still 27 and a bit overs to do. Hampshire have a lead here, 265 for 7. They lead Warwickshire by 48 runs. Ben Brown's just hit a sumptuous extra cover boundary. He moves on to 20. Barker is 3. There's been 1 wicket since tea, and Irwin Donald getting an inside edge onto the off the seam bowler Oliver Oliver Halland-Dolby even. He went for no score. Halland-Dolby's picked up 4 wickets, but the 2 big run scorers were out this afternoon. Liam Dawson just before tea for 92, Ian Holland before that for 99, but Hampshire have a lead, 265 for 7.
Thank you very much.
That last ball just pushed into the covers for no run by Bren Brown, who, although we've spoken, he's got competent partners at the other end, but he is going to have to adopt the leading kind of approach out there, at least as the senior batter, because Barker isn't afraid to shy away from his shots too. He's probably the world's leading proponent of the reverse sweep, I think.
Yes.
I'd love to see him and Jimmy Anderson bat together and just watch them reverse sweep every delivery. But it is Brown on strike as that's edged down to third. It's going to reach the boundary rope, and Warwickshire only have 1 slip and a gully in place. It went through both of them, but it was a controlled edge from Brown. He just dropped his hands on it, took all the pace off the ball, and even if there had been a slip there, I'm not sure it would have carried, especially with the lack of pace on this pitch. It's looked flat out there, it's looked quite stale at times, but it's one of those things that often happens here at the Ageas. It doesn't necessarily get easier to bat on, it just gets a bit meh. You can never put words to it. It's just a sound.
But you're right, keeping the ball down is the key, isn't it, when you're getting edges like that, playing it late.
Garrett past the umpire, bowls, and that's outside the off stump, slashed away again through the fielders. Point and third, and it's another boundary to Brown. He races on to 28, and the score 273 for 7. Hampshire's lead of 56.
Yeah, that is starting to creep up now, isn't it, really? I'm just looking at the board. It's into the 12th over with the second new ball, so it's coming onto the bat a little. Well, at the moment, seeing that, it's certainly coming onto the bat quite nicely, but you just feel with Garrett, he's just a little bit down, I think. I think he feels that by now, into his 18th over, he's deserved a wicket. He probably has, actually. He's bowled some nice deliveries, but some days you pick the edge up, sometimes you don't.
He's at the top of his mark, just making a few adjustments to his field, making sure everyone's in the perfect position. And charges into bowl. In, straighter, defended by Brown. To that short extra cover and thrown to Burgess behind the stumps.
3 boundaries off this over, 12 runs off it.
I think just it all comes down to what a bowler has in their arsenal when you're confronted with a pitch such as this, where not much is happening. If you're conventionally a swing bowler, how are you going to make something happen on this pitch? And you look at the world-class bowlers of Jimmy Anderson, how does he do overseas? He changes his tactics entirely from English conditions, and it's one of those pitches which resembles an overseas pitch a bit more, as that's through to the keeper, left alone by Brown, and finishes that expensive over, 12 runs from it, 273 for 7, Hampshire.
I mean, there was 2 bad balls in that, really, and the one that went down to third man was actually quite a good ball. You know, I think generally when he's bowling that nice line on or just outside off stump, there is some nice shape there, but it's almost as if a couple of times early this afternoon he tried to bang it in a couple of times, tried to find some bounce, and there wasn't really any there, so he got pulled away and cut away. And I think there, I don't know, maybe just got a little bit, he's getting a little bit downhearted for me when he walks back to his mark.
One thing which is severely underused by teams visiting the Ageas is cutters. And I know people may hear that and go, oh, you're trying to apply white ball tactics into a red ball game. It's not that kind of game. But Stuart Broad uses the cutter in test matches so effectively, even if it's 1 ball every 2 or 3 overs, especially that leg cutter, just to see if there's a bit of grip in this surface. We've seen a little bit of something for the spinners, not every delivery, but now and again. And you're never sure which one's going to just grip and hold.
Halland-Dolby round the wicket, bowl short to Barker, who just stucks underneath. I think this wicket would be the perfect wicket for a bowler that employs those cutters. I think it would be responsive. It's very dry. I
mean, it's worked well in the T20s which have been held here. We've seen Hampshire do some fantastic bowling in the death when they've taken that pace off. And Nathan Ellis is a good example, who bowls his stock delivery quite a lot, but just that slight change in pace, and that's the wicket ball. And there's nothing to say that, for example, to a batter such as Keith Barker, who likes to play his shots, or even to Ben Brown, that just a bit of variation might work.
Yeah, Halland-Dolby bowls, puff of dust there as it hits the bowler's footmarks outside of Barker's off stump, which doesn't play out. I think you're right. I mean, Hannah Dolby's got the ball to nip off the seam, but basically with bowling seam up. Abbott tends to be the same, really, doesn't he? Really, he just has that knack of nip backing and that sort of thing. But we haven't seen generally bowlers trying to actually cut the ball.
And I think someone who may do that in the third innings is Ian Holland, who bowls that gentle, more medium pace, but has been known to roll his fingers over the ball upon delivery. And he'll be feeling confident from his innings, so who's to say? Throw him the ball, see what he can do.
Hannah Dolby bowls that straight. Barker in behind that one. Pushes that out into the covers. Ralph Brooker has tweeted at Solent Sport, always worry that Keith Barker will give it away, clipping to mid-wicket. Great Hampshire player though, but a weakness that I'd target. Is that fair? We have seen him do that. As you say, he plays through the line, doesn't he?
He really reminds me as a batter of Amy Jones, the England women's wicketkeeper, who is regularly caught out clipping it to mid-wicket or kind of just clipping one up to mid-on or mid-off. And the amount of times I've seen Keith Barker do the exact same for Hampshire.
And Dolby bowls, he's just playing that with a dead bat there as it goes just behind square on the offside.
And if that's the way you play, then of course you're going to get out more ways than others in that dismissal, the same as James Vince potentially edging into the slips. It's because his dominant shot is that drive through the covers. So batters like Keith Barker are always going to get out in that kind of way, chipping things up. But I do agree with that tweet. I think it would be nice to see, especially with the lack of movement from this newer ball, just the teams targeting the stumps a bit more. And we see so often going into days 3 and 4 where sometimes all the dismissals are LBW and bowled.
Staying around the wicket again to Barker. Barker drives on the up, and that's through the covers, 4 runs. Not afraid to take it on, as we've been talking about. Melissa's pointed that out. Not quite a half volley, but he hit through the line. And 4 runs takes Barker on to 7. 277 for 7, and the Hampshire lead now is 60.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a Keith Barker trademark shot. And it's, I mean, with the lead on the board, there's almost a licence to go for it as well. Hampshire are in the more dominant position, but they will want to make the most of batting for the rest of this day. And unfortunately, I don't think there's much cloud cover for them to bowl with tomorrow. I think it's meant to get even hotter.
Is it tomorrow? Lovely. Great. You're all right. You got a day off?
Yeah, I'm going on a little day out.
Are you? Oh, lovely. Here comes Hannah Dolby again, just outside the off stump. That's a good leave and a good carry from a length there. Michael Burgess taking that at a good sort of stomach chest height there. 277 for 7, Barker 7, and Bren Brown has 28. Got an email here from Mike Vokes, solentcricket@gmail.com, .com even, if you want to keep us company. He says, my son has just sent me a text saying that Anarian Donald's Hampshire role seems a bit of a mystery to him. Felix Organ's form is a bit up and down, certainly opening the batting. What has Joe Weatherly done wrong? Although, as you mentioned earlier, the second team, he didn't get any today, has he? I cannot understand why he is not involved in the red ball format. Enjoyed the day yesterday at the ground, but I'm also enjoying your efforts today at home instead of the Ageas Bowls heats, says Mike. Well, I think Weatherly's a little bit unlucky, yeah, definitely. But I think with these dry pitches and with Barker bowling, you need an off-spinner in the Hampshire side.
Yeah, and it's that second dimension which Felix Organ brings in, which probably just hedges him in front just a little bit. Wasn't used in the first innings, of course, on that day 1 pitch, but I'm sure we'll see him in the third innings as Garrett in, and that's pulled off the hit by Brown to the deep square leg field for a single taken, and another very Ben Brown shot fielded by Will Rhodes there. Or not fielded by Will Rhodes? Will Rhodes bowling. Got that mixed up, haven't I?
Captain.
You know why this is? Because I was saying to Alex earlier that I put Will Rhodes in my fantasy team because I thought he bowled spin. I'm not sure who I got him mixed up with.
You have definitely got him mixed up with somebody, haven't you?
Yeah, but he did well on my fantasy team. So
did he?
Yeah, no, I'm a Rhodes fan. Clearly not enough to know what he bowls, but clearly enough to put him in the fantasy team.
From a distance,
From a distance.
Yeah.
Probably saw someone tweet saying he's good and went, yeah, I agree. But it brings the left-handed Barker back on strike. He's 7 off 14. And I mean, going back to the Joe Weatherly conundrum after this delivery from Rhodes, who's bowls, and that's left alone by Barker outside the off stump. he of course picked up that finger injury, which was the immediate reason why he was out of the squad, out of the team. He came up here and did some commentary with us for some of the games, but he does seem to have been done by, because looking at his scores against Somerset, he scored 168 to kick off the season, and then against Surrey in the second innings picked up 87. And then his scores against Kent, he scored 18 against Kent, which was unfortunate because that was a good batting wicket, and then picked up 1-0 against Lancashire, as that's down the leg side, and a good take from Burgess behind the stump. So his form trickled off just a bit into that Lancashire game, but that was a tough bowling lineup. That was the game where Jimmy Anderson returned for Lancashire, and it feels, a shame that there's no place for him to fit into his squad. But I guess then you could question, as that email suggested, what role Nyron Donald is really playing in this squad. Would there be almost a suggestion that Ben Brown could slot down a slot and Weatherly into the middle order, as that's tucked around the corner by Barker, but straight to the fielder, no run, 278 for 7.
Yeah, I think it's coming down to basically Ian Holland obviously offers a bit of medium pace, and Felix Organ offers that off spin. Now Joe Weatherly, I've seen bowl off spin. I saw him bowl at Cheltenham last year and he picked up a wicket actually. But you know, Felix Organ, I guess, is a bit more of a frontline off spinner, and I think it's literally coming down to that.
So do you think Weatherly could slot into a middle order as Rhodes bowls and it's full clip to mid off, no run?
Well, it comes back to that message earlier, doesn't it, about Nyron Donald. Now I do know that they like him coming in at 7 because he plays positively. Now, okay, it hasn't worked today, but it worked at Somerset when it was a wicket that was hooping around and seaming around, and he came in at 7 and got a very quick half century, and it turned the game totally, and they got a lead, and Somerset just folded.
As Rhodes bowls, strikes Barker on the pads, a big appeal from Warwickshire, but looking like it's sliding down. It was really full from Rhodes. Barker was already preparing to play that glance off his legs. Just looking at this replay, it was worth a shout.
It was, yeah. It's a difficult angle to get an LBW, but yeah, quite full.
But looking at Nyron Donald's strike rate, he strikes the ball at 74, which is the second best in the Hampshire team. And to give a picture, most of the Hampshire averages are around that 55 mark, and he's averaging 30 this season, and which is the kind of average you'll get if you're one of those players who goes out there and be's positive. As you said, some innings it won't play off, like today he was out playing more of an attacking shot, but other games he'll change a game for you. And
that's the thing. I think coming at 7, that's, you know, you can almost not hide as Hannon Dalby bowls and turned down to fine leg by Ben Brown. He moves on to 30, 279 for 7. The lead is 62. You know, it's almost as if a number 7, if it don't score runs, well, okay, fair enough. But if they actually get in and score quickly like he does, all of a sudden, you know, you've got a different game on your hands down at that particular point. So when it comes off, it looks really good, and when it doesn't, you just think, well, okay, hang on, why is he batting at 7? Why is he playing? So, you know, it's game to game, isn't it, really, as to your viewpoint of how Nyron Donald bats in that position. Dave Allen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, has just tweeted actually and says maybe Melissa got confused. Here we go, he's got an explanation here. Short, and that's hammered away by Barker through mid-wicket, actually, along the ground. Got on that really early, kept it down, 4 runs. He moves on to 11, 281 for 7. The lead is 66. I
think you can stop that tweet there. Just finish with maybe Melissa got confused, because that's quite accurate. I'm confused a lot of the time.
You're not the only one. Maybe Melissa got confused with spinner Wilfred Rhodes of Yorkshire, who Dave says would be in his fantasy team. No, Melissa's looking at me quizzically.
Is this a current player, or is this a player from history?
Wilfred Rhodes.
Because I mean, I'm not even sure I could discuss a historical fantasy 11.
I think
that would have some names in it.
Oh gosh, you put me on the spot as well. It rings a bell. Have a look. Have a quick look while I describe this delivery. There's a deep square leg now for Barker. Length ball. Barker drives into the gap in the covers. There'll be just a single there. Moves on to 12, 284 for 7.
Well, I can confirm Wilfred Rhodes was born in 1877.
There you are.
He was an English professional cricketer who played 58 Test matches for England between 1899 and 1930. And he took 127 wickets and scored 2,030 2,325 runs, becoming the first Englishman to complete the double of 1,000 runs and 100 wickets in Test matches.
There you go. I've certainly heard of a Wilfred Rhodes. I didn't know if there was a more recent Wilfred Rhodes, but
yeah, I think it was just before my time, just a tad.
That's why you've never
maybe
heard.
By a century.
Yeah, not much then. Here's Hannah Dolby to Brown. Brown pushing forward, not out of the middle of the bat as it goes out square on the offside. So you would never have heard of him before. So you've learnt something new there.
First we had the history lesson about beer cricket, and now this.
What a learning day it is for you. Something else I've just learnt, actually, courtesy of Paul Williams, who's tweeted at Sun Sport. Now, I didn't know this. He says, I see there is a presentation to Fidel Edwards tomorrow at lunchtime. Do you know if there will be any way for us to be able to view this, as he's been such a great player to watch over the last half a dozen years or so? He certainly has. He's been great fun to watch. Here he comes, Hannah Dolby. Oh, leg ball, and that's just nipped back, and that's hit Ben Brown high up on the leg. Just bent down a little bit there. He says, sadly, I'll also miss his testimonial on Friday at HWCC.
Hartley Whitney Cricket Club.
Correct, Hartley Whitney.
It's been advertised on their social media channels, so for anyone who is interested in that.
All right, that'll be well worth going to. Fidel is a really great bloke, and did bowl very quick, and also had a very good spell here at Hampshire, I think for about 5 years. I think it was only ever going to be about 1 or 2, but it just extended it because he was so good. And yeah, I used to enjoy watching him bowl. I used to love bowling short and getting batters on the back foot, bowling them. As Hannah Dolby bowls, that's a length ball to Ben Brown that's pushed out on the offside and there's no run. So I never realised that about tomorrow. I'm guessing, and I can't speak for the Hampshire live picture feed, but at some point I'm sure they'll either video it so you can watch it on the live picture feed. I'm saying this because I absolutely know nothing, but I'm assuming they will do that so that people who aren't here will be able to view that. So that's my view. It's not the view of Hampshire, but it's kind of not an educated guess, but not far off.
We also have a tweet in from Richard Shelley at Solent Sport, and he says that he agrees that Weatherly has been hard done by, and says if you want Organ in the team, then surely he plays instead of Donald. But also, do you need 5 seamers of Holland, Fuller, Barker, Abbas and Abbott? Why not only 4 seamers, meaning Donald can play as well? As that ball from Rhodes is pushed into the onside for no run.
I think a James Fuller of last year, you'd have to play an extra seamer, but I think the way that James Fuller is, James Fuller Mark II, he can always play as a standalone seamer now, so I guess that does give you a few more options, but I don't know. Even though he's been really good all season, I suppose there's no reason to think that he won't continue to be consistent.
As Rhodes charges in, and that's straighter, driven beautifully down the ground, but a good bit of fielding there at mid-off.
George Garrett, great stop.
You can never know what's going to come from the quicks when they're standing at mid-on and mid-off. They've just been bowling some hard overs, but he fully launched himself at that ball and did a good bit of fielding. Saved 4 runs. Hampshire 284 for 7.
That was a good stop from the youngster. Even though he's bowled a lot of overs, he can still get down quickly.
As Rhodes in, and that's left alone by Barker, who turns his back on that delivery. Playing a patient knock here so far, Barker.
Yeah, he is, isn't he?
I think I guess in the situation and from watching this innings unfold from Hampshire, although from the outside perspective it looks like a lovely batting pitch, it's really a bit deceptive, and that actually you need to just give yourself a bit of time before you start playing the shots. We saw McAndrew on the first day give himself some time and then launch Liam Dawson for a few boundaries near the end of the day, as that's straying on the legs of Barker and clipped away towards the square leg boundary. Fine leg, can't get there. And 4 runs to Keith Barker. He'll hit you if you're in his arc. And he moves on to 16. The score 288 for 7.
Going back to the Wilfred Rhodes discussion, Ross E at Solent Sports says Wilfred Rhodes started batting at number 11, eventually moved up the order to successfully open with Hobbs. I presume that's Jack Hobbs. That's another name that Melissa rolls off her tongue. England's greatest all-rounder. Have you heard of Jack Hobbs? I think it's Jack Hobbs. I'm saying Jack Hobbs because I've only got Hobbs here, but
I've heard of Hobnobs.
Yeah.
The biscuit brand, that's it.
Yeah. Is that it? So this is another new name you've learned.
Will Rhodes bowls and defended at the crease by Barker. I'm going to have to make a list at this point, or maybe just do a bit of reading. I'm not going to lie to you, Kev. I don't think I remember cricket before 2009. That's going to...
There's no reason to. Why should you?
I'm not sure 8-year-old Melissa was really compelled to... I say that as I did do an Ashes history project in year 6.
Yeah, you did, yeah, of course.
So,
some names must have come up.
Maybe, but there must be. I'm probably familiar with a few. I have to go up into the loft and find that. I've clearly lost some knowledge over the years. There's length delivery defended by Barker.
Well, it's a bit like learning a language at school or uni a few years out, and you just forget half of it, don't you?
Yeah, I started learning sign language, basic elements of sign language in lockdown, and managed to do the alphabet, which is something, it's quite a basic thing so that you can communicate with people in the deaf community just at a basic level, even if it does take a bit more time to spell out the words. And I suddenly was reminded about that the other day, and have gone back and have just tried to remember, and it's all about rebooting the memory. It's quite difficult, and something I'm going to have to start. I do want to relearn it, to be fair, so I've got to have to start putting sentences together.
I know this won't look great on the live feed and of course on the BBC Sport website, but is there a word that you can spell out sign language now, off the top of your head?
Oh, give me 20 seconds, and I'll try and think of a word, a
As
short word.
I apologise to the viewers of the live picture feed and also listeners on the Sport app and the BBC Sport Online website, because obviously this will only be for my benefit and for nobody else's. 288 for 7. 71 is the lead, and Nathan McAndrew is coming back at the pavilion end. Haran Dolby taking a well-earned break. He's done really well throughout the Hampshire first innings, having picked up 4 of the 7 wickets that have fallen. He has 4 for 74 from 29. Here's McAndrew, right arm over, bowls slightly uppishly as that's pushed into the gap there by Ben Brown. It won't go all the way to the rope. Will get pulled up just 3 or 4 yards in front of the rope by Alex Davies. Melissa's doing some sort of sign language there, but what is that? The ball hasn't quite gone for 4. Was that in sign language?
For legal reasons, no.
And also we haven't got time to spell it all out. I
can do something quick. Are you ready?
Go on, yeah, go on. Right. You were sort of pointing to a few fingers. What did that mean then?
So I did my name then.
Oh, okay.
And the basic fundamentals of BSL, which is British Sign Language, is that of your 5 fingers, it is the vowels of the alphabet. So your thumb is A, it goes on A, E, I, O, U.
Oh, okay.
So it's a good starting point. And actually, it's quite, self-explanatory movements once you see the alphabet. So I would strongly urge anyone who's interested and wants to do a good bit of learning to have a look into it.
Well, see, even I've just learned something there. See, I didn't know that your 5 fingers are the vowels.
So you could spell. I'm not sure what word is purely vowels. I'll have to have a look.
Anne. Oh no, it's A-N. What am I talking about? Here comes McAndrew. I can't believe I said. Oh, he's played onto his stumps. Oh, and Barker's out now. And McAndrew coming round the wicket has just induced Barker just to play slightly away from his body there again. 16 he goes for, and Hampshire are 291 for 8.
Yeah, just a bit of a disappointing demise there for Barker. He didn't quite commit to the shot actually, and just hung his bat out there in the end. We've seen a few draggers onto the stumps in this game, just indicating the slow nature of the pitch. He goes for 16, which is a valuable contribution in the end, but Hampshire would have wanted him to go on just a bit longer. I think maybe if we'd seen a bit of spin against him, maybe there would have been a few more attacking shots, but the ball's still relatively new, and Warwickshire making the most of it with this flurry of wickets recently. Does bring James Fuller to the crease.
Yep, who we've just been talking about. So the 2 wickets that have fallen since tea have both been played on, and Aaron Donald for no score, and now Keith Barker for 16. And a feature in the Warwickshire innings was that 3 of the batters were out leaving the ball and were bowled. So yeah, I've learned something. Let's try and think of a word that is only vowels.
It's not Anne, I'll tell you that.
It's not Anne. Why did I say Anne? A word that's only vowels.
Surely there's got to be like a 3-letter word.
At Sonnet Sport, quickly tell us that something that we can do very quickly, or Melissa can do. Pete says at Sonnet Sports, you know how radio works, Kev, question mark. Did you get the book I sent you? Pete, yes I did, thank you very much.
What book was this?
He sent me a book which I have, I'm trying to think of the the name of it now, Pete. Oh God, you put me on the spot. To read. I haven't read it yet because obviously there's been a lot of cricket matches, but it's in my kitchen.
Can you tell us what it's
very
about?
kind of you. I haven't looked at that either yet. It was in my pigeonhole at work, and it said from Pete, and there is the message inside the front cover as well, which I read, but I can't tell you offhand. I think it was about something about enjoying the commentaries over the years, and here's my book. As a sort of a thank you. So I think that's summarising what Pete says. So Peter, thank you. As I say, it's on my kitchen top at home, ready to have a read. It's called There's Something. I'll think of it in a minute.
Well, maybe if the Hampshire bowlers get a go tomorrow and bowl Warwickshire out cheaply, then you'll have an entire day to have a look at that book. Wouldn't that be fantastic?
It will be. Yeah. Yes, Pete, I've got it. So it is James Fuller batting at 10. Coming in, facing McAndrew. He's trying to flat bat that away on the offside, gets on it too early and it goes down the pitch. So McAndrew now has 3 wickets, 3 for 64, and he's into his 22nd over. The Hampshire lead is 74. Only Mohab Abbas to come in next. Can't perhaps expect too much from him. It might be whoever's batting with him will have to rotate the strike and probably be a little bit more positive in order to push that Hampshire lead up towards 100. I think they would have been hoping for 100. I think at the moment that it is more in hope, actually. But there is still 2 decent batters at the crease. Full on leg stump, driven up to mid-on, and there's no run. The pressure drop, that's right, it is. Yeah, Pete. He says it's his first blissful stab at fiction. That's right, pressure drop. I told you it was the something, wasn't it? So we got it.
I think most book titles probably are the something. But
that's right. Yes.
I know.
39 steps and things like that. See, 39 steps. Would that be a book that you'd have come across? Again,
no, but I think that's how many steps I did to rush round here when I got trapped out of the commentary box.
That's a very good film, actually. Here comes McAndrew, bowls, and Fuller drives that up to mid-on, and there is no run. Richard Shelley, no. The McDonald's farm thing, E-I-E-I-O. Oh, yeah, do that. Yeah, go on. There we go. That was very quick from Melissa.
I think we need we need a camera pointing out to the commentary box.
You should do that on your TikTok feed or your Twitter feed.
Yeah,
post the thing. Do that after when you come off commentary later. Melissa is going to do E-I-E-I-O on sign language and put that on your Twitter feed.
It's going to be thrilling viewing.
Story. Yeah.
Thrilling.
There you go. McAndrew bowls and driven by Fuller again. He's only worked it up to mid-on. That'll be the end of the over. A wicket and 3 runs off that one, as there are 22 overs left in the day. Hampshire 291 for 8. Brown has 33. The lead is 74. Are you going to do it later?
Yeah, I've just done it then.
Oh, have you done it already?
Well, it wasn't very time consuming, was it?
How quick was that? I had my back to you. Just reading that score, and in that time you'd done it and posted it.
I haven't posted it yet. I'm not that Gen Z.
Okay, right.
One day when we have the implants in our brains and contact lenses with laptops in them, maybe I'll be able to upload it instantly. But not quite at that point yet. But it'll be interesting to see the approach Fuller takes, because I think from that first shot we saw where he almost flat batted it, I think it was mainly mistiming of the ball, but he was on one leg flat batting it back to the bowler, and we've seen him almost take the same approach to whatever situation he's been in recently. But this really could be a pitch, especially with Danny Briggs coming into the attack, where he brings the attack to Briggs, who's across the day been allowed to settle quite nicely. But if the Hampshire batters just begin to attack him, maybe use their feet, which isn't something we've seen much this test. It's not really a cross bat shot, but hitting straight down the ground has worked well. As Briggs around the wicket, in, and that's reverse swept by Brown to point.
Melissa's just going to move sides and come in where I am, and Clive Eakin will come in for the next half hour. As Briggs bowls, forward is Ben Brown, back to the bowler. So we're in the 98th over of the Hampshire innings, and the 18th over with the second new ball. As Briggs bowls, there's another reverse sweep, and he really has got hold of that one. That's right out of the middle of the bat. That's raced away behind square, and Brown moves on to 37. It looks very much as though Ben Brown, that is the way he's going to play Danny Briggs. Briggs will have to respond some way, maybe bowl a little fuller, maybe a fraction shorter. We'll have to wait and see. But that lead now has gone up to 78 now for Hampshire. And that is a really, really fine shot. So what's Briggs going to do? In fact, he's going to have the fielder out at deep backward square. Clive Eakin back, and then Melissa Story will join him.
Thank you, Kevin. Yeah, Warwickshire desperate enough to wrap this innings up. Well, there's a reverse sweep. He puts one outside leg stump, produces a reverse sweep from Brown, who gets a single for it. And 295 for 8. It underlines really Warwickshire's batting. They would have felt they should have been able to get at least 300 when they batted. Had they done that, it would have been game on, but big ball out for 217. Credit to Hampshire's bowlers and a great spell after lunch yesterday, and that's put them very much on top. And that's played by Fuller for a single onto the leg side.
Yeah, they've definitely had a dominant 2 days, Hampshire, but if Warwickshire can pick up these 2 final wickets quite quickly now, then you'd feel that things are pretty much in the balance going into these final 2 days. Warwickshire aren't too far behind.
Briggs bowls, and that's another reverse sweep shot. There is a fielder out there for that, so it's only worth 1 for Ben Brown. Yeah, but to get the last 2 wickets now, I suppose it's manageable, but it's creeping up, isn't it? And certainly they're going to have to bat very well in their second innings to stay in the match, Warwickshire. 2 umpires having a chat. I can't think what. I don't think there's a query over the ball this time.
Maybe, I mean, the light's fine, and maybe the only thing I could think of is the bowling crease, where there's been a couple problems today, just because the almost wear and tear on this pitch. It's so dry, it's so dusty, and we've seen a few times when the bowlers have planted that front foot, a big puff of dust has come up, but I'm not too sure.
Kevin's just dismantling the veranda here, slightly worryingly.
Adjusting our balcony in front of us, which...
298 for 8.
McAndrew continuing from the pavilion end, bowling to Ben Brown. He's in, and that's past the outside hedge. What a perler of a delivery that was. That has been one of the deliveries of the game. With not much out there for the bowlers. McAndrew is storming in. Watching that replay, there is nothing Ben Brown could have done for that, and it's a miracle he didn't edge that.
Yeah, there's only 1 slip in place.
A slip who's now kind of done a few high kicks and shaking his hands a bit. I think he's in the game.
Well, he's also thinking he might be batting before too long, because it's Dom Sibley.
In comes McAndrew again. This is squirted out into the offside. Fielded by the deep cover boundary, and 1 taken, 299 for 8.
He's keeping himself loose end. Dom Sibley could be wild, could be 2 balls and plus 10 minutes away from when he has to bat. Who knows? Well, no one knows is the simple answer. Or
I was a bit worried when I saw him jumping about that he was warming up to bowl, which
he used to bowl a bit and did all right, but we don't see him bowl these days.
As in comes McAndrew, and advancing down the pitch as Fuller, he pivots on the spot, trying to hit that one to Portsmouth, and no contact made. A well-directed shorter ball from McAndrew. He probably anticipated that shot from Fuller. He's coming out with intent, and Ben Brown goes down to the other end to have a word with his partner and go, just hang about a bit, I'm still here at the other end. Maybe when Mohammed Abbas is in, but not right now. It's funny because a clip of Dom Sibley, I think, bowling in one of the test matches went viral a few years ago, where it was a half tracker spinning onto the pitch next to the one they were playing on. And I think in 2020, as McAndrew bowls, and this is swatted away to the leg side boundary. The fielder on the boundary at square leg couldn't see it, and that has gone like a rocket. Fuller playing T20 cricket here. And the score goes past 300. Hampshire's 300 brought up in 98.4 overs, and gets a good round of applause from the crowd. So yeah, I remember reading in, I think, 2020, his expected bowling average in Test cricket was then 70, making him the worst English bowler since tracking records began in 2006. So maybe, as well as remodelling his batting, he could have remodelled his bowling over the summer. Who knows? Maybe he's the mystery weapon for Warwickshire. A few changes to the field here after that shot from James Fuller as fielder comes over from the offside, and now we have a deep mid-wicket, deep square and a deep fine leg. Just the fielder at that short mid-wicket still, and it looks as if McAndrew is going to be targeting those stumps, bowling a bit of the short stuff and seeing if Fuller is willing to take it on. In he comes, and that's tickled off the legs of Fuller. It was Fuller. It was the trick delivery and the dot ball.
Well, Warwickshire can't afford Fuller making a very quick 30 here. That would be very damaging.
Yeah, and it's very much gone into that defensive mode now with these boundary fielders. Hampshire lead by 86. And there's lots of discussions going on between the captain and his bowlers. Just going to maybe see if Fuller takes it on. We've had the Fuller ball. This one's back of a length and tickled down to fine leg by Fuller. They take the single. The score moves on to 304 for 8. And that means there's one ball left. No, that's over. Another over gone from McAndrew. He's bowled 23 so far this game, and quite a few of the Warwickshire bowlers have put in a hard graft today. Hannah Dolby bowling 29, the most out of all the bowlers, and then McAndrew and Briggs sharing the brunt of the rest of it, but only seen 4 overs and then 3 overs from Rhodes and Mosley, who came on at the end of that lunch session.
Yeah, Mosley's a very occasional bowler. Well, Rhodes hasn't sought to bowl himself too much in this game. 300, came up with 593 balls, 300 took 180, which is a bit slower than the second 100, but they did lose 4 wickets in that as Briggs bowls, and that's turned round to mid-wicket for a single. But the 650 took just 67 balls, they lost 2 wickets in that, and that's a concern for Warwickshire. These runs are just piling up. The lead is still in double figures. They'll want to keep it to that if they possibly can. But Ben Brown is looking a threat to them.
Hampshire's points now 6. Warwickshire have 3 points so far in this game.
It's a sweep there, and that will be fielded at back of square, I think about 2. So in terms of those bonus points, we've got 11 overs, including this one, to go. So if they are still there, the way they're playing currently, is a reasonable chance Hampshire will get to 350.
Maybe that's what Fuller's going for with this attacking
maybe, but I wouldn't have thought they'd be worrying much about bonus points. They just want to make the lead as big as possible, try and win the game. So that's played to mid-wicket for no run, I would have thought, but they might think about it when they get a bit closer. But right now it's about, they know they've got a handy lead. I know another 20-30 quick runs will make that lead really formidable. That's played back to the bowler by Fuller for no run.
Did we confirm the result of that England-India game in the end?
I didn't, but if you want to depress everyone who's English at any rate, there's a good tumbling stop by Matt Lamb, but they've got 2 just short of square leg there for Fuller. He moves on to 9. The runs keep coming, 308 for 8.
Well, India has won that first ODI by 10 wickets. Rohit Sharma and Shikhar Dhawan unbeaten at the end of the game, and a lot to think about for that England team. Although I've heard that it was just one of those once-in-a-lifetime spells from Bumrah.
Next one's played onto the leg side. There's no run.
And I mean, I'm sure there would have been a few silly shots. It is England in white ball cricket, but yeah, apparently just to be there and watch that bowling was fantastic. And I've always thought it'd be wonderful to see Bumrah come over to play in county cricket, especially early on in the season. We've seen incredible international superstars play this year, especially from Pakistan, Australia. So you can never rule it out. It just, I guess, depends on the crossover between the IPL.
It'd be nice to get those players in the 100, but India have not really been playing ball, have they? The Indian Cricket Board. What's some better news for England's England Lions appear to be absolutely thrashing South Africa. Yeah, 255 for 3, chasing 319. They've only had 30 overs.
As in comes McAndrew again and defended straight back to him by Brown. Wow, Will Smeed.
Yeah. He made 90 off 56 balls. It's 6 sixes. Ben Duckett's doing well at the moment. He's on 48.
Banton scoring 57 at the top of the order with Smeed as well. And I think, you know, it's a pretty clever tactic from the England A to say, well, we're playing at Taunton, quite a small ground already. Should we change anything? No, let's go with the 2 Somerset openers. And they've certainly settled into those South African bowlers at their home ground, as that's driven by Brown. They're running hard, but the ball's gone straight to the sweeper on the boundary. And a single taken, 309 for 8 now. That lead of 92, edging towards those 3 figures. And as Clive mentioned, Duckett not out on 48. Eskenazi with him at the crease on 26. And a very dominant performance from the England Lions, and actually something we've also seen in the women's game, as the South African women played 2 games against the England A women's squad, and England A won both of those games as well. So maybe just do a swap of the men's squads. As McAndrew in, and that's tucks up Fuller straight to mid-wicket. Dot ball. It's a pretty jam-packed summer though, thinking of the fact India here at the moment, South Africa. It's surprising they didn't really plan a tri-series, which they've been known to do before.
Yeah, I guess so. So yeah, a lot of opportunities. That's why England have effectively, the men's team have gone with 2 different teams, haven't they? Complete separation between the white ball team and the red ball team.
As McAndrew in again to Fuller, who's flicking that fine off his legs. That's 4 runs. Signalled runs by the umpire. It's a bit concerned. There was a bit of bat there at the moment, but that was a loose delivery from McAndrew, straying down the leg side, and easy runs for James Fuller.
I mean, there has been a crossover in this particular 50-over game, but the T20s, or the internationals have played in the Netherlands, and also the T20 series. They are completely different teams to the red ball team. But this lead is rapidly rising. This is good stuff from these 2, playing positively and making the lead a very dangerous one from Warwickshire's point of view.
McAndrew, 5th ball of the over. That's shorter, and Fuller sways out the way. Left his bat up in the air though, which is always risky. Just that chance of the ball catching a bit of the bat. And actually, I think I'm more surprised he didn't have a go at trying to ramp that over the slip cord, and well, the slip, singular. He's being patient out there in a sense. When the ball's in his arc, he's playing his shot, and James Fuller won't hesitate to play those big shots, try and hit 6s. He's on strike. Final ball of the over, and that's on his hip. He drops it into the onside, looks for the single, but the field is in close there and finishes with a dot. That's the 101st over gone. Hampshire 313 for 8.
Well, it's been a good day for Hampshire. Warwickshire stuck at it. They've had little spells where wickets have gone, but yeah. The suspicion that 217 was well below what was needed is proving true. And although we're down to the 9th wicket pair, it's a pretty accomplished 9th wicket pair of Ben Brown and James Fuller. Warwickshire still have work to do to wrap this innings up.
Now I've got a silly proposal that on the first day of this match, I tried to put a lovely complimentary tweet out about Dom Sibley, applauding his batting and how brilliant his straight drives has been. But I did type the words Dog Sibley. Now people on Twitter found that quite funny, as people on Twitter do. And following that, lots of dog-related names have been sent in to me. We had someone point out very aptly that we do have a Keith Barker in the team, quite an obvious one, and that shame Jack Russell isn't keeping, or that the other batter, Great Dane Villas, isn't around. We've had Dog Sibley facing Keith Barker was the first suggestion, and even a Sangha, I think it was Sangha Chihuahua, Kumar Sangha Chihuahua, which I think was my favourite. So,
Danny Briggs comes in to bowl. There's a strangled LBW appeal as the sweep shot from Brown fails.
and the final two put forward were Collie Pope and Labradori Burns, which I think is a bit of a stretch for that final one, but Collie Pope's quite a good one.
It's,
Dot ball off the pad of that last delivery. So my question for the listeners as we reach this slight lull in play.
It's ball swept down to back of square leg for a single.
It's not only what general cricketing names can you turn into a dog pun, but particularly I'd love to see these two squads or these two sides dogified. Just to keep us through. Of course, you can get in contact at Solent Sport on Twitter or solentcricket@gmail.com and keep us entertained up here in the commentary boxes. You know, we're putting in a hard bit of work. We're in the sun or the heat. Keep us entertained.
Briggs bowls, and that's played to back of square leg for a single by Fuller.
Can you think of any off the top of your... Are you good at puns?
Not brilliant, no. I'll have to think.
Sure, some listeners can pull through with some suggestions. There's a few changes made to the field there.
It's Danny Briggs, and that's swept, and that's in the air momentarily, but it's a safe enough shot from Brown. Moves on to 44. And it's 316 for 8.
I think the Hampshire batters have used the sweep shot well in this innings, which wasn't used so much by Warwickshire. It's not much of a crossbar shot, but the sweep has worked well.
One or two reverse sweeps as well. He comes down the pitch, hits that over the top, but does Fuller for 4 more. And these are damaging runs, valuable runs for Hampshire. It takes the lead now into 3 figures. They're 103 ahead at 320 for 8.
Yeah, the first real use of a batter coming down the pitch to spin we've seen today. Me and Kevin James were speaking earlier that we'd like to see a few of the Hampshire batters just be a bit more proactive at the crease. Don't let the spinners settle into a rhythm. And in that over alone, we saw sweep shots. We've seen some reverse sweeps, and now the use of the feet, which has worked tremendously. This pitch doesn't have that many demons in it. I think some of the batters have got into a mindset that they need to play cautiously from the crease because there's this dramatic turn. It's not so much that, I just think the wicket's a bit too paced, but so long as you're getting to the pitch of the ball, either with the sweep or by using your feet, you can find the boundary, and I think we'll be seeing a bit more of that from James Fuller following that success. McAndrew continues, and that's an inside edge through past the stumps into the onside. No run. And Ben Brown there looking to play an expansive shot through the offside.
Yeah, decent ball from McAndrew. Inside edge, not going onto the stumps this time.
We have had already from Ralph Brooker, Spaniel Briggs. A sigh of disappointment.
Well, no, don't really know him as Daniel though, do we? But
no. As McAndrew in and worked off the hip by Brown to deep square, single taken. He moves on to 45, and he's one of those players who silently accumulates. He gets in at the crease, and before you know it, he's nearing that half-century mark, and I think this will be his 3rd half-century for Hampshire this season. I'll have to double check.
he's a decent player. Ben Brown's been around the county circuit for quite a while now.
I'm quite intrigued to see whether we're going to see him opening in the white ball stuff in the 50 over competition for Hampshire, because he has previously for Sussex, and with a few players missing, he may be needed at the top of the order. As down on the pitch comes Fuller, yorks himself, and the ball just trickles out. It's squeezed out onto the onside. Burgess comes around and fields, and Fuller playing dangerously here. Score moves on to 322 for 8. Another flight takes off from Eastleigh Airport to our right. People going off on their summer holidays. leaving the UK's good weather. McAndrew waits at the top of his mark, and Brown just analyses the gaps in the field. He bowls down the leg side. Good take from Burgess, who we mentioned yesterday as the second most dismissals in this competition. Second best keeper with 28 dismissals, all caught in 12 innings prior to this game, and it was only Hampshire's Ben Brown ahead with 29 before this game.
Took a good catch, in particular dismissed Ian Holland, who's standing very close to it. Faint nick.
Ben Brown, 45, not out. That's a shorter ball and hooked down to fine leg in the air, but 2 bounces, 3 bounces to the fielder. It was a good tactic employed by McAndrew, but actually Brown looked to play the shot and almost just pulled away at the last second and never had enough momentum.
He played within it, didn't he? Wasn't going to hit it too hard.
It's a bit of a dangerous shot to play because he didn't quite go for it, but he didn't quite roll his wrists, and I think it was quite fortunate in the end that the ball didn't carry. Would have been a good catch if the fielder had got a bit closer, probably a full diving stretch forwards. It brings Fuller on strike. McAndrew's in, and that's worked into the square leg region. They're running fast here, Hampshire, but say no to the 2. Good fielding in the deep. Single taken, 324 for 8. Lead by 107 now, Hampshire. They'll be happy with this, and that's the 103rd over bowled.
No, you're nearly done here. Are you looking forward to the Commonwealth Games?
I am, I really am.
It will be very interesting.
It's going to be a bit of a spectacle, having hopefully a few non-cricketing fans engaging with the sport, and by engaging with that, we'll hopefully bring them into men's cricket as well, because of course only the women playing in this year's Commonwealth Games, and hopefully it can open the door to maybe a men's team or a physical disability team. Would be fantastic to see play at the Commonwealth Games.
Well, the cricket sort of feels quite suited for Commonwealth Games, but apart from the slight complication that West Indies doesn't exist as a nation as such. I think they're playing as Barbados, aren't they? That one is by Briggs, push onto the onside, there's no run.
Yeah, Barbados, I think they used their women's domestic competition there, and whoever won that competition got the honour of being the name at the Commonwealth Games.
Here comes Briggs to bowl that swept, and it's a good sweep shot, but it will be cut off. Good tumbling stop. No, he's missed it. And Nathan McAndrew beats the ground in frustration. It was a good shot from Fuller, but McAndrew feel he should have stopped it. There haven't been too many misfields from Warwickshire today. 328 for 8, 111 the lead now.
I think he just lost his footing there on the boundary. It's quite spongy, and you see lots of players kind of getting their ankles stuck as they're chasing down the ball.
And that's played back to Briggs. There's no run.
And we've had another tweet in, this time from Wes Spearman, who works all the social media channels for Hampshire Cricket and Vipers. He suggested 4.
Go on then.
We've got Oliver Hannon-Dogby,
Okay.
Liam Dogson, which I definitely think is a stretch.
Oh, that was a good delivery. Yeah, a quicker delivery from Briggs that goes past the outside edge.
We've got a dog theme here. We've got a Nyrin Doggled, but I think the best one of these would have to be Ben McDermott.
Right, yes, okay. That's a push out of the offside. They're going for a quick single. That's good running. These two are really doing well here and pushing Hampshire potentially beyond Warwickshire's reach. Warwickshire will really have to bat well in the second innings. They're going to be looking at needing 350 just to make a game of it, really, you'd think. And these two doing more damage. Briggs bowls that swept. Again, this time it'll be a straightforward stop for McAndrew. It's 1 run. And that's the end there. I'm going to have to leave it. Whether Kevin's ready to jump back in, but I'm going to do an update. Pleasure working with you, Melissa. Enjoy the Commonwealth Games.
Thank you very much. Just to fill this gap before Kevin James is back on. We have got an email in from Michael Orban Palmer, who said, "You were speaking of that great cricketer Cecil Rhodes, which made me think of, and now this could be the winner so far, Radishian Ridgeback. with apologies from Michael. Just handing over in a second to Kevin James. He's just dropped all of his notebooks on the floor. It's a shambles next to me. As McAndrew bowls, and that's edged past first slip down to the boundary. That'll be 4 runs, and Hampshire 330.
3:30 for 8. Thank you, Melissa. Thanks, great stuff. Melissa, who's been around for a couple of days. 51 to Ben Brown, 86 balls with 7 fours, and that lead for Hampshire increasing all the time here, and frustrating the Warwickshire side, who would have hoped to have bowled Hampshire out by now. So Melissa's going to make the long journey back tonight. And McAndrew will continue from the pavilion end. That lead is 117 now, as McAndrew comes in. Short down the leg side, as tempted bouncer but ill-directed, and that's a good stop by Burgess behind the stumps. And we still have just under 15 overs left in the day's play, technically a half an hour, but we'll go over that. We'll probably be here for around about another hour, I would say, maybe just over that. Although, even if we are, it'll still be a little earlier than last night, where we were around about 7:10, I think, somewhere around there. Here's McAndrew again, right arm over bowls. Always having a little pull at that one and misses it as it goes over his head. Again, McAndrew not frightened to bowl the bouncer once more. 334 for 8. The wickets that have fallen since tea are Aaron Donald for no score, Keith Barker for 16. This partnership now is worth 43. Still Mo Abbas to come, although you would hope from a Hampshire point of view Mo Abbas will just sort of stick around for either one of these two batters and just try and eke out a few more. Gets wrapped on the pad there, Ben Brown. Only McAndrew shouting there for the LBW, and that is a leg by. Signal by umpire Steve O'Shaughnessy at that far end. 335 for 8 now. That lead is 118. I'll be doing a half hour. I'll be doing a 30-second very quick update shortly. Just to warn you, try and surmise the day's play up in 30 seconds. McAndrew is in his 26th over here, 3 for 83. Fuller has 3 men out deep on the leg side. Sure, there's another short one coming as McAndrew bowls. Oh, it's a short one, he's on the floor. And my word, that was a good one. It just bounced and followed Fuller as well, and didn't bounce as much as Fuller thought, and it just followed him a fraction, and Fuller had to hit the deck. That is a very, very good short delivery indeed. And Burgess did well as well, moving smartly to his left to take that. I wonder if Burgess has just tweaked something there. He's just doing a few stretching exercises on the floor. Seriously good bouncer there from McAndrew. It's 3:35 for 8. This is like the later stages of a one-day game as McAndrew comes in and bowls. That's swatted away by Fuller in the air, but safe through wide mid-on, and that is 4 runs. It's like he was waiting for that one, and it didn't climb as high from McAndrew. And almost predictably, it's more of a short of a length ball, really. I think Fuller was just waiting for it, and that is more runs. 47 this partnership now. Here's a quick 30-second summary with 14 overs left in the day. Yes, it's all going well for Hampshire at the moment. They are still batting in their first innings. They are 339 for 8, and that lead has increased now to 122. We're getting a great cameo here from James Fuller, who's 29 of 29, coming at number 10. Ben Brown with him with 51 as well. The only 2 wickets that have fallen since tea. And Aaron Donald was out for no score. Keith Barker for 16. Both of those are playing on. Just hit the inside edge as it went onto the stumps. Hannon Dolby with 4 wickets picked up the first. McAndrew the second. But Hampshire going well here. 339 for 8, 14 overs left in the day.
Thank you very much, Kevin. Kev, live online commentary is that.
Sweep shot, but down the leg side, and he misses, and taken by Burgess. Start of a new over from Danny Briggs. 25 overs, one for 73. Danny Briggs, that one wicket came this afternoon when he got Ian Holland caught behind for 99. Ian Holland agonisingly 1 run short of what would have been a 4th first class 100, and Liam Dawson out in the last over for before tea for 92. That's a sweep shot. It's gone fine on the 45, and there's no run. I have to say Ben Brown in particular has played the sweep shot against Danny Briggs almost perfectly. There's been a couple of reverse sweeps in there as well. That's why there's a deep backward square leg. Sorry, deep backward point. There is a deep backward square leg as well, but a good way in how to play a spinner who's trying to bowl in the rough. There's a sweep shot all along the ground out to the deep backward square leg. An absolute lesson in how to play the spinner. 340 for 8. Brown moves on to 52, and that lead now is 123. I'm sure most Hampshire fans and supporters would have thought, well, if we get to 100 lead, we'll have done really well. And things are going very nicely indeed. There's a sweep shot from Fuller this time, and again it goes out to deep backward square leg. 341 for 8, and Fuller moves on to a runnable 30. And Clive Eakin is just coming back in, and that's the 50-run partnership, which has come off just 56 deliveries. And this is what happens sometimes when you keep a side out in the field a little bit longer than they thought that would happen. The batters suddenly find runs a little easier to come by. Clive.
Yeah, look, this has made a massive difference, this partnership. It's not a huge surprise in some ways. They're always going to have a go and we have anything to lose, but they've built that lead now to... It hasn't taken the game completely beyond Warwickshire, but it's quite a long way behind.
Yeah, well, it's made it tough, that's for sure. There's a sweep shot who misses this time, wraps him on the pad. Probably one of the few sweep shots that Brown has missed.
I think Warwickshire have bowled badly. I think when they look back at this, the batting in 217 was a pretty woeful score without wanting to take any credit away from Hampshire's bowlers. Got to be getting at least 300.
Yeah, it was just that spell after lunch, wasn't it? Although they did recover. There's a reverse sweep there from Ben Brown, does well. It goes out to a man at deep backward point, and Brown will keep the strike. And Hampshire move on to 342 for 8. The lead at the end of that over of 125. Yeah, it's. I mean, listen, Warwickshire are up against it. There's no doubt about it. But I mean, you know, as we've seen here, it's not an unplayable wicket. I think what we do see is that if you hit the seam often enough and get the ball in the right areas, you will get rewarded, as Hannon Dolby has. I think he's been absolutely outstanding. McAndrew hasn't been far behind him. But as we've seen from time to time, that if you don't get it right and there's a little bit of width, then it's easy for the batters just to free their arms and hit the ball away. So you've got to get the ball in the right areas and make it difficult for the batters, but it's not unplayable.
So here's my next question. There's 4 overs to go for bonus points. There's no doubt they'll get the 350. I don't think they'll get the 400 realistically. When they get there, McAndrew comes into bowl, and that's carved out into the deep for 4. That's a beautiful shot right in front of the fielder there on the offside. And Ben Brown moves on to 57, 346 for 8. So any thought, if that's not bowled out, of coming in and giving themselves 6 or 7 overs with the new ball to bowl at Warwickshire?
I'd be surprised. I don't think they want to bat any longer than they have to last. I'd be very surprised. You just bat as long as you can.
They might have to bat at all though, if they can skittle a few early wickets, but yeah, just a thought.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Of course I don't know.
McAndrew comes into bowl, and that's turned around down to fire leg for a single. Warwickshire will have to get at least one more wicket, at least get the 3rd bowling point.
I mean, you know, I think quite a few times over the years, you know, what sides have decided to do has surprised me, and that might happen tonight. But I just do not see on a wicket which has started dry why Hampshire would want to bat any longer than they have to in the 4th innings. So you get all your runs now, as many as you can.
McAndrew mops his brow, looking for his 4th wicket. A bit more expensive today, but still bowled pretty well. Well, that's guided out to point. Good fielding. Danny Briggs diving just right. They're trying to stick at it in the field. Warwickshire, they made 1 or 2 mistakes, not many. A good stop by Briggs there.
I don't know if you saw his bouncer in the last over.
I did,
You were just
yeah.
like, what a bouncer that was.
Yeah.
Cool. They're the worst when they pitch and then they just nip back at you a fraction and follow you, especially if you're trying to get inside the line.
Well, Warwickshire still looking for these last 2 wickets. A really frustrating 9th wicket partnership. So this is a difference. Warwickshire's 8th and 9th wicket partnerships were eking out runs they desperately needed, whereas this 9th wicket partnership's almost like a bonus from Hampshire's point of view. There's no real pressure. Taking the slip out now, Warwickshire going even more defensive. Putting a fielder back at 3rd. 3 men on the onside boundary. I fancy we might be about to see a bouncer. McAndrew bowls, and he's going down the leg side. He's fought a few. She's bounced hard that have flown down the leg side, and Michael Burgess is able to reach that one. A couple that he's not been able to reach. Confirmed that there have been no balls in this inning, so they were signalled wides. We weren't quite sure. The umpire's signal was difficult to tell from here whether he signalled no ball for one of them, but he hadn't. He signalled wides.
Oh, so none then?
So no balls, yeah.
It's not bad, is it? Over what, 107 overs nearly?
Comes into a bowl, and that's played into the ground for no run. So the lead 130. 2 days left in the match, plus 12 overs. Plenty of time for Hampshire to try and get a win, which could be a big boost in the county championship chase. We got Lancashire and Surrey both going well with the bat, but still have an awful lot to do to try and eke any sort of result out of their games. That's another bouncer down the leg side, taken well by Burgess. It's the end of the over, 3:47 for 8.
I think McAndrew might just be saying 1 or 2 things out there. I think he's a little bit frustrated now. He'll be frustrated along with the rest of the fielders out there that this innings has gone on the way and played the way that it is. It is very frustrating as a fielding side, especially when you look at the board and you see you're 130 behind. You've got to get those back before you can even start to think about getting in front, and that won't be easy. McAndrew's put a lot of effort in today. 3 for 92 from 27. That's a pretty good return. Wholehearted bowler. As Danny Briggs will continue from this northern end. 26 overs, 1 for 76. Has not really got a lot out of this pitch. There is some rough outside the leg stump to the right-handers. That's what he's looking to find, and he's finding, but there's just no real turn there. Doesn't spit out of there at all, and it never really does here. Here's Briggs bowls. There's the sweep. It's gone very fine. Fuller calls him through as the throw comes in. And that'll be another one. 348 for 8. Hampshire 2 runs away from another bonus point. We're just inside the 110 mark because we're in the 108th. Bonus points stop at the end of 110 overs. Just in case anybody out there doesn't realise.
I remember when it was changed from 120 to 110, first game. Yorkshire seemed to have forgotten, apparently, and they were playing. I was listening to the commentary at the time, and they were assuming they had 120 overs to get the bonus points. Just someone pointed out to me, it's changed, guys. Got to give them 110 now. I'm
sure I've made that mistake a few times as well, Clive, when rules change, and I never realise. Fortunately, somebody on Twitter comes up, Joe usually in the ground, who usually pulls me up on things. So, Fuller on strike. There is a deep backward square leg, deep mid-wicket. Mid on and mid-off are up at the moment. Briggs is switching to round the wicket, and he goes over the top towards mid-wicket. In fact, he doesn't actually, along the ground. I think he was trying to. Don't think that's come out of the middle of the bat at all. He went through with the shot, even though he wasn't quite to the pitch. Just dragged it around a little bit. 349 for 8. The lead 132 now, and Briggs is going to continue over the wicket to Ben Brown, who I think has played him pretty well over there. I think it might have been worth trying to come around the wicket, but he's switched him over. That's outside leg stump, and there's the sweep, and there's the 350 up. Single to Ben Brown, and that's come up in the 108th. 350 for 8, having been 291 for 8.
Yeah, very good effort for from Hampshire. And proven once again what a good side they are this season.
Battled around hard, haven't they? It's just slightly short, and off the back foot, Fuller has hoiked that over mid-on, and that is going one bounce for 4. He just leant back, and with a straight bat, just lifted that high over mid-on. And Fuller picks up 4 runs. Incredible shot.
750 came in 52 balls.
Almost the quickest of the innings.
Yeah, it is the quickest of the match so far.
35 off 36 now for Fuller, 354 for 8. Hampshire have 7 bonus points, and Warwickshire have 3. Still have a chance of getting another bonus points if they can sneak a wicket in before 110 overs are up.
Yeah, and I suppose that in some ways, from that point of view, they'd be quite encouraged to see Fuller go for the big shots. I'm hoping he might hold out and give them that 3rd point.
Over the wicket again, Briggs bowls. Fuller just works that away, just wide of the fielder at mid-wicket for a single. 355 for 8, lead of 138 now. And Danny Briggs actually came over the wicket there to Fuller, actually, so he's trying to just change it around, mainly to Fuller actually. He seems to be continuing with that over the wicket attack to Ben Brown. Bowls, and Ben Brown sweeps, that's quite full. Ben Brown has to play a checked sweep there and gets it on the 45, but straight to the fielder. End of the over. Briggs has bowled 27 overs, 1 for 84, 355 for 8, 60 to Ben Brown, 36 to James Fuller. That lead, 138 with 11 overs left in the day.
Yeah, it's every run's just a bonus now for Hampshire. It'll be all about them trying to bowl Warwickshire out a second time, trying to make sure they don't have to chase anything significant. Certainly Warwickshire are going to have to bat very well in that 3rd innings to stay in the game. And Ollie Dolby does get an opportunity to try and complete a fifer. He's coming back into the bowling.
Been the pick of the bowlers, hasn't he?
He has. He's been the most consistent.
Yeah,
Can just bowl pretty well much of the time, but just been a little loose on occasion. That's a decent performance from him as well. George Garrett's been unlucky not to get a wicket. Possibly his frustration at not getting a wicket just got the better of him slightly. I don't think Warwickshire have bowled badly. I think they batted badly. That's looking at purely from a Warwickshire perspective, of course. 2 teams in the game, of course. Hampshire are allowed to bowl well. Ollie Dolby comes in to bowl to Fuller, who plays that to long on for a single. Easy single with the field at back, so he's on to 37.
That's an interesting move as well, I think. Sorry to interrupt, Clive. I just think that if Hannah Dolby's going to bowl line and length, I'd almost encourage Fuller to try and go over the top. Having a mid on there, deep, it's an easy shot for Fuller, the way he's playing. Yeah.
Maybe they need to get Brown into the 90s, because that seems to be where Hampshire batters get themselves out in this game.
99 for Holland and 92 for Liam Dawson this afternoon. Put on 137 for the 5th.
Expect they'll commiserate with each other over a little drink this evening. So, after a plaintive get on with it shout by someone in the crowd, Ollie Dolby comes into bowl, and that's it's beaten the fielder who's come in from 3rd inside the circle, and Brown using the pace of the ball beat the despairing dive of Danny Briggs. 4 more. Warwickshire have no answers at the moment. 64 to Brown.
Yeah, I mean the field's going to have to go a lot more defensive now, I think. Once you get to 150 lead, it's 7 away from that. It's another psychological barrier and just makes things even harder. 3rd man, I think, now is almost a must. If Hannah Dolby's going to bowl length, I think your third man now is got to be there. It's got to be one of your first fielding positions. I think, you know, forget about having deep backward square legs and deep mid wickets. I mean, if Hannah Dolby's going to try and bounce Fuller, then fine, but I think and even Ben Brown, I think otherwise, if he's going to bowl line and length, it's got to be a defensive field.
Well, the field is pretty well spread out now. It resembles a T20 field outside power play. So there's 5 inside the circle instead of the 4. Hannah Dolby bowls and he runs it down to our third Brown for an easy single. Move on to 65. 361 for 8.
Yeah, all you can do now is just plug away. Just plug away line and length and just hope that maybe Fuller just tries one big shot too many. But there's deep mid wicket going out for him now, which would suggest that Hannah Dolby will bowl a short ball here. Mid on, mid off up now, actually, funny enough.
144 is the lead. Hannah Dolby bowls to Fuller. Does bounce him and Fuller pulls it. He's taken the bait and it's caught. Well, Hannah Dolby gets his fifer. Well done to Ollie Hannah Dolby. He's earned the end of day interview. Hannah Dolby, but well, Fuller couldn't resist the temptation. And I think it might be Dan Mosley out there who's taken the catch. And what is significant for Warwickshire, of course, because they do nick that extra bowling point. Who knows how important that might be at the end of the season? Possibly not important at all. But
partnership of 70 there for the 9th wicket between Brown and Fuller. And having James Fuller in this form, which he's been in for quite a bit of the season, coming in so low, I think is a bit of a dampener on opposing teams. 39 balls for 37, 6 fours.
He did some damage. He did his job, really. But 5 for 80, Ollie Hannah Dolby. Well done to him.
Yeah, great stuff. Kept going well, isn't he? Just kept at it. Definitely a plan there. That was no fluke. That was a plan.
Problem for Warwickshire now is they could give Hampshire the exact scenario I'm suggesting that they might bravely take and find themselves having to face a new ball for a handful of overs this morning, and then again with refreshed bowlers tomorrow. Mohammed Abbas may have other ideas. He's marching out to the crease.
No, I think you're right. I think almost Hampshire are in that situation now, where it might be worth having a few overs tonight. Still be fresh in the morning. I think while Fuller and Brown were going, I think you just go with it. You just run with it, because they were scoring quickly enough. You get as far ahead as you can. You don't worry about what time of day it is. But I think now might be just slightly different. It depends on how Abbas does here. I mean, he's got no great pedigree of batting, absolutely none at all. So I'm not going to try and convince you otherwise. It really is. It's just how now Ben Brown plays it. If Abbas just sticks around, Ben Brown, I'm sure, will try and just up the run rate best he can. I'm sure the message has come out about what they're going to do tonight via Abbas, and I'm sure they're all prepared for Abbas not to last very long. But if he does, how long does Ben Brown keep going?
Well, there's no point in either of them blocking now. They might as well just try and hit runs if they get out. Not really a problem. The confirmation it was Dan Mosley's second catch of the innings, his 3rd of the season. The championship as Hannah Dolby comes in to bowl, and that's defended out to the offside. There's no run. Second fifer for the season then for Ollie Hannah Dolby.
Just had a little stare at Abbas there.
Yes. So let me see how many career-wise. 10th fifer of the season for Ollie Hannah Dolby. It took a while
of the season.
Of his career.
Be an England bowler.
Yeah, 10th of his career. It took him a while to get his first, to be fair. So they've all come in the last sort of few years, sort of 5 or 6 years, I'd think. Comes into bowl now. Oh, that's a lead from Abbas. That was close to his stumps. Well, he survived the 2 balls. I don't expect Ben Brown to block 5 balls and then run a single. I think he'll go for it, won't he? Here, 361 for 9. The lead's 144.
That is a leave and a half. That ball only had to come back a fraction off the straight. That would have clipped the off stump.
Needs 39 off the final over to get maximum batting points.
Yeah, well, I think
not quite.
We'll pass on that. So even if we lose a wicket in this over, what are we looking at? 7 overs left in the day. which I think Ben Brown will be positive, but I don't think he'll be stupid. That's just my guess. 65 off 101, Ben Brown. And he'll face the next over from Danny Briggs. Field quite scattered as you'd expect. Comes down the wicket and goes for a big one over the top. It's got underneath it, but I think it's cleared mid-on. Mid-on's running back. It plugs in the outfield. They'll get 2. Well, then maybe Ben Brown is going to play a few more shots here. He's been sweeping.
I can't see why not now.
Oh no,
might as well.
No, I agree with you. I think he will be positive. But let's hope he's not reckless. I think there's a little difference between the two. 363 for 9. The lead is 146.
More fun if he's reckless.
Yeah, either way.
In the entertainment business, Kevin.
I agree. I couldn't agree more. I totally agree with you on that front. So mid-on goes back rather predictably. He's going to have to get hold of one if he does go aerial. There's the sweep shot. Well, it'll be a single. They don't take it, actually. I think it's going to be hard for Ben Brown to actually find the boundary now, unless it comes right out of the middle of the bat, because there is a deep mid-wicket, deepish mid-on, who's almost back on the rope. Mid-off is Garrett is almost back on the rope. He'll need a good shot down the ground to clear them. There's Briggs. There's the reverse sweep. He misses that as it wraps on the pad. This is and the other danger of that is, of course, then Ben Brown plays differently, and then actually finds scoring quickly actually more difficult.
Yeah,
because the way he's been playing has been fine. Here comes Briggs bowl. Ben Brown sweeps, misses. There we go. So he is. I mean, that's not necessarily a ball he was sweeping before. It was a little straight, a little shorter. A difficult sweep shot, that one.
Does he go for a single now? Field coming in to make that harder. Now, might be tempted to hit it over the top and get a boundary.
I'm sure Briggs knows that as well. There's the sweep. It's gone fine. They'll take a single. Throw comes in, and that is one more ball left of the over, which Abbas will face. 364 for 9. 147 the lead now for Hampshire. It's got a little dollar out there, actually. We've got quite a bit of high cloud around at the moment, which has just affected the light. I think for the first time we're actually looking for the sun for the first time in this game.
Bit of cloud cover to swing the ball all over the place when Hampshire come to bowl.
Now this is one ball only at Abbas, so they've got to get the field right here. All Roads having a chat with Danny Briggs. There is a slip, there is a gully, and a man on the drive on both the off and leg sides. Not sure how much Abbas is going to drive on at the moment, but hopefully he's just going to block it, which he does. And that's pushed out on the offside, and that will give another chance for Ben Brown to try and up this lead, which is 147, 364 for 9 overs left. Brian Halford is leaving the room, everybody. Club's media department.
So Ireland have made a fist of it against New Zealand. I think New Zealand are going to win, but I say they're going to win. They need 20 more to win. They're 7 wickets down. They've got plenty of time. 197 for 7 with 13 overs to go. 7 wickets down, so they made a fist of it there. Here, Hampshire's lead already 147. Brown on strike to Ollie Hannon-Dolby, who's already got 5 wickets. Can he pick up the 6th and final one? Field is completely spread. It's a comical field. Everyone's on the boundary bar the wicket keeper, and we're in that. I hate this. We see it all the time from all teams. But everyone's on the boundary. Batter hits it to one of the fielders on the boundary and stays where he is. Cricket can be bonkers sometimes.
Yeah, and the problem now for Hampshire is that they had all the momentum with that Fuller and Brown partnership, and now where you're just playing nice shots for no run, and a game suddenly goes quiet, then actually the momentum a little bit is lost.
He's hit again to bowl, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, and that's played out the offside. There's no run. Could have been one, but they haven't taken it. He can't get a career best here, Ollie Hannon-Dolby, because he has got 6 wickets. In fact, he got 6 wickets in innings twice in one match. End up with 12, 6 for 33 in his career best, so he can't beat that. But goodness me, he's a long way out clear in the Warwickshire wicket-taking charts of this year. He comes in now to bowl. It's a bouncer, which Brown ignores. So
No ball.
he's
That's
got
high. Hannah Dolby knows it, really. That's very high.
That's 2 onto the total. Hannah Dolby expressing his opinions to the umpire on that one.
Yeah, I mean, it's good thinking, but that's too high. Yeah, as I say, I mean, just wondering if Hampshire might rethink here and just say, well, okay, well, we'll just keep batting. We'll just keep batting, and even if it's tomorrow when we bowl, fine. We'll just keep building a lead, even if it's slower.
Hannah Dolby into Brown, and that's a short delivery, about chest height, play down to the ground by Brown. So that is now, no ball's confusing slightly, but that's 3 legitimate balls. So you would imagine the field will stay out for 1 more, and then does Ben Brown take a single on the 5th ball of the over? Or does he take advantage of the field coming in and try and hit a boundary?
Interesting, actually. 2 choices.
Everyone on the boundary, barring Micah Burgess. He's a fair way back. And that one is a Yorker length delivery. Hannah Dolby dives to his right, can't stop it. Brown is not tempted to take a single with the 4th ball. So now, surely the field will march. Well, it does on the offside. Oh no, they are coming on the onside now as well, apart from Long Leg, who's staying there for the hook shot. Everyone else coming in to save the 1.
In fact, even he's coming up.
He stayed 1 down there. 3rd's coming up.
Oh, sorry, the backward square.
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So, what does Ben Brown do here? Well, he can decide. What does Ollie Hannah Dolby do in terms of what delivery to bowl? He comes in now. That might have been close to being a 1 in T20, but it was a typical T20 scenario where Ben Brown took a step back to make more room. Bowler spots that and bowls it nice and wide of off stump. And it's a dot ball.
Hannah Dolby just stopped there for a moment on his walk back. I don't know why. Anyway, if Ben Brown had stayed where he was, that would have been a way of hitting it through the offside. Hannah Dolby's just bending down a little bit at the top of his mark. Maybe he's just starting to feel it a little bit. I mean, he's got through some overs in this innings, hasn't he? 31st over.
Yeah. And the last ball of it is smashed over the top by Ben Brown. And that is 4 runs for Brown. And I'm not sure about this from Warwickshire, to be honest. They're getting a bit muddled here. But they will get, I suppose, to bowl at Mohammed Abbas now.
Yeah.
370 for 9, the lead 153. And in fact, they're declaring.
Oh, interesting.
I will make a county captain yet, Kevin.
You were right. No, I will doff my cap to you in that situation. And Ben Brown racing off, 72 not out. It's a good round of applause. 370 for 9. Ben Brown 72 off 113. Abbas not to get a chance to add any runs to his total, having faced just 3 deliveries. But the main scorers today, 99 from Ian Holland, 92 from Liam Dawson. They were both out in the afternoon session, having put on 137 for the 5th wicket. And Ben Brown there, not out 72. And useful runs from Fuller down the order as well. He made 37. 137, the highest partnership between Dawson and Holland, and then 70 runs between Fuller and Ben Brown at the end there for the 9th wicket. Just hammered home a little bit Hampshire's advantage, and they go in with a few overs to bowl tonight. Leading by 153. Oliver Hannah Dolby, fantastic effort for him. 5 for 86 from 31 overs. Just looked as though he felt his hamstring a little bit in that last over. That's a lot of overs to be bowling in one innings. And Nathan McAndrew, 3 for 92 from 27. We will be back in just under 10 minutes to bring you the closing stages of day 2. To the Ageas Bowl, where shortly we will be bowling, I think about 6 overs, according to Clive, I'm sure he's right, to conclude day 2, as Hampshire declared on 370 for 9, leading Warwickshire by 153. Ben Brown, 72 not out, and we had some late order runs from James Fuller, 37 batting at 10. And he put on, with Brown, 70 for the 9th wicket, and has put Warwickshire under real pressure here. It's myself, Kevin James, and Clive Eakin with you to take you through these last few overs. As, it looks like the heavy roller on there as well, Clive, which you would think will deaden things down, although the pitch doesn't look as though it's doing a load anyway.
I should think Warwickshire probably asked him to go again on this. It's I always see the heavy roller still out there when the players are coming out. That's a little bit strange, isn't it? It's going to take a while to chug off as well. I think he's always getting a bit of speed on that now.
Oh, yeah, here it goes. Oh, there's a bit of pace in that, isn't it? I think, is it 10 minutes rolling or something, or 5 minutes rolling? I think there is a set amount of minutes, so I guess when you've got a 10-minute changeover, I suppose it is a bit tight normally, but I think there is a set amount of minutes, and I can't remember what it is.
Well, it is 6 overs, so there you go. I'm right. What stage of the season are we at? And I've got one.
Mate, you've been spot on with a declaration, the number of overs. It's a good job you're here.
I might be tempted. Goodness me, this is a vital period for Alex Davis and obviously. Now, what they might, and the circumstances are very different, admittedly, but they might just be remembering that Warwickshire tried to do this against Lancashire. Tried to be clever and declared before the end of the day, and it didn't work. They didn't get a wicket, they went on to lose the game.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's quite possible. I mean, it's not a huge lead, not if 2 or 3 batters get in.
Barker to bowl, and Davis gets behind that, and they just... Warwickshire right now would settle for none at the end of these 6 overs. Oh, yeah.
I'm just wondering, would they have declared if Fuller and Brown had kept going? I think the fact that the scoring rate slowed because Abbas was at one end.
It had become a bit of a stalemate, didn't it? Although it did look slightly planned. And Fuller hit that last one for 4, and then... But anyway, Brown rather. Whatever, that's what they've done. As Barker comes into bowl. And that's push up the offside. Where's number 13? I've never asked him, but I've got a theory why he wears 13. Because it looks like a B.
Oh, right.
B for Barker, you see.
Oh, right.
That's my theory.
I tell you
1 and 3 are quite close together.
That's a good one.
It's a strange number to choose otherwise. I mean, you can be rational and unsuperstitious about it, but still slightly strange number to choose. Unless there's a particular reason for it.
I'm sure you're right.
And he comes into bowl around the wickets, and that's guided away for Alex Davis. He'll get runs there, although it might just be cut off as a good chase, and he has to settle for 2.
Is that Donald and Organ, I think, out there combining?
He did a good job there. Every run's precious.
Gubbins, Tom. Gubbins and Donald.
Davis. I don't think he'll get out playing the same shot he played when he got out in the first innings. Not tonight, anyway.
And not to Barker.
Barker
sweep shot.
running away from us bowls, and what's left? It looks a tight leave, angled in from Barker, bowling round the wicket.
That's the length. Anything slightly short, as we saw there the previous ball, it can be hit away quite easy. That's the length. Get the batter forward.
These two have to survive. Is there a night watcher padded up? Probably. But I'm hoping they won't have to use him. Who that would be, actually, is a good question, because it's usually Craig Miles. He's not playing this game. Could be Ollie Highendorby. Barker comes into bowl. That's another tight leave by Davis. Not big sure where his off stump is. And where the ball's going.
Yeah, just nipping back a fraction. Well, I mean, assuming Highendorby is feeling his hamstring, which he looked as though he was just putting his hand behind his leg. So if it's not him, who would it be?
Well, I suppose Nathan McAndrew has had a bit of a waste because he's, a sort of senior batter. I don't know.
Not Garrett.
Oh, Danny Briggs, actually. That's what it'll be. I'm being thick now. Of course, it'll be Danny Briggs. That one is defended by Davis, so they've ticked off the first over and managed to get the bonus of 2 runs with a couple of decent deliveries from Keith Barker. Warwickshire 2 without loss, Needing another 151 to avoid an innings defeat.
Yeah, and Joe on the ground, who always comes up with some interesting stats and observations. I know Clive was a little concerned about the over rate initially. Joe at Solent Sport says Warwickshire managed to get their over rate level. So even if they can't get past the 151 they needed now, they're okay in this game. Hampshire are starting this innings also at -2.
Yeah, I've just seen that on the scoreboard.
So they've got to be careful here. I mean, obviously there'll be a lot of seam bowling. There'll be a lot of thoughts about field placing, with Hampshire desperate to win this game if they can, but they'll have to be mindful of the clock, as there is absolutely no point in winning the game and then losing 2 points, assuming they win, of course. It's no guarantee, but they are in a good position. It'll be Sibley, who scored 56 in the first innings, to face Kyle Abbott, who picked up 5 wickets in the first innings. Bowling from the pavilion end once more, comes in over the wicket and bowls. Sibley just leaves that one alone, just nipped away a fraction. Good line, but a good leave. 2 without loss Warwickshire. They've knocked 2 of that 153 deficit off. I like not beating the best that it's been over 2 days. It's okay, we just got used to the bright sunlight. Even when it's been the sun behind hazy cloud, it's still been bright out there, but far and away the worst of the light that we've had, but it's still okay. Here's Abbott bowls. Again, it's outside the off stump, and Sibley again watches that go by.
He's to put on 63 for the first wicket. Warwickshire getting off to a good steady start, and then it all went pear-shaped from there, really, until Nathan McAndrew orchestrated a couple of late partnerships, but by then, really, the damage was done. And it all started with a bit of an injudicious shot from Alex Davis. I'm sure you'll have reflected on that.
Yeah, first out, 63 for 1, yeah. In the first innings, here's Abbott again, runs in and bowls. Sibley gets a straight ball, which he nudges up to mid-on.
Kevin Sibley started very bright in the first innings. I think for these 6 overs, he'll look to be at his obdurate best.
Alex Davis, I've just noticed, is continually, after every ball that Abbott bowls, just going down the wicket and patting the follow-throughs, trying to put pressure on the umpire, trying to get Abbott to bowl wider. I think the damage has already been done, mate, and it's by both sides, not just Abbott. There's Abbott bowls, Sibley drives on the up, not timed, it goes out to mid-off. They'll pick up a single. I think that's a Bassett mid-off, I think.
Yeah.
3 without loss, and Davis back on strike. 150 the deficit between these two sides now.
Well, that'll be one thing ticked off when they get it below 150.
Well, it's all small targets, isn't it? All small targets. Don't look at the bigger picture too much, otherwise it can be a little bit overwhelming.
I mean, Warwickshire got to get to, what, 320 to even have a chance, and even then, I think that'll be, unless the ball suddenly starts turning sharply, I think that
we haven't really seen that yet, have we? Davis drives for the inside part of the bat as it goes out to mid-wicket, fielded by Fuller.
They'll have a really good chance. They're going to be heading towards 400, haven't they, really?
Yeah.
Which will take some doing.
Still just over half the game left.
Yeah. Just go through the other scores as they come into the close of the day. I mean, Lancashire gone well at Southport, but you wonder whether there's a result in there. They're 164 without loss. I suppose they could get ahead and try and put pressure on Somerset third innings. They're applying to Somerset's 4-4-6.
Abbott again to Davis. Davis just pushes that into the ground, out on the offside, and that's the end of the second over. 3 without loss.
Oh dear. Chelmsford. I'm just checking to see how many wickets he's got. Oh, he's got 5 of them. Didn't get all of them. Gloucestershire 1-3-2 for 6. Still 42 runs behind.
So he's got 10 in the match already.
Yeah. So, poor old Gloucestershire finding first division cricket quite tough. Kent 287 for 5. That's been pretty slow going for them, but they're getting there. They're only 16 runs behind Northants. Surrey 168 for 1, replying to Yorkshire's 5-2-1 at Scarborough. And so I said the Middlesex Worcestershire game will be first to finish. It looks like it's going to be the Gloucestershire Essex game, but the end of the second day, Middlesex 180 for 6. It's end of the day now. They lead by 177 against Worcestershire. That could be a cracker. Keith Barker comes in with 3 slips in place to bowl to Sibley. A correct forward drive there from Sibley, but it's cut off at mid-off. So there's no run. Durham ball out for 296, which gives them a first innings lead of 13. Derbyshire 15 for 1 in reply at Chester Street. Leicestershire, actually, having toiled in the field, are actually doing pretty well with the bat. 154 for 1, replying to Sussex 588.
Sounds a fun wicket.
It does, doesn't it? Nice hop for the fielders. Barker bowls, and that's a push out in the offside. There's no run.
Ball not getting above stump height there again.
Glamorgan 31 without loss in their second innings lead Notts by 64. And New Zealand did beat Ireland, but only by 3 wickets in Dublin. And restricted to 216, but they did take 7 wickets before New Zealand got there with plenty of time to spare. And if you didn't pick it up earlier, India thrashing England by 10 wickets in the ODI, but England Lions comfortably beating South Africa at Taunton. Keith Barker comes into bowl. That's left, outside off stump. Needs to make him play, as Warwickshire will be happy to leave anything now, I would have thought. 3 without loss.
I said that there's some lovely Hampshire people out there that always make sure that I know all the rules. Phil Green has just texted me, actually. He's manager of the Hersey ladies side, which Mel captains. He's been with us for 2 days. I'll just come back to that.
Barker comes into bowl to Sibley, forward defence. Oh, goodness me, they started going on for a quick run there and then thought better of it. That would have been great, wouldn't it, getting run out? But there wasn't a run there. I got a little bit carried away. They're going to have a little chat about it now, I think.
Again, Davis is prodding the wicket all the time with the bowlers running down the pitch. Mate, both sides have been doing it, and it hasn't been that bad because Stephen O'Shaughnessy, believe me, has got things under control because he's actually umpiring this end now. So leave it to the umpire, my man. Yes, so we were talking about the rolling time between innings. Phil, who knows these things, says, at the risk of sounding like an anorak, you do. The maximum rolling time is 7 minutes. There we go.
What's the delay here then? Are they calling for a helmet on? They're going to bring someone in
or
close.
Another boot.
Oh, boot. Oh, bowling your socks. Come on, let's get on with it.
Is it a boot?
It might be. I wondered for a minute whether there were words between Davis and Barker. I don't think it is that. I think it is some equipment requirement. And indeed, someone comes on to bring something on for the bowling side, rather.
Yeah, his new boots. I think this happened earlier in the season, actually, Barker. I can't think where.
Not going
Where
to do
he
that.
changed his boots.
I don't know whether they'll get an allowance for this on their overrate or not. Yes, 2 new boots, or 2 boots, not new boots, I don't think, but 2 alternative boots coming on for Barker. Perhaps they're ones with extra gouging spikes for them to...
Yes. Spikes on the side.
Yes. Well, this is slowing things up yet again. Just as we thought we might get away at something like a civilised hour. Remember, the close of play is supposed to be 6 o'clock. What was it, 7:10 yesterday?
Somewhere around there, wasn't it?
We've still got a bit of a way to go. 6:23. We've still got another 20 balls to bowl.
Are we 22, 25-2 maybe, the way things are going? Oh well, it's half an hour earlier than last night, probably a bit more, so I suppose we should take that.
Just close the play at Chelmsford now. No further loss for Gloucestershire. 140 for 6 at Trelver by 34. Let's close the play at Kent as well. The score I gave you, 287 for 5. Still playing at Scarborough, still playing at Blackpool, still playing at Chester Street. And Hove might not be last to finish today, who knows? We were by some distance yesterday.
We were, weren't we? He's still getting his boots on.
Yes, but It's
taking ages. What has he got? Has he got laces all the way up his leg or something?
Yeah.
I think there were some insoles as well that came out, so I suppose he had to get them right, and he's okay now.
Well, Sibley's going to make sure he keeps his concentration.
I can't remember if it's my over or yours.
I can't
actually,
either,
after
to be
all
perfectly
that.
honest. I think it's me, I
Okay.
think.
Yeah.
2 more balls of it to go. And then there'll be three. If they can get through these 2 balls, they're halfway there in terms of the surviving the day. Barker around the wicket. Sibley, he beats him outside off stump. Sibley playing a forward defensive.
That's a good delivery, wasn't it? Good line. I think literally Barker is trying to find some boots that actually feel normal. I just noticed there he's sort of pressing into them as he's walking back. Obviously his feet are moving around in his boot too much, and that's not nice because it won't be long before you get a blister. Yeah. You don't want that. Barker might have a lot of overs to bowl yet.
Comes in again, powering in Keith Barker. That's an accurate delivery. It's well played by Sibley. And he defends it out into the offside. So it's a maiden from Keith Barker. Warwickshire 3 without loss after 3 overs. 3 more overs to survive today. And then they can tell Hampshire, you got it wrong declaring. But anyway, the deficit is 150 still.
So, good stuff from the 2 openers. It's all about just making sure they get through to the close of play, and 18 balls to do it. And the next set of 6 will come from Kyle Abbott. First over, Costa single. Here he is in his second, bowls to Alex Davis. Abbott bowls, Davis forward. Plays it back to Abbott, who shows the ball to the slips. Not quite sure why. Oh, I wonder if it's because he actually picked it up cleanly, because several bowlers, as I mentioned yesterday, sort of seem to now try to develop this flick. They don't sort of pick it up cleanly as most people used to do. They try and use the pace to flick it off their hand onto the stumps, but that had no pace in it. But I'm just wondering if he actually, what if the guys have been saying to him, you do it all the time then? But actually on that occasion he did pick it up cleanly. I don't know, but it looked like that. Abbott's quite wide of the wicket there as Davis pushes that away towards mid-wicket, fielded by Fuller. Just wanted to see, even though Shaughnessy has had a word with Abbott and just said, look, I really do need you to be really disciplined here and keep off running down that wicket, because he, to me, he does look slightly wider than normal. Well, it's not Shaughnessy at that end, is it? Of course, it's Russell Warren. Shaughnessy's down this end. But when you look at the rough patches, they're quite close, aren't they, to the area where they shouldn't be straying in. Again, he's quite wide there, Abbott, for me. Forward is Alex Davis, and that's a good diving stop by Abbas at mid-off. I presume that's Abbas. Looks like him.
I think so.
Yeah. I'm sure we're going to see much of him tonight. Might see a lot of him tomorrow. I think we'll see a lot of the Hampshire bowlers tomorrow. I don't think this is going to be particularly easy to winkle these 10 wickets out, especially as the ball gets older. Both sides have profited down the order with partnerships when that ball's got soft. Abbott bowls to Davis, who flicks that through mid-wicket, slightly fuller this time, and I think Davis is going to get 4. Nice timed shot. He moves on to 6, and the Warwickshire total to 7 without loss.
Yeah, good shot. A run's not the priority for Warwickshire right now, but still gratefully received.
As I say, for me, Abbott's just bowling a little wider than normal, and now that wouldn't be comfortable for him, I don't think. I saw McAndrew having to come a little wider at times, and he was bowling from that pavilion end. Fuller's staying out in the deep on the leg side now. Interesting move, interesting tactic maybe, as Fuller bowls. Davis drives on the up through extra cover, lovely shot. That'll be 4 runs on the other side of the pitch this time. Not quite as pitched up, but nicely timed nonetheless. 10 he moves on to, 11 without loss.
Warwickshire looking for a declaration before the close tomorrow.
Well, I wouldn't rule that out. Wouldn't rule that out at all.
I don't think Warwickshire will be declaring.
Just bat.
Not unless they get to tea on the final day.
Yeah, you don't tend to do that when you're behind in the game, do you? You just be grateful to come away with a draw. So, Abbott again, 3 slips weight, comes in on bowls to Davis, leaves that one alone outside the off stump. That's straight into fraction. End of the over, 2 to negotiate. 8 runs off the over, 11 without loss, 142 runs behind Warwickshire.
So 2 more overs, as you say, to negotiate. Might be that Sibley will say, I'll take the first, you take the second, stay where we are, and get in and come back tomorrow. And they've just, what this does do, of course, if they do survive, it just psychologically takes that lead down a bit at the start of tomorrow's play. Not massively, of course, they're still 142 behind. Barker will get his last chance today. A straight run up from Barker, around the wicket he comes, and just angling away from Sibley, is able to leave it. Tom Sibley goes on a little walkabout. Last century in the first innings, he was disappointed to get out just after lunch. But
was it a little nibble to Barker, wasn't it, behind?
yeah. He's having a decent season, Sibley, but he's not perhaps making the headlines that he might have, or might need to do if he's going to get back in the England team. That's played to mid-on, there's no run.
So he came into this game with, just having a look at it up if I can find it, 537, yeah, averaging 44, which is more than solid, isn't it? Very solid.
Yeah. Barker bowls to him, he leaves that, there's no run.
I suppose sort of vindicating really all that work he's put in the winter. It's certainly working, isn't it? It's not like he's come here with out of form and what have you, so whatever he's doing to change his technique is working.
Scored 2 centuries this season, as most recent to the last match at Northampton. Barker bowls, he leaves that. Goes through to the wicket keeper. 4 dot balls this over so far. 2 more balls for Keith Barker to bowl today.
What a pleasant evening again, isn't it, to sit outside. No sun too much to worry about, but just a lovely temperature. Almost too warm.
Yeah. This pair have had 1 century partnership this season. That's always gone past Sibley, playing forward defensive at that. That's a good delivery from Keith Barker.
Oh, that must have been close to the outside edge. Had to play at it.
Yeah.
Just straightened really.
Away, yeah. They put on 110 actually in a winning cause. It was actually when they were chasing down a fairly modest target. They put on unbeaten 110 to see off Essex at Edgbaston. Fairly early season. Last ball of the over then, Barker to Sibley, who leaves front foot forward, leaves that outside off stump. That's Keith Barker done for the day. He's bowled 2 maidens, gone for just 2 runs, 1 scoring shot against him in his 3 overs. And Warwickshire are 11 without loss, trailing by 142. Which I'm quite impressed with. I said that because that wasn't on the scoreboard, but I actually remembered.
Good effort, good stuff. I'm impressed you can see that for those little numbers.
I need the binoculars for the over rate, because that is tiny.
It is, isn't it? It's only on the left-hand side scoreboard as we look as well. It's not on the right-hand one. But it's -2 for Hampshire. Warwickshire were able to eradicate their -2 over rate to level. Here's Barker then. Sorry, Barker, it's Babbitt. Length ball to Davis, who just prods that out on the offside. He always looks as though he wants to run every time he plays a shot, so it takes a couple of paces down the wicket. I'm not sure he really is looking for a single. It just looks as though he is. I think it's just the way he plays, isn't it?
Yeah, I suspect that's why they put Dan Mosley on for a few overs with the old ball. And partly, obviously, was to get to the new ball, but also maybe use that opportunity to get some overs in quickly.
And it worked.
Get them up with the over rate.
Yeah, don't want to be deducted any points. Hampshire have done this year. Have been deducted because of an over rate. That was up at Surrey at the Oval. Short, Davis underneath. That one easily enough. 4 balls left in the day. It's never been a great crowd, but most of them have stayed, I think. 1 or 2 I can see making way to the exits. A few just close to the exits and just want to see these final few deliveries, just in case. Just in case there's a wicket between now and the close of play. Hate to be here all day and then suddenly miss a valuable wicket. Abbott runs in again from that pavilion end and bowls. Davis gets a length ball, which he just plays quietly back down the pitch. Again, he's sort of scampering off as if to say, well, I might take a single there, but that was almost an afterthought this time. 3 balls left in day 2. Very, very muggy here. It's going to be another muggy night here on the south coast. Keep those windows open.
I've got opening windows in my room.
Have you not?
No.
Hopefully you've got air conditioning. Davis gets a length ball, which he pushes up to mid-on, fielded by Barker.
Yeah, I've got air conditioning,
but the windows don't open.
No, completely, not at all.
I've never stayed here, so I don't know what the rooms are. That's not an invitation to actually somebody to say, oh, Kev, we feel sorry for you, you can stay at some point. But no, I think I have had a room actually given to me for a function, but I never used it actually. I think by the time the function finished, I only live about 10 minutes away when there's no traffic. Davis pushes forward and that goes out in the offside. No run, and there is 1 ball left. I think you get to a point where you think, well, actually, I might as well just go home. It's just as easy. By the time I get in the lift, wait for the lift and go upstairs, that's a slight exaggeration, but I'll probably be halfway home. So, final ball coming up. Abbott not quite at the top of his mark. Has the ball in hand now. And this will be a line and length ball, making Davis at least to play. Be very surprised if it's a short one, although there is a man out deep. Bowls. It is a length ball. Davis plays it quite easily, square out on the offside, and that is it. That's the conclusion of day 2, with Warwickshire 11 without loss in their second innings. A maiden there for Abbott, and 3 overs, 1 maiden, and none for 9. And Warwickshire closed day 2 on 11 without loss. They trail by 142.
Yeah, well, good effort from Alex Davis and Dom Sibley to see off this 6 overs, but they've got an awful lot of work to do tomorrow. If they bat all day, they might, if they bat positively, get 140 to 160 ahead.
Could be interesting.
That would need a very good batting performance, and certainly far better than they managed in the first innings.
So, highlights today, a couple of 90s. Ian Holland with 99 and Liam Dawson with 92 in the afternoon session, putting on 137 for the 5th wicket. Some runs down the order from Ben Brown, 72 not outs, and James Fuller at number 10, scoring 37 of just 39 balls. And Oliver Hannon-Dolby for Warwickshire, picking up 5 wickets, 5 for 86 from 31 overs, bowled really well throughout those 31. 3 for Nathan McAndrew, 3 for 92 from 27, and a wicket for Danny Briggs, 1 for 87 from 28. That's the situation at the end of day 2. Thank you, Clive Eakin. Thank you also to Melissa Story. She's taking a well-earned rest. We've got Charlotte Taylor with us tomorrow, the Southern Vipers off spinner. That'll be the 3 of us, so we'll be back with you just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Okay.